Lu Changshao, prepare to die. Zhao Zicheng, with disheveled hair and bare arms, jumped high with his sword raised, his face blood red, and laughed excitedly and ferociously. Changshao. The eyes of the crowd outside the arena were focused on the seriously injured man lying motionless on the martial arts stage. Is he going to die? I haven't avenged the massacre of the village. I haven't avenged my parents. I haven't found my master yet. Looking up at the blue sky, the sun was dazzling, and Lu Changshao muttered. His tendons and soul were restricted, and he had no chance to cultivate immortals in this life. Now, he has the cultivation level of the false elixir realm. All these changes are inseparable from the opportunity 10 years ago. 10 years ago in the southern part of Ximing country. There's a small border village called Liyuan Village. Late at night, the young Lu Changshao lay on the grass, his hands comfortably resting behind his head, his eyes leisurely cast towards the vast starry sky. He was born in the Lu family. His father was a direct descendant of the family. His family was rich, and he lived a carefree life. As for his name, it was full of his parents' expectations for him. They wished him a happy life without worries. At this moment, Lu Changshao looked at the twinkling stars in the sky, but a trace of melancholy rose in his heart, and he murmured to himself, "If I could become a cultivator like my brother, could I also fly in the sky with a sword, or even pick stars with my hands?" He slowly stretched out his hand and clenched it towards the brightest star, as if he wanted to take the entire starry sky into his palm. In Lu Changxiu's memory, his brother once mentioned that the world they lived in coexisted with humans and demons, and people were divided into mortals and immortals. Only through cultivation and going through hardships and dangers can mortals have the opportunity to embark on the immortal path and become cultivators. The lifespan of mortals is no more than 100 years, which is fleeting. And the immortal cultivators take 100 years as their foundation and 1,000 years as their lifespan, and have endless years to explore the mysteries of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the silence of the night sky was broken by a red light. An object that looked like a star dragged a long red light tail and fell rapidly like a meteor. At the same time, 6 or 7 miles away, dozens of light tails of different colors followed closely behind. Red, green, blue, purple, green, intertwined into a gorgeous light net, instantly becoming the most eye-catching scene in the night sky. Meteor? Old Man Chen never said there would be a meteor today. Lu Chang sat up, frowning slightly, puzzled. In Liyuan Village, Old Man Chen was highly respected by Lu Changshao. He was a Taoist priest who fled from a foreign land and settled here before Lu Changshao was born. As a fortune teller, Old Man Chen's predictions of the 4 seasons were accurate. Because of his blessing, Liyuan Village has a bumper harvest year after year. However, what really made Lu Changshao admire him was the mysterious legends of the immortal world that Old Man Chen told every day under the old locust tree in the center of the village. Unfortunately, a month ago, Old Man Chen left quietly and left a warning to Lu Changshao before leaving. He said that he had a destiny of immortality, but it would bring disaster to those around him. If he wanted his family to be safe, he had to give up the destiny of immortality and leave Liyuan Village early. He didn't believe it all. After all, when he was 6 years old, there were immortal cultivators from a large sect passing through Liyuan Village. They found that his brother was gifted and was a genius in immortal cultivation and wanted to accept him as a disciple, and his parents happily accepted. At that time, Lu Changshao also asked the immortal to test him, but was told that his tendons and veins were blocked, his Yuan Ling was dead, and he could not set foot on the path of immortal cultivation in this life. In a short moment, the star cluster quickly approached the village. A yellow light flashed by, and Lu Changshao suddenly woke up from his memories and looked up at the sky. I saw the red star hovering 1,000 meters above the east side of the village. How could it be such a coincidence? Old Man Chen never mentioned that the village would encounter such an incident. Lu Changshao was shocked and quickly stood up, about to run back home to tell his parents to escape. The red star that was coming fiercely in the light of the past stopped abruptly. Lu Changshao stopped and stared at the red star in the sky, speculating in his heart. Could it be that the immortals have descended? After a moment, he found that the lights chasing the red star also stopped and hung 1,000 meters away from the red star. Looking carefully, he was surprised to find that those so-called meteors were actually immortals. They stood in the air, their clothes fluttering. However, It seemed that there was an invisible barrier separating them from the red star, preventing them from moving forward. Lu Changxiao turned his gaze back to the red light group and tried his best to open his eyes wide. Trying to see what was hidden inside would attract many immortals to chase after it. However, at a distance of 1,000 meters, even if his eyesight was good, he could only see a blurry red shadow. Suddenly, the red ball that was originally hovering suddenly started, dragging its red tail, and swooped towards him like an arrow from a string. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 meters away from him. Lu Changxiao was horrified and turned around and ran away. He knew that if he was hit by this unknown light ball, he would probably lose his life. Lu Changxiao looked back while running and was horrified to find that the red ball seemed to have eyes. It chased him closely, sometimes pausing, sometimes accelerating. It seemed to be jokingly announcing, "Tonight, you run and I chase. You can't fly even if you have wings." After running another 100 meters, Lu Changxiao looked back and saw that the red ball had come in front of him without knowing when. The blazing light enveloped him, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. In this panic, he saw the object in the red ball. Clearly, it was a red-orange sword. In his astonished eyes, the red sword pierced straight into his forehead. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain, his eyes went black, and he collapsed to the ground. The dazzling red light disappeared in an instant, and the surroundings returned to silence. Only the night wind was still blowing the weeds, as if nothing had happened. There was only a young man who seemed to be sleeping on the grass. In the sky to the east of the village, dozens of monks in purple robes had different expressions. When the red light disappeared from their sight, everyone's eyes were cast on the face of a young man in a white robe in front of them. The young man had a pale face and a gloomy expression, and slowly stretched out his hand. In front of him, a barrier with a yellow glow appeared out of thin air in the empty air. He retracted his hand and stared coldly at the bottom. A cultivator in the back was surprised and whispered, "This is actually a barrier set by a Yuanian cultivator. How can such a remote village have such a powerful barrier? Is there a master living in seclusion here? Young master, what should we do now? In this training, the highest level of our cultivation is only in the early stage of Jindan realm, and we can't break through this barrier at all." A cultivator asked worriedly. Facing the barrier set by the Yuanian master, if there is no help from cultivators of the same realm, it is almost impossible for them to break through. Moreover, if there is really a Yuanian master sitting here, once they offend, they may not be able to retreat today. But the forces behind them are not small sects, and now there are ownerless treasures. How can they retreat easily? The young man called the young master had an indifferent expression, with a disdainful arc on his lips. "What can a small nascent soul barrier do to me?" After saying that, he jumped back, distanced himself from the barrier, and quickly formed seals with his hands. A dagger with a green body slowly emerged in front of him, with a flash of spiritual light on the dagger, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the barrier. "Go!" with a low shout from the young man. The dagger pierced the barrier like lightning. Where the dagger passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, bringing waves of powerful pressure, causing dozens of cultivators around to gasp. The sect master really dotes on the young sect master, and even gave this heaven-level magic weapon to the young sect master for self-defense. A cultivator in the crowd said with envy, in an instant, the dagger pierced the barrier. The surface of the barrier instantly rippled with layers of light yellow ripples, spreading around like ripples. In a moment, the ripples spread throughout the village at a speed visible to the naked eye. A barrier covering the entire village with yellow ripples was clearly presented in front of everyone. As the collision between the dagger and the barrier continued, the color of the barrier gradually dimmed. Obviously, it was only a matter of time to break the barrier. The pale yellow light was like a few broken stars, falling on the young face of Lu Changxiao, who had fainted on the grass. At this time, Lu Changxiao's face was covered with sweat, and his expression was painful and hideous. "Am I already dead?" He slightly opened his tightly closed eyes and carefully peeked around through his trembling hands. There was a dead silence all around, and he slowly put down his hands, and what came into view was a piece of blue under his feet. In the distance, there was an endless white mist. Lu Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Being able to see the mist meant that he was just in a dream and was not dead. Since 5 years ago, this dream has been with him every night. Just then, a powerful dragon roar came from the depths of the fog. Lu Changxiao had long been accustomed to this. After all, this sound had accompanied him for 5 years, and it would not make him afraid no matter what. He looked in the direction of the dragon roar and saw a huge dragon figure 100 feet long emerging in the fog. The dragon was tightly bound by several golden chains and could not move. Above the dragon's pair of giant horns, a ball of red light flickered. Looking carefully, Lu Changxiao vaguely saw that in the ball of red light, suspended was the red-orange sword that had pierced his forehead before. At this moment, the red sword was continuously transmitting some mysterious power to the dragon. With the injection of energy, the dragon's body slowly expanded. The chains that originally bound the dragon's claws made violent sounds of rustling and clanging as the dragon struggled. The transmission of the red sword continued without stopping. Suddenly, a series of shattering sounds resounded through the void. With the last shattering sound, the chains on the dragon's body broke inch by inch. The dragon roared to the sky, and its huge body tumbled and danced in the mist. Chapter 2. The village massacre. Freed from restraint, the dragon soared through the mist, its roar reverberating through the air. The colossal creature circled several times before abruptly changing course. Its lantern-sized eyes seemed to pierce through the white fog, locking onto Lu Changxiao, who, gripped by instinctive fear, felt as though the dragon was staring directly at him. Suddenly, the dragon surged forward, its massive head breaking through the mist and scattering it. 100-foot-long azure dragon emerged, spiraling upwards with alarming speed, hovering directly before him. Its 4 razor-sharp claws glinting ominously in the dim light. At that moment, Lu Changxiao beheld the full splendor of the dragon. Its undulating white whiskers were as thick as a grown man's arms and stretched a full yard in length. The dragon's heavy breathing was palpable, its large eyes fixated on him. In an instant, the azure dragon lunged toward him. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Lu Changxiao stumbled backward in fright, each step causing ripples to form on the tranquil water beneath his feet. In a state of panic, he fell onto the azure surface, gasping, Don't come any closer." The dragon approached relentlessly, and Lu Changxiao, in a state of utter disarray, struggled to retreat, his trembling body moving clumsily. His eyes, wide with terror, were fixed on the approaching creature's fearsome claws. As he gazed into the abyss of the dragon's gaping maw, the overwhelming dread within him erupted. No! He instinctively raised his hands in defense, letting out a piercing cry. In that instant, as the dragon passed through him, he jolted awake, sitting up in a cold sweat, his heart racing. Under the moonlight and the intermittent flickering of yellow light, he hurriedly checked his body for injuries. After confirming his safety, he exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Reflecting on the nightmare that had haunted him for 5 years, transforming from a state of sheer terror to one of acceptance and curiosity, he realized he had never experienced such a vivid and terrifying dream before. After all, he was still just a child, grappling with the unknown and its accompanying fears. As Lu Changxiao sought to calm himself, the flickering yellow light suddenly intensified. It was then that he noticed a barrier had appeared in the sky above the town. Remembering the group of cultivators who had pursued the Crimson Sword before his fainting spell, he felt a surge of anxiety. Clearly, these dozens of cultivators had come seeking the celestial treasure represented by the Crimson Sword. Now, with the sword embedded in his forehead, lost within the realm of dreams, he feared the consequences if these cultivators breached the barrier and entered the town. What if their wrath were to spill over onto others? Old Shin had once remarked that few cultivators acted solely for their own benefit. But what was this barrier? No matter. He needed to hurry home to inform his parents. Watching from afar as the cultivators continued their relentless assault on the barrier, fear gripped his heart. He turned and dashed down the slope, using the dim light of the barrier to navigate through the orderly alleys. Soon, he spotted his parents, already dressed and standing at the doorstep, their brows furrowed as they gazed at the cultivators attacking the barrier in the eastern sky. He intended to inquire about the origin of the barrier, but judging by his father's expression, it was clear he was already aware. "Shush out, come here." Lu's mother called out anxiously to her son, who stood nearby, seemingly lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, Lu Changxiao responded, "Oh, I'm coming." He hurried over to his mother, but before he could steady himself, she began to inspect him, and upon finding no harm, chastised him gently. "You really give me no peace of mind." He was accustomed to this routine, flashing a sheepish grin at his mother. Seeing her son's silly smile, Lu's mother playfully poked his forehead, feigning anger. "You ungrateful child, you can still smile." Just as Lu Changxiao was about to ask his father about the barrier, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. Looking up, he saw that the barrier above the village had shattered, its form dissipating rapidly, and a gentle yellow star rain began to fall from the dark night sky. The villagers, hearing the call to arms, rushed to the old locust tree, their voices rising in urgency. "Gather quickly, before the incense burns out, kill." A deafening voice drowned out the sound of the barrier's destruction. Instantly, the village was alive with the sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs. while cattle and sheep grew restless, mooing and bleating in alarm. From the eastern sky, a dozen purple figures descended swiftly upon the old locust tree, coincidentally, right in front of Lu's home. Witnessing this, Lu Changxiao, who had just been smiling, quickly ducked behind his mother, peering cautiously. His mother, sensing his fear, gently stroked his back. One by one, the lights in the village flickered to life, accompanied by the shouts and cries of the villagers. Who is so heartless as to disturb our sleep in the dead of night? Who has no sense of public decency? Scaring the children. While the villagers grumbled, they nonetheless began to dress. Some simply threw on robes and rushed out towards the gathering at the old locust tree, eager to discover the source of the nighttime disturbance. You two stay in the dark room tonight. No matter what happens outside, do not come out, Lu's father warned, his brow furrowed and eyes fixed warily on the group beneath the old locust tree. Peeking from behind his mother, Lu Changxiao observed the unfriendly cultivators and the alertness on his father's face, connecting the dots with the crimson sword he had encountered. He knew these individuals were here for it. He began, attempting to explain to his father, but before he could finish, his mother scooped him up and hurried into the courtyard. Before long, Lu's mother led him into the main room, where she stopped in front of a wall adorned with paintings. Lifting one painting aside, she pressed a hidden mechanism on the wall. The smooth floor suddenly sank, revealing a concealed passageway. As they entered the dimly lit tunnel, Lu Changxiao noticed it was about the width of an outstretched arm, with small candle holders placed every 10 feet. After traveling 100 feet, they reached a spacious room. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Lu Changxiao realized he might be in serious trouble. If he could locate the crimson sword and return it to the cultivators, perhaps they would leave. However, since the sword had pierced him, it had vanished without a trace, making retrieval impossible. As he struggled to remember if the sword might have fallen where he had fainted, his mother's gentle voice interrupted. Xiao, you stay here obediently. I will go help your father, and I will come back to get you once everything is all right. Lu Changxiao was reluctant to see his mother leave, but sensing her worry, he felt helpless. Okay, I will wait for you. Seeing her son's understanding demeanor, Lu's mother offered a final instruction before sprinting down the shadowy passage. Watching her retreating figure grow smaller in the candlelight, Lu Changxiao felt a wave of unease wash over him. A haunting illusion crept into his heart, whispering that this time, his mother might not return. Mother! He instinctively called out. Hearing his voice, Lu's mother turned back and replied, What is it? After a moment of silence, a smile broke across Lu Changxiao's innocent face as he softly said, Be careful. Yes. Wait for me to come back. Listen closely. If you hand over the sword, this will be your reward, proclaimed a cultivator beneath the old locust tree, holding up a gold ingot the size of a fist. Addressing the gathered villagers, standing at the forefront of the crowd, Father Lu's expression remained stern, his gaze fixed intently upon the group of cultivators. In stark contrast, many villagers were transfixed by the sight of gold, swallowing hard in anticipation. They toiled from dawn until dusk, and after a year of relentless labor, they could barely sustain their families. Before them lay gold, wealth that would take them a decade of abstinence to amass. How can you prove the truth of your claims? Some villagers began to voice their doubts. Surely, a mere sword cannot be exchanged for a bar of gold. Are these individuals foolish? We are cultivators, not deceivers of the simple-minded and innocent folk, a cultivator replied, his tone devoid of warmth. If you choose not to believe, that is your prerogative. However, whether you will see the sun rise tomorrow remains uncertain, so I urge you to seize this opportunity. Indeed, we are many, and we fear you not, the self-proclaimed cultivator said, glancing over his shoulder at the leader among them, a young man clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist. The young man nodded slightly, granting permission to the cultivator, who then leapt into the air, hovering effortlessly above. They, truly, are immortals. The airborne figure looked down upon the earthbound villagers, who had never witnessed such wonders, his eyes brimming with disdain as he muttered, a swarm of ants. Well, do you still harbor doubts? No. The villagers, faces etched with fear, shook their heads vigorously. We shall return at once to fetch swords for the immortals. To them, the sight of someone suspended in midair was undoubtedly that of an immortal. After all, how could mere mortals wield such formidable magical prowess? In an instant, those with swords rushed home to retrieve them, anxious that the heavy gold bars might fall into another's grasp. The once dense crowd rapidly thinned out. Among the remaining villagers, a rough-looking man with a furtive gaze leaned closer to a similarly attired companion and whispered, Brother Chuan, did I not recall you possessing a fine sword at home? Why do you not fetch it to exchange for a gold bar? Chapter 3. The massacre. That sword is a treasured heirloom of my family. How could I sell it so casually? Do not speak of one gold piece. Even 10 would not entice me to part with it. The man's expression darkened, and he spoke sternly. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions, Lu Ergo. The man known as Brother Chuan exhibited a resolute demeanor, for it was evident that he deemed it disgraceful to sell off the glory of his ancestors merely to satisfy his hunger. A sword, being the king of weapons, cold and sharp, cannot guard against the treachery of petty souls. The scheming villagers, seeing their plan thwarted, displayed their displeasure. If you refuse, why the anger? Truly, good intentions are met with ingratitude. Lu Ergo turned his gaze towards the cultivator resting beneath the old locust tree. His eyes darted about before he fixed his cold smile upon Brother Chuan. Their conversation, along with Lu Ergo's malicious grin, did not escape the watchful eyes of Lu Fu and Lu Mu, who had just returned. This rascal is up to no good again, Lu Mu thought, shaking her head in resignation. Let him be. The tree desires calm, yet the wind does not relent. The old locust tree rustled in the night breeze. The villagers who had gone home to retrieve their swords were now returning, crowding around the cultivator. Immortal, this is my family's sword. Please take a look. Immortal, let mine be seen first. Mine. In an instant, the area beneath the old locust tree transformed into a bustling marketplace. The cultivator's expression darkened as he shouted in anger. Silence. The cacophony ceased abruptly. Step back. A wave of energy emanated from the cultivator, causing the villagers to stagger backward. Form a line. Should the swords be worthy, I shall exchange them for gold. As the words fell, the crowd hastily gathered their swords, lining up in 2 rows. At that moment, the young man seated beneath the old locust tree spoke calmly. Wang Ran, collect the swords from their hands. I shall inspect them myself. Yes, young master. The elder beside the youth responded respectfully and stepped forward. With a flick of his sword-like finger, he directed his energy towards the villagers, causing the swords to rise from their grasp, enveloped in a layer of purple aura, and fly toward Wang Ran, hovering before the young master. Wang Ran swiftly surveyed the assortment of swords suspended in the air. After inspecting them thrice, his expression changed abruptly. Young master, there are none at all. It appears some are unwilling to cooperate. You shall have one more chance. If you do not comply, you will die. Upon hearing this, Wang Ran displayed a fleeting hesitation, which vanished as quickly as it came, returning to calm. It was evident that this was not their first encounter, nor would it be their last. Meanwhile, the young man's countenance remained impassive, betraying no sign of joy or anger. Yet, he had already delivered his verdict. As if the villagers before him were mere livestock, the group of a dozen behind the young man revealed their excitement. Immortal, when will we receive our gold ingots? Yes. The sooner we exchange, the sooner we can rest. I must tend to the fields tomorrow. The 2 butchers at the forefront of the line pressed for answers. Wang Ran furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort as he glanced at the 2. With a slight movement of his finger, 2 beams of purple light struck their foreheads. The 2 instantly fell into a daze, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The man beside Zhang the butcher crouched down, probing for a breath, and was terrified to find none. His voice trembled. Brother Zhang is dead. Upon hearing that Zhang and his companion had perished, the villagers were gripped by fear, their gazes towards the so-called immortals filled with trepidation and vigilance. Silence. Wang Ran's voice, devoid of rage yet commanding authority, snapped the frightened villagers back to reality. We have journeyed from afar to offer you prosperity, yet you refuse to cooperate. Presenting these worthless trinkets is an affront. Fortunately, my young master is kind-hearted. You shall have one more opportunity. Bring forth all the swords in the village for exchange. And do not conceal any. Should I discover otherwise, these 2 shall be your fate. Lu Fu, witnessing the immortal's ruthless act followed by unreasonable demands, struggled to suppress his anger. He stepped forward, speaking with indignation. All the swords in the village have been gathered. There are none left to present. Is that truly so? Wang Ran's gaze bore down on Lu Fu, his tone severe. Before Lu Fu could respond, a voice from the crowd piped up. Immortal, he is lying. The villagers turned in unison to the source of the voice, their eyes filled with fear of the immortals who had just slain Zhang the butcher and his companion. With great difficulty, village chief Lu stepped forward, preparing to halt the immortals' advance. But to his dismay, there was a traitor among them. They were eager to discover who it was, intending to deal with him once the immortals departed. Following the familiar voice, Lu Fu's gaze fell upon Lu Ergo, who had somehow maneuvered to the front of the line. With a smile, he approached Wang Ran and bowed respectfully. You are the one who spoke. Immortal. It is indeed I. I must inform you that Ning Chuan possesses a sword at home. Earlier, when you called upon everyone to bring forth their swords for gold, I urged him multiple times to comply, for you had offered an excellent price. Yet, he, Ning Chuan, refused to recognize the opportunity. Not only hoarding his sword, but even insulting the immortal. Upon hearing Lu Ergo's accusations, Lu Fu realized the truth. Lu Ergo was using the immortal to eliminate his rival, Ning Chuan. Furthermore, most villagers had received assistance from Ning Chuan, and Lu Ergo's actions had evidently incited their ire. The villagers of Lu Yuan village turned their gazes toward Lu Ergo with disdain. How did he insult me? Speak and let me hear it. Lu Ergo cautiously glanced at Wang Ran, noting his anger and feigned fear. He said you were a deceptive charlatan, not an immortal. Preposterous. Before Lu Ergo could finish, Wang Ran erupted in fury, his booming voice echoing. Where is Ning Chuan? I am here, immortal. What is your command? Ning Chuan stepped forward, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, parting the crowd to make way for himself. Is there any truth to his words? I admit to hoarding the sword, but the allegation of insulting the immortal is entirely unfounded. Just as Ning Chuan began to explain, Wang Ran raised his hand, unleashing a strike of purple energy towards him. Ning Chuan flew backward, as if severed from his strings, crashing to the ground. In disbelief, he pointed at Lu Ergo. You. The latter, however, merely smiled maliciously at him. Ning Chuan. Lu Fu rushed forward, crouching beside Ning Chuan. Watching as his life force began to fade, regret washed over him for not defending his friend sooner. Why had the immortal slain without reason? Ning Chuan had not yet explained. Why deny him even that chance? Merely ants, life and death are but fleeting moments. Wang Ran gazed down with disdain at Lu Fu. Pausing momentarily before continuing his mockery. Before me stands the immortal. Do you truly believe you can kill me? In the tense atmosphere, Lu Ergo interjected at an inopportune moment. Immortal, he has not even offered his sword. The villagers of Lu Yuan collectively gasped, their indignation reaching a boiling point. We implore the immortal to spare Lu Shoujin. An elder among the villagers spoke up, and others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Please, spare the village chief. Just as they believed the immortal might relent under pressure, the young man seated beneath the old locust tree displayed signs of impatience, issuing a cold command. With a decisive action, none were spared. The youth's companions surged forward like they were invigorated, leaping ahead with fervor. Their hands struck down upon the kneeling villagers with relentless force. The air was filled with anguished cries and lamentations. Amidst the flickering candlelight, the boy on the couch felt beads of sweat cascade down his forehead. Within the enveloping mist, even as Lu Changxiao exerted every ounce of his strength, he found himself ensnared, the fog seemingly boundless. Each time he had previously entered this dream, the world was divided into two realms, one half a serene lake, the other an interminable haze. At this moment, fear gripped his heart. A dream he had become familiar with over the past 5 years had morphed twice in a single night. Mother, where are you? I am frightened. He curled his frail body into a tight ball, feeling small and helpless, his breath faint. Suddenly, a flicker of orange light shimmered dimly through the mist. The fleeting glow brushed against Lu Changxiao's half-closed eyes. With great effort, he rose slowly, gazing toward the direction of the flickering light. He took tentative steps, inching closer to the orange radiance. The nearer he approached, the brighter and more vivid the light became. Lu Changxiao felt an invigorating strength surging within him, filling the void of his being. His once unsteady steps transformed into a firm and steady stride, vitality coursing through him like the warm sun of spring or the gentle evening breeze of summer. His slow walk morphed into a determined run. Before him stood an ethereal barrier of white mist. Instead of hesitating in fear, he closed his eyes and charged boldly forward. As he passed through the barrier, he anticipated pain, yet none came. Instead, he felt a warm sensation and halted, cautiously opening his eyes. The intense brightness momentarily blinded him, but as his vision adjusted, he beheld a luminous orb floating before him. After a few moments of acclimatization, he managed to see clearly. Within the orb was the very sword that had pierced his brow before he entered the dream, the orange sword. Had it remained in his dreams all along? Elation surged within him. If he could deliver the sword to the immortal beneath the old locust tree, they would surely depart. Excitement overtook his thoughts, and he pondered how to extract the sword from the dream. Lu Changxiao stepped forward and plunged his hand into the orb, grasping the hilt of the sword. In that instant, a searing heat enveloped him. The pain made him wince, yet surrender was not an option. The fabric of his sleeve burned to ash, and beads of sweat gathered on his brow. In an instant, his tender hands began to blister, the sizzling sound echoing in his ears. Lu Changxiao held his breath, gritting his teeth, and let out a fierce roar. He successfully drew the crimson sword from its resting place. As it was released, the orb expanded and then dissipated. The pain in his arm vanished, revealing pristine skin where the burn had been. Overcome with excitement, Lu Changxiao examined the crimson sword in his grasp. The hilt, 5 inches long, was inscribed with ancient characters, while the 2-foot blade was adorned with a swirling crimson dragon motif. The guard bore the likeness of 2 eyes glowing with emerald light. At that moment, the mist receded, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Just as terror threatened to overwhelm him, the sudden voice of his mother acted as a balm, calming his fears. Xiao Xiao, mother, where are you? Xiao Xiao, mother. Her calls echoed in his ears. Yet Lu Changxiao could not locate her, only able to cry out in desperation. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened, transforming into the scene before the old locust tree. Lu Changxiao beheld his mother, now collapsed on the ground, encircled by immortals. In her arms lay his father's lifeless body, her white dress stained crimson with blood. Chapter 4. Until death brings life. Mother, run. At the sight of the impending danger, Lu Changxiao shouted desperately for his mother. Yet, no matter how fervently he called, she remained oblivious to his cries. Just then, a youth clad in a white robe advanced, brandishing a sword, and with a swift motion, he drew a lethal arc across his mother's neck, blood spilling as she fell lifeless. Stop! Lu Changxiao sprinted forward with all his might, yearning to save her. He stumbled and fell, only to rise again. But no matter how he strained, he could not approach, even as exhaustion set in. As he watched his mother collapse, tears of rage and despair blurred his vision. With a hoarse cry, he bellowed, I will kill you all. I will kill you. Clenching the red sword, he charged at the cultivator. This time, he swiftly maneuvered behind the white-robed figure, swinging his sword with all his strength, yet it merely passed through without inflicting any harm. Despite this, his fury remained unbridled as he swung wildly, driven by the innocence of childhood, devoid of deceit, filled instead with the tender teachings of his father, his mother's nurturing love, and the companionship of friends. With a furious shout, Lu Changxiao summoned the last vestige of his strength to deliver a final blow. This time, he cleaved the murderer of his mother in two. In that instant, the surroundings shifted, engulfing him in a thick mist. As he witnessed his parents fading away, panic gripped Lu Changxiao and Apos, as heart. No, bring my mother back. His anguished cry shattered the stillness of the room, causing the boy on the bed to awaken, gasping for breath. His pale face was a canvas of sweat and disheveled hair. It was just a dream. Tears welled in his eyes as relief washed over him, his taut body beginning to relax. Just as he raised a hand to wipe away the tears, he felt an unexpected weight in his grasp. Turning to look, he realized he was holding the very red sword that the immortals sought. Wonderful. If I return this to them, we shall be safe. With that thought, he tore a strip of cloth from the bed and slung the heavy sword across his back, quickly descending from the bed and heading towards the secret chamber's exit. Under the moonlight, the night was rife with unrest, the sound of barking dogs echoing in the air. The old locust tree stood stoically, some of its leaves stained with a dark liquid that glistened crimson under the moon's glow. The square was littered with dismembered bodies, the air thick with the scent of blood. Beneath the old locust tree, a young man in white sat, his calm demeanor starkly contrasting the gruesome scene around him. Suddenly, several figures draped in purple descended from the sky, landing respectfully before the young man. Before they could speak, he inquired, "What news?" "Young master." The couple leapt from the cliff into the miasma below, which is saturated with deadly toxins that obstruct the absorption of spiritual energy. Given their injuries, they are unlikely to survive. The young man pondered, "I did not expect to find a foundation-building cultivator in this remote village. A pity indeed. Did we locate the sword?" "We searched the entire village, but it eludes us," one replied. "This is peculiar. It clearly fell here, yet." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the closed gate of a nearby courtyard. "Have we searched here?" His companions exchanged glances, their expressions frozen in shock. Clearly, none had thought to inspect this nearest dwelling. Just then, the creaking of a door shattered their awkward silence. All eyes turned to see a boy, around 10 years old, with tousled hair framing a flawless, youthful face. As Lu Changxiao opened the door, his gaze met that of the several figures under the locust tree. Recalling the scene from his dream where his parents were murdered, a surge of hatred mixed with fear overwhelmed him. Ignoring their stares, he stepped out, the red sword on his back, and witnessed an unforgettable sight. The once pristine square had transformed into a hellish landscape, drenched in crimson, a scene of utter devastation. Could it be that the dream was a reality? Fear surged within him, yet he plunged into the nightmarish scene, desperately searching for his parents amidst the carnage. In stark contrast to Lu Changxiao's despair, the figures beneath the old locust tree glinted with avarice as they fixated on the red sword strapped to the boy's back. "Youth master," one named Wang Ren stepped forward excitedly. "I will take care of this myself." The youth referred to as the youth master stood, twisting his neck, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Lu Changxiao paid no heed to the immortals, consumed by the urgency to find his parents among the mangled bodies, bloodied and battered. He continued his search, but fate had not been kind. His parents were nowhere to be found, their fates uncertain. Overwhelmed by the harrowing scene, he was struck by a wave of terror, collapsing against the old locust tree, paralyzed by despair. Suddenly, a gentle male voice broke through his anguish. "Who are you looking for? Speak, and let your elder brother assist you." Lu Changxiao turned at the sound, and his fury ignited anew as he recognized the murderer from his dreams, the very figure now standing before him as his parents remained missing. Rage surged within him, obliterating his fear as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching white-robed youth. The youth, Yi Fan, was taken aback by the intense hostility emanating from the small boy. This child possesses an unusual depth of murderous intent for one so young. He cannot be allowed to live. As the white-robed youth drew closer, Lu Changxiao sprang into action, swiftly unsheathing the red sword and swinging it towards the youth's waist. "Return my parents." Lu Changxiao's sudden assault caught the youth off guard, narrowly evading the strike as the blade sliced through his clothing. Seeing his attack miss, Lu Changxiao clumsily adjusted his stance and aimed once more. "Your parents, I presume, are the couple who threw themselves off the cliff? It seems you bear a striking resemblance." At those words, Lu Changxiao's fury intensified, and he charged forward again, sword raised. The cultivator did not evade, but instead conjured a short sword to deflect the incoming strike. Yufan had not anticipated such a ferocious attack targeting his vital points. Clearly, the boy sought to kill him. "I had intended to preserve you for memory retrieval and training at the sect, but if you wish to take my life, then I shall not show mercy." The clash of their swords rang out, a resounding crash echoing through the air. Lu Changxiao felt a jolt of invisible force travel back through the red sword, causing his hands to tremble. In an instant, Yi Fan unleashed a powerful palm strike, the translucent purple energy crashing into Lu Changxiao's chest. The boy's small frame was propelled backward, colliding violently with the flower bed beneath the old locust tree. Dust and debris erupted around him as he tasted blood in his throat, a crimson spray staining the red sword's hilt. Pain radiated from his chest, spreading through his entire body, yet his eyes remained fixed in defiance upon the cultivator. Why? My meridians. Blocked. In that moment of impending doom, Lu Changxiao cursed himself for being unable to become a cultivator like his brother, cursing the injustice of fate. If only he had the power of a cultivator, he could save his parents and the villagers of Lu Yuan. I am so unwilling. His consciousness began to fade, his eyes, once wide with resolve, slowly closed, surrendering to the darkness. Unbeknownst to the gathered crowd, as Lu Changxiao's eyes fell shut, a crimson hue from the sword seeped into his brow. Wang Ran and the others closed in around him. After a thorough examination and confirming the absence of any vital signs, Lu Changxiao finally picked up the crimson sword from his hand and approached his young master. Young master, the sword. Do not forget to deliver a final strike. Understood. Yi Fan took the crimson sword from Wang Ran's grasp, his face alight with excitement as he caressed the icy blade. In his dazed state, Lu Changxiao heard his mother's voice calling for him. Xiao Xiao. Upon opening his eyes, he saw his mother enveloped in a beam of light, gazing at him with a loving smile. Mother, is that you? Lu Changxiao cautiously called out, fearing that everything he had experienced was merely a dream, and that upon waking, he would never see his mother again. As he leaned closer, just as he was about to reach her, the figure of his mother abruptly vanished, and the beam of light rapidly shrank, returning to darkness in an instant. Mother! Lu Changxiao cried out in utter despair, collapsing to the ground, his tears falling like pearls from a ship. Amidst his sorrow, a wisp of white mist began to emerge, gradually replacing the darkness. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Following that, a magnificent figure began to wander through the mist. Lu Changxiao lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes peering into the fog. The mist parted for several miles around him, revealing a colossal azure dragon. He recognized it. This azure dragon was indeed the one that had broken free from its shackles in his dreams. The dragon simply stared at him, making no move. Who are you? Lu Changxiao trembled with fear. Suddenly, the dragon charged at him without warning, its 100-foot-long form colliding with his forehead, causing his consciousness to shatter. Young master. Shall we proceed to Yanchenzong? Why not? You and you is a rare beauty. This journey is to secure a marriage alliance, laying the foundation for our North Xian Sect's entry into the Western Tiger Kingdom's cultivation realm. As Yu Fan spoke the name Yuan Yu, his eyes glimmered with greed, and he lewdly licked his lips. Beneath the old locust tree, a cultivator stood before the motionless Lu Changxiao, slowly raising his hand to strike down. Just as the hand was about to make contact, an azure light erupted from Lu Changxiao's abdomen, forming a protective shield around him at an astonishing speed. Chapter 5. The Dragon People Bang. A palm struck the luminous shield. The purple-robed cultivator was sent flying by the rebound of the attack, landing in a heap of corpses, extinguishing his life. Yi Fan and the other cultivators, lost in their fantasies, were startled by the sudden noise and turned to look. They beheld the lifeless youth being lifted by a cerulean orb, its azure light continuously emanating, mending Lu Changxiao's shattered organs. What is this? One cultivator, with shallow cultivation, was forced to retreat repeatedly by the aura radiating from the blue light, while others fared similarly. Only Yi Fan and Wang Ran remained horrified, vigilantly observing the cerulean orb, feeling a sense of impending danger and trepidation. However, the next scene transcended their comprehension. Two horns sprouted from the youth and Appo's head, rising like bamboo shoots after rain. His originally dark hair gradually transformed into a brilliant blue, swirling wildly in the wind. The pristine countenance was rapidly adorned with a layer of azure scales along the sides of his face, forehead, neck, and hands. His fingers morphed into dragon claws, and his shoes disintegrated with a sharp sound, revealing sharp dragon talons beneath. A long azure tail sprouted from behind him. The once unremarkable youth's cultivation suddenly surged, ascending through the ranks of chi refining, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer in an instant. With a clap, he broke through to the early foundation establishment stage, showing no signs of stopping until he attained the great perfection of the early foundation establishment realm. Yi Fan stared in disbelief at the now dragon youth. Still struggling to accept the reality, he has transformed into a dragon. How is that possible? At this moment, Wang Ran, disregarding status, gazed in astonishment at the child within the orb, on the verge of becoming a dragon person. No, he is not merely transformed into a dragon. He is a dragon person. Witnessing the entire metamorphosis, Wang Ran could assert that no one in the realm of cultivation could remain unshaken or unaffected by this spectacle. The dragon people had long been believed extinct for 100,000 years. Yi Fan found it inconceivable. The dragon people, as recorded in the River of Time, were recognized as prodigies in the cultivation world, possessing immense strength. Unfortunately, despite their formidable innate talents, procreation was exceedingly challenging. If he were to capture one and forge a soul contract, with the dragon people's powerful cultivation aptitude and his continuous provision of resources, could he not dominate the cultivation world in a century? At that time, not only would the likes of you and you be within his grasp, but even the esteemed daughters of sex would be as good as his to command. As he contemplated the future, Yi Fan's desires swelled boundlessly. His gaze fixed on the transforming Lu Changxiao. Urgently, he turned to Wang Ran, commanding, "Quickly, seize him. Young master, the dragon person is dangerous. We should." Wang Ran attempted to counsel Yi Fan to retreat, but was cut off mid-sentence. "Spare me your words. Whoever can capture this dragon person will be appointed as an outer elder of the sect." Outer elder. The previously hesitant group of cultivators, upon hearing the promise of such a position from their young master, felt their trepidation swiftly dissipate. All were at the early foundation establishment stage, with two at the mid-stage. Could they not subdue this fledgling in foundation establishment? Wang Ran believed in this promise wholeheartedly. After all, Yi Fan was the grandson of the Grand Elder and the son of the sect master, who had nurtured him as his heir over the years. The position of an outer elder was well within reach. A dozen cultivators surged forward, leaping towards the cerulean orb from all directions, their intentions resolute. Just as they were about to touch the orb, a powerful aura erupted from within, expanding violently. Boom. The orb exploded, and those caught unaware were hurled back, crashing to the ground in disarray. Only Yi Fan, with eyes ablaze, and Wang Ran, frowning in observation, remained unscathed. The group quickly sat cross-legged to stabilize their chaotic energies before rising once more to gaze at the location of the orb. In midair before the ancient locust tree floated the dragon person, exuding a breathtaking cerulean glow. After 100,000 years, he had finally emerged, a sight to behold indeed. A deep, magnetically resonant voice, infused with excitement, echoed like a summer cicada. "Seize him for me," with Yi Fan's urgent command. The cultivators drew forth their magical weapons and charged at the dragon person. Lu Changxiao, now transformed, merely observed the unfolding events with quiet composure. As the cultivators surrounded him, he gently closed his eyes. Purple cloud palm. One cultivator launched the first attack. Purple sword technique. The others, unwilling to lag behind, unleashed their ultimate moves in unison towards the center where the dragon person stood. As their powerful assault approached within 6 feet of him, the dragon person's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. He unleashed a thunderous dragon roar, sending the cultivators reeling, unable to retract their attacks in time. Several crimson arcs traced the moonlit sky, while the ancient locust tree was disturbed, shedding dozens of leaves that drifted down. The dragon person, having replaced the previous form, offered no chance for the cultivators. With blinding speed, he charged toward the retreating cultivators. In that moment, he darted like a specter among them. Each time his sharp claws rose and fell, a cultivator would lose their life, their throats slashed open. In mere moments, 4 or 5 fell, and the remaining cultivators, whether attempting to defend themselves or flee, could not escape the fate of having their throats torn apart by the dragon person's lethal claws. Shortly after, another 4 or 5 succumbed beneath the onslaught. The remaining 9 cultivators, stripped of their fighting spirit, scattered in all directions, crying out for help. "Young master, save us." Yi Fan and Wang Ran, who had previously exuded confidence, now changed expressions. These were over a dozen early foundation establishment cultivators, capable of establishing their own sect in a resource-poor place like the West Tiger Kingdom. Yet now, they were repelled by a single dragon roar. As powerless as ordinary folk facing a predator, Yi Fan, rather than grieving or raging over the loss of his subordinates, felt exhilarated, fixated on the dragon person. Such strength only solidified his resolve to capture him alive. With a cry of despair signaling yet another loss, Yi Fan hastily commanded Wang Ran. "Wang Ran, you go capture him. Upon our return to the sect, I will grant you 2 golden spirit pills and 3 foundation solidification pills." "Yes, young master," Wang Ran replied promptly. Then swiftly unleashed the purple cloud palm towards the pursuing dragon person, fearing Yi Fan might change his mind. Those were 2 golden spirit pills and 3 foundation solidification pills. Precious commodities in the black market, where they were priceless. Now that he had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, acquiring the golden spirit pills would bring him closer to forming his core. As for the position of outer elder, once he broke through to core formation, it would be easily within his grasp. Across the expansive plaza, the dragon person pursued the stumbling cultivators, each step splattering thick droplets of blood. Just as the dragon person leaped to end the life of the fleeing cultivator ahead, he caught a glimpse of a rapidly approaching purple light from the corner of his eye. Instantly abandoning his current target, he pivoted, crossing his arms to shield his chest against the incoming purple cloud palm. He was pushed back 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing himself, casting a disdainful glance at the elder before him. Had it not been for the young master's frail form, rendering my divine strength but a fraction of its potential. With you mere ants, I could slay as many as I desired. A mere child in early foundation establishment, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Once I capture you, you shall see what I am capable of. With that, Wang Ran conjured a sword from thin air and charged at Lu Changxiao. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the dragon man bellowed, "Sword, come forth." As the command resonated, the crimson sword in Yi Fan's grasp trembled violently, as if summoned by an unseen force. Despite Yi Fan exerting all his strength, the sword slipped from his fingers, Just as Wang Ran was about to strike the Dragon Man, the Crimson Sword soared to Lu Changxiao's side, intercepting the impending blow. Wang Ran adeptly utilized the force of the collision to execute a graceful landing. The Dragon Man caught the Crimson Sword, lightly caressing its blade. Astonished at the prospect of fighting side by side once more, seizing the opportunity while the Dragon Man was distracted, Wang Ran swiftly unleashed the purple cloud palm and leapt forward to attack. The Dragon Man turned, calmly regarding the oncoming purple palm and the soaring Wang Ran. A smirk gracing his lips, he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, sending forth a crescent arc of crimson light that met the purple palm head-on. The Dragon Man ascended into the air, delivering a flurry of sword strikes towards the advancing Wang Ran. A series of sword lights surged towards her face before he ceased his assault. The sword lights effortlessly dispersed, yet their momentum continued, hurtling towards Yi Fan, who was spectating from a distance. With no time to halt the attack, Yi Fan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the sword lights. The jade-like ornament at his waist fell unnoticed into the chaos of scattered bodies. Stumbling upon landing, Yi Fan, filled with indignation, shouted at the few individuals hiding in the alley, behind the houses, and the locust trees. If you continue to hide, you shall never return to the sect. Come at me together. I shall extinguish his arrogant spirit today. Upon hearing this, the others were instantly filled with trepidation. One by one, they emerged from their hiding places, clutching their mediocre treasures, and approached Yi Fan. In stark contrast to their peculiar predicament, the Dragon Man and Wang Ran engaged in a fierce exchange. Both sides poised in confrontation. Kid, I concede you possess some talent, but against me, your odds are slim. You might as well accept your role as the young master's spirit beast. Disregarding the elder's ominous warning, the Dragon Man prepared to retaliate when, suddenly, a wave of disorientation and pain washed over him. His connection with Lu Changxiao wavered, hinting at a potential detachment. The dragon-like features flickered in and out of existence. This is bad. The young master has awakened. Chapter 6. Gu Haixing in a state of confusion, Lu Changxiao opened his eyes. He found himself in an enormous chamber. Am I not already dead? As he rose, he scanned his limbs, touching his chest. He vividly recalled being struck by a white-robed cultivator. How had that excruciating pain vanished? Suddenly, he remembered his parents were still missing. He momentarily chose to disregard the reason for his survival. The pressing concern now was to escape this place and locate his parents. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Changxiao was astonished by the vastness of the room. The dimension stretched over 1,000 feet in every direction, with ceilings soaring beyond 100 feet. Towering pillars encircled him, adorned with intricate dragon carvings that seemed alive. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find these dragon sculptures bore a striking resemblance to the azure dragon he had seen in the mist. Could it be that I am not dead, but ensnared within my own dream? A ludicrous thought surged within him. Yet, he had never encountered this grand edifice in the dreamscape. As he continued to observe, he noticed a wide door ahead, ajar, splendid. Without a moment's hesitation regarding the potential dangers outside, Lu Changxiao hurriedly made his way towards the entrance. This distance was trivial for someone accustomed to the wilderness. Moreover, he had trained under the guidance of Elder Chun, mastering a regimen that fortified his physique. He was in peak condition. Within half an hour, a kilometer away seemed within reach, and joy spread across his face. He effortlessly leaped over 9 steps, rushing towards the door. Just as he was about to step through, he collided with an invisible barrier. Thud! Ouch! My head! Lu Changxiao fell to the ground, the unexpected impact causing him considerable pain. Rising to his feet, he gently rubbed his forehead and backside, then cautiously stepped forward, extending his hand to touch the unseen barrier. Without hesitation, he began to strike the obstruction forcefully. The hall echoed with the sounds of his impacts. Not good, the young master has awakened. A sudden alarm surged through those present. To ensure complete control of the body, they had sealed the young master. So how could he awaken? His cultivation, once at the foundational stage, had plummeted to the 7th level of qi refinement, and it showed no signs of abating. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and his companions sensed the dragon person's cultivation rapidly declining, plummeting from the foundational stage to the 2nd level of qi refinement. What are you waiting for? Seize him now. Upon hearing this, several cultivators understood the opportunity had arrived and rushed to Wang Ran's side. Without Wang Ran's permission, they dared not act recklessly. Wang Ran, being the most powerful and eldest among them, had just fought fiercely against the dragon person alone. Now that the odds were in their favor, their appearance seemed like an attempt to claim credit. Act quickly. Yi Fan shouted in frustration as he watched them hesitate while the dragon person had already dropped to the 1st level of qi refinement, half kneeling, supported by a red sword. One hand clutching his head, the turmoil within him was slowly tearing his soul from the young master's body. Capture him, Wang Ran calmly commanded. Despite not fully understanding the dragon person's predicament, he felt compelled to let a few eager young cultivators test the waters. Granted permission, they cautiously approached the dragon. Suppressing their discomfort, the dragon person lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he stared at them. In an instant, they were struck with fear by his menacing eyes. Halting a mere 10 feet away, readying their defensive stances. Move aside, you worthless fools. Yi Fan stormed forward in anger. Behave as my spiritual pet. And I promise you a decade to reach the core formation stage, and 50 years to attain the infant stage. What do you say? Upon hearing this, envy filled the eyes of Wang Ran and the other cultivators, especially Wang Ran, who, at 163 years old, had struggled tirelessly to achieve the pinnacle of the foundational stage. The prospect of the young master promising to use sect resources to cultivate a powerful being was tempting indeed. He yearned to declare, I could also be a spiritual pet, ensuring compliance. It was clear from the glimmer in the eyes of the other cultivators that they shared similar thoughts. You are unworthy, the dragon person retorted, struggling to maintain his composure. Suddenly, he felt his soul separating from the young master's body. His dragon horns, scales, and claws flickered in and out of visibility, as if they might vanish at any moment. Observing the now powerless dragon person, Yi Fan remarked with a hint of mockery, I intended to be gentler. But it seems that approach is futile. In the mysterious hall, Lu Changxiao's heart sank as fear began to seep in. A mixture of indignation, sorrow, and dread overwhelmed him. With a fierce roar, the dragon person staggered back a few steps, his gaze resolutely fixed on the invisible barrier, and charged forward. As he collided with the barrier, a crimson light burst forth from his forehead, rapidly expanding to envelop and protect him. The barrier shattered. The dragon person was propelled outward, collapsing before the door, unconscious. At that moment, the dragon that had controlled Lu Changxiao lost its grip, and he returned to his original form. Young master, the dragon person murmured. Unable to complete his thought, his gaze fell upon the smug expression of the white-robed cultivator, and with a sense of defeat, he slumped to the ground, losing consciousness. The one most elated by this scene was none other than the ambitious Yi Fan. He laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Bind him and return to the sect. Yi Fan bent down to pick up the red sword, surprised to discover the dragon person could wield it. This was fortuitous, in 100 years. Once the dragon person reached the infant stage, coupled with the sword's power, who could rival him at the same level? Young master, Yi Fan reassured him. Do not worry, you will receive your due rewards. You have contributed the most this time. He then turned to the other cultivators who had secured Lu Changxiao, saying, As for you, each of you shall receive a foundation establishment pill upon our return. Thank you, young master, they replied gratefully. Although the foundation establishment pill held little value for them, it could fetch a high price among those aspiring to enter the foundational stage, allowing them to acquire necessary resources. Take him to Yution's sect. Yes. One of the cultivators returned, crouching to lift Lu Changxiao, just as his hand was about to touch him. A golden light shot from the horizon, striking the cultivator's hand and forcing him back. Enemy attack. Another golden beam struck Lu Changxiao. Unlike the previous powerful strike, this beam was gentle, enveloping Lu Changxiao and swiftly lifting him upward. Moments later, he was cradled in hands that resembled green onions. Yi Fan, about to depart, turned back upon hearing the commotion, only to find the dragon person had vanished. Who dares to steal from this young master? Above us, young master. Yi Fan, filled with fury, followed the direction indicated by the retreating cultivator's finger and looked up to see a man clad in a gray and white robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his hair entirely white. Young master, this individual possesses unfathomable strength. We must proceed with caution, Wang Ran whispered in Yi Fan's ear. The newcomer had approached silently, evading detection even by someone at the pinnacle of the foundational stage. Had it not been for the concealed treasures, he might have been at the core formation stage, or perhaps even beyond it, to the infant stage. Realizing this, Wang Ran dared not entertain further thoughts. If that were true, even if they lost their treasures, they would face inevitable doom. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, Yi Fan's expression changed dramatically. Even Wang Ran was unaware of the opponent's realm. He dared not offend them, stating, I am uncertain as to which esteemed elder has arrived. I beg your pardon for my ignorance. The response from the individual was devoid of any emotion. A tremor coursed through Yi Fan's heart, and a fleeting hint of panic crossed his eyes. He quickly replied earnestly, Esteemed elder, you may not be aware, but I merely sought to rest here for the night. Unfortunately, this group of ignorant villagers, upon seeing my wealth, conspired to harm me for it. In self-defense, I was left with no choice but to. Before Yi Fan could finish, the man's indifferent voice, tinged with perhaps anger, interjected, I have passed through this village several times. Why have I remained unharmed? Yi Fan's anger flared. When had he ever been so subservient as to explain himself? With the arrogance of a young master, he began to assert himself. Do not overstep your bounds. Do you know who I am? Listen well, I am the young master of the Beixian divine sect, and my father is Yu Xian. Should you be wise? My spirit companion may depart, and I shall treat this as if nothing has occurred. Otherwise, my father has quite the temper. With that, Yi Fan smiled with pride, eager to see if the newcomer had the audacity to offend him. Upon hearing the young master proclaim his sect, the previously intimidated cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. As for Wang Ran, observing the young master act on impulse, he could only shake his head in despondence, sensing that today might lead to dire consequences. In response to Yi Fan and Appo's words, the man showed no fear. Instead, he chuckled and asked, Oh, is that so? Then do you know who I am? I care not who you are. My father is Yi Xian, Yi Fan retorted, convinced that the young man before him would not dare offend the Beishan divine sect. Gu Haisheng, amused yet irritated, replied, "Listen well, I am Gu Haisheng of the Shunhuang sect." Chapter 7. Apprenticeship. Listen closely, the Shunhuang sect, Gu Haisheng. Gu Haisheng. Gu Haisheng, it is indeed him. Repeating the name a few times, Wang Ran suddenly recalled something, and his heart sank in terror. His countenance paled. "I care not for your lineage. My father is Yi Xian. I must inform you." Wang Ran hastily interrupted Yi Fan. Respectfully bowing to Gu Haisheng, Junior Wang Ran greets Senior Gu. "My young master is immature and foolish. I hope Senior Gu can overlook this transgression and spare him this once. Upon returning to the sect, I shall report this matter to the sect master and seek forgiveness." He was genuinely afraid that Yi Fan might offend someone they could not afford to antagonize. Even the sect master would treat this person with utmost reverence. "Leave quickly. I shall personally inquire how Yi Xian has raised his offspring." Seeing Wang Ran nearly bowing in supplication, Yi Fan, no matter how naive, understood that the situation could not be resolved merely by revealing his identity. Gazing at the unconscious Lu Changshao in Gu Haisheng's arms, he hesitantly asked, "Is there truly no way out?" "That is a member of the Dragon Clan." Sensing the young master's unwillingness to accept defeat, Wang Ran decisively cut off his hopes. "Young master, we must depart. Although the Shunhuang sect is renowned alongside our Beishan sect, its foundation is profound. The person before us is the peak master of the moon-watching peak of the Shunhuang sect, his power on par with the sect master. Moreover, he is an alchemist. We must go." Upon hearing the term alchemist, Yi Fan's hopes were utterly dashed. Just as he was preparing to take flight, a crimson light burst forth from Lu Changshao's brow and embedded itself in the hilt of Yi Fan's red sword. The sword, as if animated, broke free from Yi Fan's grasp and flew straight toward Lu Changshao. It vanished into his brow, transforming into a flickering crimson sword mark that disappeared without a trace. Yi Fan attempted to intervene, but upon meeting Gu Haisheng's cold gaze, he relinquished his efforts and departed. The other cultivators hastily followed suit. Junior takes his leave. Only Wang Ran exchanged a brief greeting with Gu Haisheng before pursuing them. As the figures faded from view, Gu Haisheng withdrew his gaze, his expression complex as he focused on the unconscious child in his arms. A gentle breeze stirred. The sun rose. The old locust tree swayed gracefully in the wind, its leaves vibrant and green after the morning dew's cleansing. The square, restored to its former glory, no longer resembled the hellscape of the previous night. In a room neither large nor small, a man of exceptional demeanor sat at a table, engrossed in a book. On the bed, Lu Changshao slightly opened his eyes. His voice weak. "Where am I?" "Awake. Are we?" Lu Changshao instinctively replied, suddenly sensing something amiss. Hadn't he been struck down last night? His soul trapped within a mysterious palace? After shattering the palace's barrier, he seemed to have lost consciousness. Realizing the strangeness of the situation, Lu Changshao jolted upright, warily observing the white-haired man seated at the table. Beneath his calm exterior, panic and fear had long since settled in. Anyone would feel this way in the presence of a stranger. Summoning his courage, Lu Changshao stammered, "Why you? Who are you?" Gu Haisheng caught a glimpse of the fearful expression on Lu Changshao's youthful face, his attempt to feign composure amusing him. He decided to tease him. "Who do you think I am?" Hearing the man and Appo's unperturbed response, Lu Changshao and Appo's anxiety escalated. His eyes darted. He pretended, "I understand now. Uncle. You are my savior." As he spoke, Lu Changshao stepped off the bed, feigning nonchalance as he approached the unfamiliar man in his room. He had already realized he was in his own room. Though uncertain if this uncle had saved him, he was certain of ill intentions. Otherwise, how could he have known his whereabouts? "Uncle, thank you for saving me. Such a kindness is beyond words." While engaging in conversation with the white-haired man, Lu Changshao subtly shifted his steps closer to the open door. As he neared the threshold, he saw no reason to continue the charade. After all, survival was paramount. Without finishing his sentence, he swiftly turned and bolted through the door. Rounding the corridor, he spotted the courtyard gate, his eyes sparkling as his pace quickened. With each stride, he finally escaped his home. Upon landing, Lu Changshao panted, his gaze sweeping over the square. It remained as tidy as he remembered, the old locust tree swaying in the breeze. As if the previous night's events had been a mere illusion, everything appeared as it once had, yet he wondered why he could not find Eru and Doting. As he continued to scan, a mound of earth resembling a small hill suddenly caught his eye. A dreadful suspicion began to take root in his heart. "Eru, Doting, come out, do not scare me." He called out several times, but the familiar voices he once knew remained silent, tightening his heart with dread. "Father, mother." Just as Lu Changshao prepared to return home in search of his parents, a melodious male voice reached his ears. Gu Haisheng stepped out of the courtyard, softly addressing Lu Changshao, who was about to turn back. "There is no need to search. Everyone from your village is here. As for your father and mother, they are neither in the house nor inside." Upon hearing this, Lu Changshao was unwilling to accept the grim reality, memories flooding back. Eru, perpetually with a runny nose, Doting, whose pants were always too short, the amiable blacksmith Uncle Zhang, and, unbeknownst to him, his eyes reddened, and tears began to fall. I refuse to believe it. This is all a lie, isn't it? Lu Changxiao stood frozen, heartbroken, his voice trembling as he raged, gradually losing strength. Tears fell heavily to the ground. Do you not already possess the answer in your heart? Indeed, he had experienced everything last night. Yet why did it not hurt then as it did now? All of this was because of him. Why had he not heeded his mother's warning to return home before nightfall? Why had he not stepped forward at the first opportunity? Had he emerged sooner, Eru and the others would not have perished. His parents would not be missing, as Lu Changxiao wept. Blaming himself for the demise of his entire village, Gu Haixing furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with pity and guilt. A tragic fate awaited him. At merely 10 years old, he had lost all his nearest and dearest. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Struggling to comprehend why old Qin had prevented him from saving them. Was it truly for the sake of... He pondered whether this course of action was right or wrong. Gu Haixing gazed skyward. Beixian divine sect. Can you withstand this karmic retribution a century hence? What of immortals? They were but illusions. Immortals. Immortals. They were the ones who slaughtered everyone. I shall take revenge and slay them all. Lu Changxiao now understood that these so-called immortals were merely demons driven by greed, willing to annihilate a village for a mere broken sword. He yearned for vengeance. To eradicate all malevolent immortals. Wiping away his tears, he stood resolutely before the grave mound beneath the old locust tree, declaring with righteous fury, I, Lu Changxiao, vow to the heavens that one day I shall eradicate all wicked immortals to avenge you. Should I falter in this oath, may heaven and earth punish me. You truly wish for revenge. I can hardly contain my desire to slay them this very moment. Yet, as a mere mortal, you may turn to dust before even embarking on your path of vengeance. Do you know who your enemies are? Their identities, their affiliations, their powers? You are utterly ignorant. Yet you dare to speak so boldly, foolishly dreaming of revenge. Faced with the white-haired elder's inquiries, Lu Changxiao found himself momentarily at a loss, despair washing over him. Indeed. He knew nothing of their backgrounds. Where could he seek vengeance? Old Qin had mentioned that once one embarked on the path of cultivation, their lifespan would extend. Even the most basic cultivator living for a century. Yet, he was crippled, his meridians blocked, his spirit depleted, devoid of any connections to the immortal realm. To live 100 years was already a limit. In such a vast world, where could he go to seek revenge? Immortal? Indeed. He could seek an immortal to aid in restoring his so-called primordial spirit. With this thought, Lu Changxiao immediately turned and knelt before the unfamiliar elder, while bowing his head. He pleaded with a quivering voice, Uncle, I implore you to take me as your disciple. I yearn to cultivate immortality and eradicate them. By acknowledging me as your master and entering my fold, I shall impart my techniques to you, allowing you to embark on the path of cultivation. Gu Haixing cast a compassionate glance at the steadfast youth before him. However, I have one condition. Upon hearing the elder's consent for him to become a disciple, Lu Changxiao's face illuminated with excitement. He hastily replied, any condition is acceptable, even if it costs my life, as long as it permits me to cultivate immortality. I will do whatever it takes. My condition is quite simple. Should you ever lose in battle and others inquire about your master, do not disclose that you are my disciple. I understand, master. I shall not mention you if I suffer defeat. Lu Changxiao assented, without having completed the ritual of respect. Gu Haixing interjected, I cannot accept you as my disciple yet. At this, Lu Changxiao performed his first bow, saying, this first bow is to express my village's gratitude for your selfless sacrifice. He then executed a second bow. This second bow is to thank you for saving my life. Finally, he bowed a third time. This bow is to express gratitude for accepting me as your disciple. Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Gu Haixing said, his eyes softening with affection as he assisted Lu Changxiao to his feet. Wiping his tears, Lu Changxiao looked anxiously at his newly appointed master. Master, my meridians are blocked. As he spoke, he lowered his head, feeling the depletion of his primordial spirit. Do not worry, I will resolve it. Go home, gather your belongings, and prepare to leave. We shall return to the sect in an hour. Master you. Noticing Lu Changxiao hesitating to voice his question, Gu Haixing anticipated his curiosity. You wish to know if I am aware of the identity of the cultivators who slaughtered your village? Lu Changxiao sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat anxious to ask so soon after becoming a disciple. I will inform you when you possess the ability to protect yourself. Gu Haixing conjured a piece of jade ornament from thin air and handed it to Lu Changxiao. This is for you, left behind by those cultivators. Lu Changxiao accepted the circular jade ornament, one side adorned with a design resembling both a dragon and a serpent, while the other bore an inscription he could not comprehend. Chapter 8. The Great Fortune, Ascending to the Heavens. Chapter 8. The Teleportation Array. Changxiao, are you ready? We are about to depart. Master, I'm coming. Upon hearing his master's urging, Lu Changxiao paused his writing, folded the letter he had just composed, and sealed it. He then picked up another letter from the table and placed both beneath his pillow. He hoped that when his brother returned, he would visit the Divine Wilderness sect to find him. Having completed these tasks, Lu Changxiao stepped outside, casting a final lingering glance at his room before reluctantly closing the door behind him. In the courtyard, He saw Gu Haixing tossing an unfamiliar crystal stone towards the old locust tree. With a flick of his finger, he directed a drop of blood into the crystal while reciting an incantation. The crystal erupted with a dazzling blue light, rapidly expanding to envelop his home. Merging with the old locust tree, Gu Haixing turned to Lu Changxiao and said, "With the crystal as a vessel and your blood as a guide, I have set up a barrier with the old locust as the eye of the array. From now on, unless it is a blood relative, no one shall enter your home." Disciple thanks master. Almost instantly after Gu Haixing finished his explanation, Lu Changxiao knelt down, bowing deeply to express his heartfelt gratitude. At that moment, he let go of his guard and genuinely recognized Gu Haixing as his master, silently vowing that this would be his only mentor for life, regardless of his merits or flaws. "Rise, my disciple. Now that you have entered my tutelage, it is only natural that I consider your well-being." "Yes, master." Lu Changxiao rose with a smile, then sheepishly scratched his head. "Master, I wish to see the cliff of desolation." "Very well." Gu Haixing, understanding his disciple's longing, felt fortunate to have such a devoted student. As Lu Changxiao prepared to turn away, Gu Haixing grasped his hand, confused by this gesture. Lu Changxiao looked up just in time to see Gu Haixing wave his long sleeve. Suddenly, the ground vanished beneath Lu Changxiao's feet, and darkness enveloped him. He instinctively closed his eyes. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, yet he felt no chill. Clutching Gu Haixing's sleeve tightly, he braced himself. After a few breaths, Gu Haixing's gentle voice broke through, "We have arrived." As Lu Changxiao opened his eyes, he was met with an endless sea of verdant miasma. His heart raced with astonishment. Was this the realm of immortals, capable of traversing 2 miles with but a thought? If Gu Haixing could hear his inner musings, he would likely chuckle at his navet, for traversing 2 miles with a mere thought hardly constituted immortality. They stood at the highest point of the miasma sea, the only path connecting to the mountains behind them, curving like a crescent moon as it extended forward. At this moment, they stood upon the precipice. Lu Changxiao released his grip on Gu Haixing's sleeve and took a few steps forward, kneeling before a stone tablet. The tablet bore the inscription Compassion, with the names Father Luya and Mother Jean Tong carved on either side. This gravestone had been erected by Lu Changxiao after he moved here to carve it himself. He had inquired with his master about the possibility of survival after falling from the cliff of desolation. Gu Haixing had informed him that for cultivators, the chances of survival were slim, while for ordinary mortals, death was certain. Gazing at the gravestone, sorrow quietly crept into his heart, moistening his eyes. "Father, Mother, I have found a caring master. I am leaving to cultivate with him at the sect. Do not worry, Master assured me he would improve my constitution, and one day, I too shall become an immortal like my brother. I will train diligently, and when I become an immortal, I will return to repent before you with my brother's head." Tears streamed down his cheeks as his voice trembled. Unlike Lu Changxiao, Gu Haixing pondered thoughtfully, gazing into the boundless green sea of miasma. After expressing his feelings, Lu Changxiao bowed 9 times, wiping his tears as he stood. "Master, let us go." "Very well." Lu Changxiao led the way, while Gu Haixing followed a step behind. Lu Changxiao needed to emerge from the grief of losing his parents, a process that could not be rushed, especially for a 10-year-old child. However, what transpired next astonished even Gu Haixing, who had witnessed many wonders. Lu Changxiao's previously unsteady steps grew firm, as the suffocating aura surrounding him was replaced by a magnificent surge of purple energy. He radiated vigor, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if he was not of this world. Gu Haixing stood dazed, unaware of his own astonishment. The purple energy enveloped Lu Changxiao, signifying immense fortune. Embarking on the path of cultivation, he was destined for great opportunities, progressing at an extraordinary pace. As he walked, a conversation with his master from earlier that morning resurfaced in his mind. "Master, can immortals bring the deceased back to life?" His master had replied, "With a flick of the wrist, the living may perish, and the dead may rise." Indeed, if he devoted himself to cultivating under his master, he might resurrect his father and mother. With this thought, Lu Changxiao felt a sense of relief, as sadness and sorrow were swiftly replaced by joy and excitement. "Master, how long will it take for me to become an immortal?" After a moment of silence, Lu Changxiao called out again, "Master, Master," sensing something amiss. He turned in a panic. He could not let the master he had only just accepted abandon him without imparting any teachings. Given Gu Haixing's ability to traverse 2 miles with a thought, he felt anxious. Upon turning around, he found his master standing still, seemingly lost in thought. His intense gaze fixed upon him. Relieved that his master had not fled, he wondered at the meaning behind that fervent look. Suppressing his fear, Lu Changxiao approached. "Master, are you all right?" His sudden voice disrupted Gu Haixing's contemplation, and he coughed awkwardly. "I'm fine. Just hold on tight." "Oh, okay." Now it was Lu Changxiao's turn to be perplexed. He had approached to express concern for his master, yet he was told to hold on. Nevertheless, his hand instinctively clutched Gu Haixing's sleeve. "Ah!" A startled cry escaped him as he suddenly felt the ground drop away, his body becoming weightless, causing him to shut his eyes tightly, his expression tense. Only when the familiar sound of rushing wind returned to his ears did he realize his master was utilizing his powers, even though he had experienced this once before. He had yet to witness the scenery under such circumstances. Driven by curiosity, he slowly opened his eyes to see the mountains and flowing clouds rushing past him in reverse. Just as Lu Changxiao's gaze shifted from the retreating landscape, a towering peak loomed ahead. Realizing they were on a collision course, he shouted, "Master, quick, dodge." Gu Haixing did not alter their course. Instead, he continued flying towards the mountain. "We're going to crash." Lu Changxiao instinctively released his grip on his master's sleeve and covered his eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths passed. His body felt no impact, and the rush of wind continued to surround him. Gathering his courage, he opened his eyes and peeked through his fingers. The mountains and clouds still rushed by. Yet the imposing peak that should have been in front of him had vanished. Lowering his hands, Lu Changxiao exhaled deeply. Wait a moment. He suddenly felt something was off. Raising both hands, he looked down to see a vast expanse of mountains and rivers beneath him. Lifting his head, his clear eyes blinked in disbelief. "Master, save me. Do not shout. You won't fall. Just feel it carefully." Gu Haixing was momentarily startled by the abrupt exclamation and swiftly halted Lu Changxiao. He found himself somewhat apprehensive, realizing he should have allowed Lu more time to acclimate. Once he regained composure, Lu Changxiao attentively sensed a gentle force cradling him. Tentatively, he took a couple of steps, astonishingly finding no signs of plummeting from the dizzying height. A wave of joy washed over him, and he gleefully turned to Gu Haixing, exclaiming, "Look, master, I can fly." Aha. He reached out in an attempt to grasp the flowing clouds, but they slipped through his fingers despite his efforts. Didn't the old mansion say that immortals could pluck stars with their bare hands? Why can't I catch the clouds? He queried, perplexed. Faced with such innocent inquiries from Lu Changxiao, Gu Haixing was at a loss for words and opted for silence. "Master, why is the wind not reaching us? What kind of celestial technique is this? Can I learn it? Master, master." For a while, Lu Changxiao was filled with unending questions, affectionately addressing Gu Haixing, much to the latter's amusement. Although Gu Haixing did not respond, he couldn't help but smile subtly at Lu Changxiao's carefree demeanor. In the distance, a few stars twinkled against the backdrop of a sky gradually tinted with hues of red and orange. 2 dark figures sped forward, parting the billowing clouds. "Master, how long until we reach the Divine Wilderness Sect?" Lu Changxiao inquired. "The Divine Wilderness Sect is a staggering 10 million miles away. At our current pace, it will take at least 3 months to arrive," Gu Haixing replied. 10 million miles. Lu Changxiao exclaimed, feigning regret. "Can I not go after all? You little rascal." "It's too late to have second thoughts now," Gu Haixing retorted. "Not far ahead lies the Tianyuan sect, which possesses a teleportation array that can transport us millions of miles in under an hour." Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao urged, "Then what are we waiting for, master? Let us hasten to the Tianyuan sect." Chapter 9. Though young, I command respect. Address me as your senior uncle, master. The Tianyuan sect was indeed founded by my revered granduncle. Can you truly doubt my words? This implies that there exists a significant connection between the Tianyuan sect and our Shenwang sect. After all, who would so readily permit outsiders to utilize the teleportation array? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Changxiao and his master engaged in a lively exchange. From his master, he gleaned a general understanding of the Tianyuan sect. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Why had his master traveled such a great distance to borrow the teleportation array from the Tianyuan sect? Upon arrival, Lu Changxiao gazed into the distance, astonished to see dozens of mountains suspended in midair, scattered across the sky for miles. The largest of these mountains, surrounded by others, appeared to be the main peak. Each mountain differed in appearance, yet their sizes were similar, interconnected by numerous bridges and iron chains. Below these floating mountains lay a vast expanse belonging to the Tianyuan sect, dotted with sparse buildings. Filled with curiosity, Lu Changxiao inquired of his master, "Master, what causes these mountains to float?" "There are 2 types of floating mountains," his master replied. "One is birthed by the heavens and the earth, while the other stems from artificial formations. I understand the former. The heavens and the earth are the parents of these floating mountains." "Indeed, your reasoning isn't misplaced." Gu Haixing chuckled, pondering whether taking on such a naive disciple was a loss or a gain. In an instant, the master and disciple traversed upwards and soon found themselves hovering above the main peak. Looking down, Lu Changxiao was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the main peak, which far exceeded his previous imaginings. Before a grand palace stood a vast square, with 100 steps leading down to it. On either side, towering columns, each 50 feet high and adorned with carvings of various mythical beasts, stood proudly, their tops aligning perfectly with the base of the palace. "Goodness, I had no idea the main peak was so expansive," Gu Haixing remarked, observing his stunned disciple. "Come now, we must not keep your senior brother waiting." "Oh? Senior brother isn't at the Shenwang sect?" Lu Changxiao questioned, puzzled as to how his senior brother could be present at the Tianyuan sect, located thousands of miles away. Gu Haixing offered no reply, instead focusing on guiding Lu Changxiao towards the main peak. They transformed into streaks of light and swiftly descended before the palace. To Lu Changxiao's surprise, 15 individuals stood lined up before the palace, eagerly awaiting their arrival, clearly having waited for some time. From their attire and demeanor, it was apparent that these individuals were core members of the Tianyuan sect. and Lu Changxiao hadn't anticipated such a grand reception. His gaze settled upon an elderly man at the center of the group, distinguished by his black and gold embroidered robe, white hair cascading beneath his crown, and a gray beard that lent him an air of kindness yet formidable authority. As they landed, the elder, flanked by 4 individuals, approached Gu Haisheng with utmost respect. Greeting him, "Greetings, senior uncle." "There is no need for such formalities," Gu Haisheng replied. "Thank you, senior uncle," the group responded, rising to their feet. The elder then addressed his disciples sternly. "Gauda, why are you still lingering? Come forth and pay your respects to your granduncle." The remaining 9, still youthful, stepped forward in unison, bowing deeply. "We, the disciples, pay our respects to granduncle. There is no need for such formalities, as this is our first meeting. I have no gifts to offer, save for these golden spirit pills, which will aid you in your future cultivation. Consider them a token of our meeting. I hope you all diligently practice and strive for breakthroughs to elevate our sect." As a senior uncle, Gu Haisheng was generous with his younger kin. While advising them, he produced porcelain vials containing the precious pills and distributed them among the 9. Each vial floated towards its recipient, who received them with both hands, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, granduncle," they exclaimed, visibly thrilled to receive such valuable gifts from someone they had just met. Their eager gazes remained fixed on the vials in their hands. Seeing their fascination with the small porcelain vials, Lu Changxiao couldn't help but chuckle. The sudden shift of attention towards him made him cease his laughter. After all, they had addressed him as their master, senior uncle, and granduncle, implying he had become the senior among these individuals who were merely 4 or 5 years his senior. Maintaining his image was paramount. Indeed, it was essential to uphold a dignified facade. Thus, Lu Changxiao feigned maturity, adopting the demeanor of a little adult. Only then did the others notice the child standing behind Gu Haisheng. "Forgive us for the unexpected amusement, granduncle. We should quickly put these away," the elder instructed, prompting the disciples to carefully stow the vials into their storage pouches or rings, treating them as treasures. Once the vials were secured, the elder turned to Gu Haisheng and inquired, "Might I ask who this young one is?" The child appeared to be only around 10 years old, not much older than his disciples. However, being alongside the granduncle suggested a significant background, perhaps the child of a powerful figure within the sect, brought along for training. "This is Lu Changxiao, my newly accepted closed-door disciple," Gu Haisheng introduced, stepping aside to present Lu Changxiao to the elder. "Changxiao, this is your senior brother, Fu Lingfeng." Lu Changxiao pays his respects to senior brother Fu, Lu Changxiao greeted. "Ah, little junior brother, no need for such formality. We are all family here," Fu Lingfeng replied. Though the absurdity of addressing a child several hundred years younger as a brother was not lost on him, it was worth noting that within the entire human realm, when it came to alchemy, no one dared to claim the title of first in the presence of Gu Haisheng. Being chosen as his closed-door disciple hinted at Lu Changxiao's exceptional talent. It was conceivable that he might one day become an alchemist of equal stature to his master. And at that time, regardless of age or status, surely Lu Changxiao would not hesitate to seek his assistance in concocting elixirs. "Senior brother, I have nothing of great value to offer, but if you don't mind, please accept this sword." With that, Fu Lingfeng produced a short sword of vibrant green and extended it towards Lu Changxiao. Lu Changxiao hesitated to accept it, having noticed a fleeting look of reluctance in Fu Lingfeng's eyes as he offered the blade, an indication that it held profound significance for him. Coupled with the envious glances from the 9 others, Lu Changxiao felt compelled to trust his instincts. Yet Fu Lingfeng displayed a determined demeanor, unwilling to relent until Lu Changxiao accepted the sword. In desperation, Lu Changxiao cast a pleading look towards his master, seeking assistance. "Since your senior brother is sincerely offering it to you, you should accept it. In the future, should he require your aid, be certain to lend your full support," Gu Haisheng advised. With the green sword now in hand, Lu Changxiao placed his small hand over his heart and solemnly promised, "Thank you, senior brother, for this sword. If ever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall brave any peril for you." Afterward, he glanced at Gu Haisheng with a silly grin, seemingly awaiting praise. With a resigned sigh, Gu Haisheng thought, "My foolish disciple is at it again." "Then I thank you, little junior brother," Fu Lingfeng replied, struggling to suppress a smile at Lu Changxiao's little adult act. "Tian Rue, take your little junior uncle on a tour of the Tianyuan sect." Fu Lingfeng instructed a fair-skinned youth among the 9, whose features bore a resemblance to his own. As Lu Changxiao assessed the young man, he felt a sudden flutter in his heart. With delicate willow-like brows, phoenix eyes, a graceful nose, and cherry lips, the youth seemed more akin to a young lady than a boy. "Could it be that I am attracted to boys?" Lu Changxiao thought, his face flushing with embarrassment as he lowered his gaze. Before Tian Rue could utter a word, Gu Haisheng interrupted, "Is the teleportation array prepared? We shall return to the sect tonight. The transportation array has long been debugged, yet the night has fallen. Why not rest for the night, master uncle, and return to the sect tomorrow?" Fu Lingfeng genuinely wished to keep his master uncle with him, recalling the time in his youth when his father ventured forth in search of opportunities, leaving him in the care of the Shenwang sect. It was during that time that only his master uncle was willing to take him under his wing, imparting skills and teaching him alchemy. Now, a century later, As they reunited, he yearned to express his filial piety. Seemingly sensing the melancholy in Fu Lingfeng and Appo's eyes, Gu Haisheng reluctantly explained, Master Uncle understands your sentiments, however. There is the sect's grand selection tomorrow, and as an elder, I cannot be absent. He then glanced at the obedient Lu Changshao standing nearby and continued, moreover. Your junior brother also requires assessment. Upon hearing of the sect's 5-year recruitment evaluation, Fu Lingfeng felt a sense of relief and addressed the others. Everyone may disperse. Tianruwei. You stay. Yes, sect master. With that, everyone else departed, leaving only Lu Changshao and his disciple, along with a youth who bore a striking resemblance to Fu Lingfeng. Master Uncle, please follow me. With this, Fu Lingfeng led them around the palace to the rear. Lu Changshao gazed at the cylindrical platform, which was of similar height to him, and inquired, Is this the transportation array? In response to my little master uncle, Fu Tianruwei explained, This is one of the transportation arrays of our Tianyuanzong. Although he was not the youngest present, his lineage was undeniably the most junior. Receiving confirmation, Lu Changshao felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that such a rare array would be heavily guarded. Yet, before him lay merely an ordinary stone platform, embellished with intricate carvings and inscribed with incomprehensible characters. Fu Lingfeng pointed his sword directly at the circular platform, unleashing a beam of black light that struck its center. In an instant, the ancient patterns on the platform were activated, radiating a bluish-white glow. Moments later, a column of bluish-white light surged skyward, illuminating the dusky heavens. Awestruck by this spectacle, Lu Changshao murmured to himself, Could it be that we can ascend to the heavens and pluck stars? Chapter 10. Arrival at the Divine Wilderness Sect. Master Uncle, I have a humble request that I hope you will grant, said Fu Lingfeng, bowing to Gu Haisheng. Feigning helplessness before Lu Changshao could come to his senses. Noticing that Fu Lingfeng remained kneeling, looking pitifully distressed, Gu Haisheng realized that he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he had watched him grow up. If you have something to ask, just speak freely without this pretense. Thank you, Master Uncle. Fu Lingfeng replied with a cheerful smile as he stood, his gaze fixed on Gu Haisheng. He was certain that as long as he displayed a sense of vulnerability, his uncle would comply with his request. A century had passed, yet the affection of his uncle remained unchanged. He was still always willing to grant Fu Lingfeng's wishes. Fu Lingfeng's eyes moistened as he reminisced about the moments spent with his uncle during his childhood. Meanwhile, Lu Changshao was puzzled. His nominal senior brother appeared even older than their master, and yet here he was, on the verge of tears, feeling a twinge of sympathy. He quietly produced a blue handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to Fu Lingfeng. Brother, do not cry, master will surely agree to your request. Gu Haisheng was taken aback by Lu Changshao's interjection, realizing that his previous words had not registered with him at all. Even Fu Lingfeng, who was lost in nostalgia and somewhat melancholic, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his younger junior brother would be so reliable, albeit a bit naive. Come now, speak quickly. If this continues, your younger brother may grow anxious, Fu Lingfeng urged, beckoning to Fu Tianruwei, who approached. This is my son, Fu Tianruwei. He is 14 and at the mid-stage of foundation building. Master Uncle, I implore you to take him back to the sect for assessment and initiation. Ideally, he could stay at the Medicine Peak to look after you. Ah, that sounds quite agreeable. I have already taken Lu Changshao as my closed-door disciple. It would be quite fitting for Tianruwei to join the sect and reside at the Medicine Peak, where I can mentor both of them. Upon hearing this, Fu Tianruwei trembled slightly, astonished that his father intended for him to be taught by his master uncle. Since childhood, his father had often mentioned a master uncle, and now it was evident that his master uncle shared a close bond with his father. Fu Tianruwei immediately knelt before Gu Haisheng, bowing 3 times as he proclaimed, Master Uncle, rest assured, I will diligently cultivate and never bring shame upon you. Gu Haisheng was about to urge Fu Tianruwei to rise when Lu Changshao swiftly darted forward, cheerfully lifting Fu Tianruwei up. Get up. From now on, your little master uncle will protect you. No one shall bully you. The sudden addition of a peer close to his age filled Lu Changshao with joy. Having only had his master as company had been rather monotonous, and the prospect of having his nephew accompany him back to the Divine Wilderness sect offered a splendid opportunity for friendship. Fu Tianruwei was momentarily bewildered by his little master uncle and Appo's exuberance, unsure whether to remain kneeling or to stand. He glanced at his father for guidance. Seeing the situation, Fu Lingfeng nodded in approval, his mind beginning to calculate. This little junior brother seemed to harbor a favorable disposition towards Tianruwei. If their relationship developed further, there was no doubt his junior brother would eventually come to the Tianyuan sect, thus ensuring that the sect would gain a talented alchemist. When the time came, it seemed Master Uncle would not simply watch his disciple remain alone at the Tianyuan sect. He might even relocate there, ensuring the prosperity of the sect. With his father's consent, Fu Tianruwei smiled and rose. As he gazed at his little Master Uncle, who was a head shorter than him, his fondness grew. Thank you. Little Master Uncle, I will rely on you to look after me from now on. Fu Tianruwei had already discerned that his little Master Uncle possessed no cultivation whatsoever, appearing as if he had never practiced. Nevertheless, judging by the earlier gesture of support, Fu Tianruwei felt a sense of duty to protect him. It's a small matter. From now on, whatever I have to eat, you shall have as well. No, if I have one mouthful to eat, You shall have one too. Even if I have nothing to eat, I will find something for you, ensuring you never go hungry." As he spoke, Lu Changxiao took a small step forward, standing on tiptoe to drape his arm around Fu Tianrui's shoulder, patting his chest with a grin. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his hand settled on Fu Tianrui's shoulder, Fu Tianrui's body stiffened, his face turning crimson as he averted his gaze. Lu Changxiao held a deep affection for his junior brother and felt that if the others were present, they would surely become good friends. However, his sudden wave of melancholy dimmed the brightness in his eyes, and he withdrew his hand. Lu Changxiao's unexpected despondence left Fu Tianrui perplexed. Just moments ago, they had been laughing, and now he seemed to be lost in sorrow. Perhaps he had recalled some painful memory. Fu Tianrui, unsure of how to respond, gently patted Lu Changxiao's back. "Master Uncle, I am here." Lu Changxiao quickly masked his disappointment and smiled at Fu Tianrui, his tone gentle yet warm. "Indeed, I shall treat you well from now on. It is during crucial moments that a junior brother truly shines." Hearing such words, Fu Tianrui's imagination ran wild, and his face flushed. Nearby, Fu Lingfeng noticed his son's bashful demeanor and felt a surge of anxiety. This was the rhythm of being stolen away. Regret washed over him for his previous calculations. His junior brother, at such a young age, was already so charming. He quickly cautioned Tianrui. "Once we arrive at the Divine Wilderness sect, you must heed your master uncle's arrangements and avoid causing trouble." "I understand, father." "Very well, it's getting late. We must prepare to depart." Unlike Fu Lingfeng, who was stern, Gu Haisheng always treated Fu Tianrui with tender affection. Lu Changxiao observed this with appreciation, interpreting it as a sign of kindness and love toward the younger generation. "Is there anything else you need to bring?" "Nothing more. Everything I require is in my storage ring and bag." "Then let us be on our way." With that, Gu Haisheng grasped Fu Tianrui's wrist with one hand and Lu Changxiao's shoulder with the other. In a flash, they stood before the luminous portal and stepped into the light. As Fu Lingfeng prepared to turn away, he heard Lu Changxiao's voice calling out to him. Looking back, Lu Changxiao peered out from the portal, waving. "Farewell, brother. Do not worry, I will take good care of Tianrui." With that, Lu Changxiao vanished before Fu Lingfeng could respond. Frustrated, he stomped his foot in childish exasperation. "What sort of nonsense is this? My Tianrui." The glowing column of the teleportation array gradually faded from bottom to top. Watching it disappear, Fu Lingfeng's white eyelashes could not conceal the sorrow in his eyes. He gazed up at the stars that had filled the night sky, sighed heavily, and turned to depart. Though the night may bring countless changes, it ultimately returns to tranquility. Meanwhile, at the Divine Wilderness sect, located on a floating peak surrounded by towering mountains and devoid of vegetation, a blue light descended. "Wake up, Zhang Han. Someone has arrived." A guard nudged his companion, who was still dozing. Zhang Han rubbed his eyes, instinctively murmuring, "Is it the brother coming on shift?" The teleportation array. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Han's drowsiness vanished. He stood upright, fully alert, his gaze fixed on the fading light. "I was not sleeping." As the light dissipated, three figures emerged, one tall and two small. As the light faded, Lu Changxiao was astounded by the sight before him. Countless teleportation arrays stretched as far as the eye could see, with at least 100 visible. "Wow, master, is this the Divine Wilderness sect? Why are there so many teleportation arrays?" Before Gu Haisheng could respond, Fu Tianrui quietly explained. Each of these teleportation arrays corresponds to different sects or earthly dynasties, facilitating assistance and recruitment. With so many teleportation arrays, there must be a large number of guards. Lu Changxiao remarked. This time, Fu Tianrui did not respond, for he too was unaware of the vast number of teleportation arrays at the Divine Wilderness sect. This is indeed several times more significant than the Tianyuan sect. Such importance surely warrants a formidable guard. However, upon completing a thorough inspection, apart from the towering peaks that encircle the area, it appeared that only the three of them were present. The guards were nowhere to be found. Yu Haisheng pointed towards a distant chasm. The two companions followed his gesture, discovering a massive semicircular stone platform protruding from the edge of the abyss. A long, inclined stone staircase descended from the platform, where two sentinels clad in white robes stood upright. "How perplexing," the disciple murmured, unable to fathom the situation. In contrast to Fu Tianrui, who remained composed, Lu Changxiao expressed astonishment upon realizing there were merely two guards, exclaiming in disbelief, "Just two guards?" His gaze swept across the surrounding dark cliffs, and he began to regret venturing into the Shenhuang sect. The jagged stone mountains encircling them bore no vegetation, the only aesthetic feature being the ancient patterns etched into the rock face, occasionally shimmering with a golden hue. "Where's the grand sect we were promised? This place seems utterly desolate. Let us proceed." Gu Haisheng momentarily forgot that Lu Changxiao had yet to undergo training, rendering him incapable of discerning the true nature of the two guards. The teleportation array they utilized was relatively close to the passage beneath the chasm. After disembarking from the platform, they ascended the stone steps, which numbered 99 in total. Just as they reached the summit, Lu Changxiao, panting heavily, complained, "Master, why didn't you employ a spell? We could have arrived in an instant. I'm utterly exhausted." "Fool, Master Uncle is merely conditioning your physique," Fu Tianrui replied nonchalantly, his tone laced with playful irony. "It seems Tianrui is indeed astute. As for you, it is better left unsaid. A somewhat uncertain voice then broke the silence. Master Gu. Chapter 11. The niece of the master Lu Changxiao turned upon hearing a voice, spotting a rather handsome guard who had unexpectedly approached them. Zhang Han, is that you? Gu Haixing's face lit up with a smile. Aside from his two disciples, he cherished Zhang Han the most within the sect. It's truly you, Uncle Gu. Your absence has made me miss you dearly. I've been frequenting Yaofeng, and if only Wang Teng and Wan Er knew of your whereabouts, I would have personally come to protect you. I wonder if you've gotten into trouble again and are being punished by your master to guard Wang Peak, he chuckled. Nothing escapes your keen eyes. Zhang Han, feeling slightly embarrassed under Gu Haixing's scrutiny, scratched his head. His gaze inadvertently landed on the two youngsters beside Gu Haixing. Are they your new junior brothers? Just as you surmised. Observing Gu Haixing's familiarity with Zhang Han, Lu Changxiao concluded that he must be someone favored by their master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so genial after appearing stern throughout their journey. Seizing the opportunity to build a connection, Lu Changxiao eagerly introduced himself. Hello, senior brother. I am Lu Changxiao, your Uncle Gu's newly accepted disciple. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ah, hello. I am your senior brother, Zhang Han. I will look out for you from now on. Lu Changxiao's initiative caught Zhang Han off guard. Such cunning at a young age boded well for his future. Thank you. Senior brother, please feel free to call on me if you need anything. Listening to their conversation, Gu Haixing felt a vague sense of foreboding. What he did not realize was that this encounter would lead to much future vexation. Fu Tianrui observed Lu Changxiao confidently assuring Zhang Han. His words reminiscent of the bravado often heard within Tianyuanzong, and an inexplicable discomfort welled within him. I wonder how many times you've made such promises, how shameless. Realizing he had neglected to introduce the two, Lu Changxiao quickly interjected, Zhang's senior brother, this is Fu Tianrui, who has come to join the sect. Who asked for your introduction? Fu Tianrui retorted, though his softened expression betrayed him. Zhang Han's demeanor shifted as he regarded the delicate-looking Fu Tianrui, regaining his composure. He cleared his throat and said in a measured tone, from now on, we shall be brothers. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out or visit Tianshu Peak. Fu Tianrui politely thanked him. Thank you, senior brother. How long has the disciples and Oppos enrollment ceremony been underway? Zhang Han inquired. Returning to Uncle Gu, it has been 2 hours since it began. This year's turnout has doubled compared to last, and it is expected to last another half hour. I shall take them for testing then. Very well. I will pay you a visit another day. Upon hearing Zhang Han's intention to visit, Gu Haixing said nothing and departed. With Fu Tianrui closely following. Senior brother, I must take my leave. I will come to find you when I have the time. Absolutely, you are always welcome. As they walked away, Fu Tianrui called back, believing that without his prompt, Lu Changxiao would continue to chatter endlessly. Coming. Lu Changxiao replied and hurried after him. Feeling a twinge of apprehension. Since leaving Tianyuanzong, Fu Tianrui had inexplicably morphed into a different person, exhibiting a strange possessiveness and reliance on him. Watching the trio's receding figures, another guard finally dared to approach. They were not permitted to converse freely with visitors while on duty, especially not during the sect's quinquennial enrollment ceremony. You have never been so courteous to anyone before. Is the sun rising in the west today? Have you ever seen a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator at 14? No. Could you be implying that? He dared not finish the thought. Such a prodigy at 14 would undoubtedly be regarded as a core disciple. Such individuals were to be befriended, not offended. Gazing at the increasingly radiant opening ahead, Lu Changxiao exclaimed, the exit is just ahead. I shall go first. With that, he dashed toward the exit like a wild stallion, eager to see what Shenwangzong had to offer. Surely, it had at least as many floating islands as Tianyuanzong. As he crossed the threshold into the blinding light, the experience was far from what he had envisioned. Why was the wind so fierce? Why hadn't he landed yet? Why was his heart racing uncontrollably? A sudden thought struck him. Falling. Was he plummeting off a cliff? Master, save me. In that instant, a hand grasped the collar of his robe, halting his descent and lifting him gently before unceremoniously dropping him to the ground. Ouch, that hurt. Be gentler next time, or I shall reconsider having you as my master. The fall left Lu Changxiao grimacing in pain. He deemed this master unworthy. Responding to Lu Changxiao's complaints with a nonchalant demeanor, Gu Haixing remarked, complaining to me is futile. I am not the one who saved you. Foolish child, consider this a lesson to curb your recklessness. Feeling Fu Tianrui's disapproving glare, Lu Changxiao could no longer contain himself. Despite his youth, he held a higher status. After all, he was still a master's nephew. Though saved, how could they look down upon him? Hey, how could you speak to me like that? I am your uncle. Are you not afraid I might report to your father at Tianyuanzong and have him spank you? The notion of a spanking was the most severe punishment Lu Changxiao could think of, as he had often faced such retribution from his mother for his misdeeds. Fu Tianrui clenched his fists, feigning anger. Do you believe I wouldn't spank you right now? Unbeknownst to Fu Tianrui, his demeanor had taken on a distinctly feminine quality at that moment. Lu Changxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Fu Tianrui, increasingly perceiving him as resembling a girl. Noticing Lu Changxiao's prolonged silence in response, Fu Tianrui caught his gaze, momentarily meeting his incredulous eyes. Turning away, he lowered his gaze, ashamed for having made such a trivial misstep. Stealing a glance at Lu Changxiao, who lay dazed on the ground, he suddenly understood. It was all his fault. He turned aside, ignoring Lu Changxiao. How long do you plan to lie there? Gu Haixing finally broke the awkward silence. Oh. Lu Changxiao quickly got up, internally reminding himself, your nephew is male, do not develop feelings. After standing, he gazed into the deep, expansive corridor, astonished at the mountain's thickness. For they had traversed a full 100 meters to emerge. Turning back, he fixed his gaze ahead, his pupils dilating as he beheld a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. Flocks of immortal cranes soared, countless floating islands displayed a majestic arrangement, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Master, is this truly Xin Wangzong, or is it the realm of immortals? Fu Tianrui, who had initially intended to ignore Lu Changxiao, couldn't help but laugh at his astonishment. If only it were the realm of immortals. Xin Wangzong boasts 341 peaks. You will have plenty of running to do. Gu Haixing's peculiar smile caught Lu Changxiao's attention, sending a chill down his spine and filling him with an ominous premonition. Let us proceed. First, we shall take Tianrui to attend the grand ceremony of disciple recruitment. Upon finishing his words, Gu Haixing stepped onto the iron bridge connecting the floating islands, and Fu Tianrui cast a glance at him before following suit. Hey, wait for me. On a colossal floating island belonging to the Divine Wilderness sect, a vast plaza in front of a grand palace was filled with over 10,000 people gathered together. On the high platform in front of the palace sat a group of more than 20 individuals in 2 rows. The front row consisted of 10 people, 2 women and 8 men. In the center, a man sat upright, his countenance serene. Beside him, an elderly man directed his gaze toward the 500 individuals selected below. Master, are there any promising disciples this year? Compared to the previous session, this year's selection seems slightly inferior. However, that young lad named Zhao Ziqing appears quite remarkable. At such a tender age, he has already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Given time, he is bound to progress further. Surely the master has no intention of. Does this imply that Elder Lu is keen on taking on an apprentice again? The other elders seated nearby, witnessing the mutual humility of the two, exchanged glances filled with disdain. Among them, a younger elder maintained a detached attitude, observing the proceedings with interest. Meanwhile, the second elder, positioned opposite Lu Ming, wore a dark expression. It was common knowledge that within the sect, the Grand Elder and the Master had each taken on only one disciple over the past decade. Though their words seemed amicable on the surface, profound implications lay hidden beneath their discourse. Had Zhao Ziqing possessed exceptional talent, the two would have likely competed fiercely for him, rather than engaging in light banter as they did now. Lu Ming stroked his flowing white beard and jested, Master, you jest. In my old age, while I may have the intention to take on a disciple, I lack the vigor to guide them. It would be a disservice to the younger generation. Guzong. Elder Lu, your words are misguided. I believe that with both of your guidance, Zhao Ziqing will surely soar to great heights. Chapter 12. The contest for apprenticeship. Gu Haiqian and Lu Ming turned their heads, their gazes unexpectedly landing upon Zhao Qingfeng's face. To their surprise, the usually aggressive second elder, known for seizing promising talents, was now exhibiting an unfamiliar humility. If Elder Zhao found someone admirable, why not take him under his wing and nurture him? The first elder's words were perplexing. In terms of seniority, I cannot rival you, hence the first apprentice must be yours. There is no need for such modesty between the two of you. We can deliberate on strategies after the tests conclude. As the two continued their debate, Gu Haiqian, exasperated, interjected to halt their discussion. At his words, Zhao Qifeng let out a cold snort and shifted his gaze towards Zhao Ziqing in the audience, his expression softening with satisfaction. He had sent his most gifted grandson to the Divine Wilderness sect, aiming for him to become a disciple under the sect master or perhaps under Lu Ming to foster connections, not for the two of them to engage in self-effacement. Since they are blind to his merits, he would take it upon himself to guide the young talent. Uncle Gu, this way please. Lu Changxiao and his companions, led by a disciple of the Divine Wilderness sect, navigated through the crowd and soon arrived beside a magnificent palace. Throughout their journey, Lu Changxiao had lost count of the number of times he had been astounded by the Divine Wilderness sect. Now, once again, he was mesmerized by the bustling scene before him, filled with throngs of people. Such a vast plaza would require several thousand of Lu Yuan villages' squares to compare. Fu Tianrui, the son of the Tian Yuan sect's master, was equally astonished. Although he had encountered various scenarios, nothing of this magnitude had ever graced his eyes. Lu Changxiao casually inquired, are all these people disciples of the Divine Wilderness sect? Not quite, the guiding disciple replied patiently. They are participants in the assessment. Only 1 out of 100 will pass. Those who do not succeed will either join the outer sect or return whence they came. As they traverse the short distance, Lu Changxiao adeptly employed conversational techniques, establishing a budding rapport with the disciple. Concerned, Lu Changxiao remarked to Fu Tianrui, with so many candidates and such rigorous selection, your chances appear slim. At least your conscience remains intact. I do not regret saving you. Fu Tianrui understood the sudden shift in address from Lu Changxiao. It was merely a reflection of his annoyance from the earlier incident. He muttered under his breath, had I known, I wouldn't have needed saving. What are you mumbling about? Nothing at all. The abrupt inquiry startled him, causing his words to falter. Standing nearby, Gu Haixing quietly observed this amusing exchange. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Fu Lingfeng, This venture seemed a losing proposition. "Master," a voice called out, drawing their attention. They turned to see a figure clad in a green robe, a purple gourd hanging at his waist, with a handsome face and striking features. Though the stubble around his jaw was a touch disconcerting. He approached them joyfully, repeatedly calling out for his master. In a moment of surprise, as he leaped towards them with arms outstretched like an eagle taking flight, he aimed directly for his less than fortunate master. The master, in stark contrast, was filled with trepidation, his expression seemingly pleading, "Please, do not come any closer." Gu Haixing swiftly evaded the impending embrace, appearing a distance away in the blink of an eye. The exuberant Wang Tong, seeing Gu Haixing vanish, called out in confusion. With a thud, he landed unceremoniously on the ground. Witnessing this, Lu Changxiao recognized an opportunity and promptly crouched down, extending a delicate hand to assist Wang Ting. "Are you all right, senior brother?" The unexpected touch and youthful visage momentarily stunned Wang Tong, but he quickly recovered, beaming as he grasped Lu Changxiao and Appo's hand and rose with vigor. "Thank you, young brother." "Not young brother, but junior brother. However, if you prefer senior brother, that is acceptable too." Lu Changxiao's generous demeanor left Wang Ting momentarily speechless before he turned to the flustered Gu Haixing, fearing another mishap. He nodded, signaling for the two senior brothers to converse freely. With a clear understanding, Wang Ting shifted his gaze back to his intriguing junior brother. "Do not look at master, it is infuriating. My brother's warmth is ignored by you." Wang Ting's words brought a slight twitch to Lu Changxiao's lips, the smile freezing on his face. He had only meant to foster conversation and support, but had inadvertently unearthed a monumental secret. Unsure of how to respond, Lu Changxiao awkwardly smiled and fabricated an excuse. "Master called for me. I must go." With that, he dashed away towards Gu Haixing, leaving Wang Ting standing there. As his gaze fell upon the chuckling Fu Tianrui, Wang Teng's pupils contracted sharply. Fixating intently on the handsome youth before him, he cautiously inquired, "You cannot possibly be." "I am not." Before he could finish, the youth hastily departed. Fu Tianrui was startled by the inexplicable intensity of the stranger's gaze, fearing his disguise might be uncovered, and hurried after Lu Changxiao. For reasons unknown, despite Lu Changxiao being 4 years his junior, Fu Tianrui felt inexplicably reassured by his presence. "Congratulations, Brother Wang, on gaining a junior brother," remarked the disciple leading Lu Changxiao and the others. "Much appreciated," Wang Teng replied, producing a pill and making his way toward Gu Haixing. "Thank you, Brother Wang." The disciple gratefully accepted the pill before departing. The core disciples and elders had already noticed Gu Haixing and Appo's long absence when Wang Teng called out. Upon seeing Gu Haixing's return, their expressions brightened with joy. It was not merely due to Gu Haixing's social skills, but rather because he was the Divine Wilderness sect and Appo's premier alchemist. Those in the sect at the core formation stage or higher had undoubtedly benefited from his expertise. "Elder Gu, you have returned," Lu Ming said, rising first, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions, primarily concern for Gu Haixing. Lu Changxiao discerned the paternal affection mirrored in Lu Ming's gaze, akin to the expressions his parents wore when he returned home from his travels. Observing the elderly man, with hair graying and lines etched upon his face, Gu Haixing felt a pang of nostalgia. He swiftly approached, grasping Lu Ming's gnarled hand. "I'm back, Uncle Lu. I am well." The elder had watched him grow, guiding his cultivation. Without him, neither he nor his brother would have attained their current accomplishments. To Gu Haixing, this man was both father and mentor. "Just being back is a relief. Please, sit. We are in the final stages of the apprenticeship ceremony." In contrast to Lu Ming's excitement, Gu Haixing, as the elder, remained more composed. "Lu Changxiao, Fu Tianrui, come here." Upon hearing, Lu Changxiao hurried over, passing Gu Haixing, and cheerfully greeted, "Greetings, grandfather. Greetings to all my esteemed uncles. I am Lu Changxiao, the new disciple of my master." "Very well. Should your master bully you, come to me, and I shall assist you." "Thank you, grandfather. Quite the clever one, reminiscent of your master in his youth. This one hails from the Lingfeng family and has come to join the sect." Seeing Lu Ming prepare to recount childhood tales of Lu Changxiao, Gu Haixing quickly cleared his throat to intervene. If this foolish disciple were to learn of his embarrassing moments, given Lu Changxiao's understanding of him, he dares to guarantee that by tomorrow at the latest, his embarrassing incident will undoubtedly spread throughout the entire sect. Upon hearing the name Lingfeng, both Lu Ming and Gu Haixing instinctively cast their gazes toward the handsome and refined face of Fu Tianrui, who stood behind Lu Changxiao. The resemblance was striking. It was truly remarkable. "Child, what is your name?" "Grandfather, my name is Fu Tianrui. Has your father not come?" "There are matters within the sect that cannot be separated from my father." Fu Tianrui's cultured demeanor greatly pleased Lu Ming, who promptly called for Wang Ting to conduct a test. Wang Ting approached to administer the examination. "Ah, here we go," Wang Ting said. Retrieving the colorful crystal used for testing, he placed his hand upon it, channeling a wisp of spiritual energy. Fu Tianrui followed Wang Teng's instructions, placing his hand on the crystal and releasing his own spiritual energy. As the crystal absorbed the strands of energy transmitted by Fu Tianrui, its dull colors began to bloom in a dazzling spectrum, sequentially radiating red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. The red filled instantaneously, followed by the orange, yellow, green, and cyan, until the speed slowed at the blue. All present were captivated by the resplendent crystal, halting their actions to fix their gazes upon the colorful gem in Wang Tung's hand. Gu Haixing, Lu Ming, and others exhibited expressions of unrestrained joy, their fervent gazes never straying from Fu Tianrui. One elegant elder, brimming with delight, exclaimed, "It is indeed cyan after 20 years. Our Shenhuang sect has finally produced a disciple with cyan talent." The crowd readily concurred with Ning Xian's statement, although the previous generation's most gifted disciple also possessed cyan talent. The saturation of the colors in the crystal paled in comparison to Fu Tianrui's. However, Ning Xian's next words shattered the equilibrium. "Everyone. My Tianji Peak happens to be in need of a male disciple, so Fu Tianrui ought to join Tianji Peak." Several elders immediately grasped the implication. Realizing this was a premeditated arrangement, Lu Xinyuan promptly countered, "Elder Ning, your assertion is somewhat inappropriate. My Tianquan Peak also requires a direct disciple." Upon hearing Lu Xuanyuan's rebuttal and the offer of a direct disciple position, the remaining elders and core disciples, excluding Lu Ming, were unwilling to be outdone, each clamoring to stake their claim. "I believe he is more suited for my Kaiyang Peak. None of you shall contest with me. With all due respect, I find Tianxian Peak to be a more fitting choice. Why should my Yuheng Peak not be considered?" Seeing the elders abandon their dignified demeanor in their fervent exchanges, Lu Ming interjected, "There is no need for contention. Let each of you demonstrate your sincerity, allowing young Fu to make his own choice. Look, the blue crystal has illuminated." Chapter 13a Narrow margin. Quickly, the colorful prism emanated a brilliant blue light. A terrified voice from the core disciples in the back row immediately filled several elders with ecstatic joy. Their gazes returned to Fu Tianrui and the colorful prism. Indeed, the blue facets of the prism glowed with an increasingly vivid blue light. The crowd held their breath, cautiously observing, afraid to make a sound, lest they disturb Fu Tianrui, who was deeply immersed in the test, and more so, fearful that this scene might not be real. In stark contrast to the tension surrounding him, Lu Changxiao maintained a cheerful demeanor, despite his lack of understanding regarding why this colorful stone was glowing or Fu Tianrui's innate abilities. The composed reactions of those around indicated that Fu Tianrui must possess extraordinary talent, surely capable of passing the assessment. At this moment, he sincerely felt joy for this friend he had known for less than a day. Uncertain of his own potential, he pondered whether it would align with the predictions of the various sections. Given that Shenhuang's sect was a major sect, their testing should be more accurate. Perhaps he should test himself. With this thought, Lu Changxiao resolved to ascertain his own aptitude. As the blue light within the blue facet of the prism gradually intensified, a few strands of purple light unexpectedly emerged from the previously dull purple section of the colorful prism. However, compared to the other facets, this was quite insignificant. Unless one looked closely, it was nearly imperceptible. Naturally, this subtle change did not escape the notice of the powerful elders. Among them, the sixth elder, Wu Chunyu, was the first to speak, astonished to the point of stammering. "Purple. It's purple." Upon hearing purple, the core disciples in the back gasped in shock. The last time the sect had seen a talent of blue was 100 years ago, and the last green talent had appeared 20 years prior. A purple talent had only been seen once in the entire history of Shenhuang sect, dating back 100,000 years to the second sect master, Li Hua, who ascended to immortality. Although Fu Tianrui's purple light was faint, with time, he could undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the cultivation world, possibly even surpassing the ancestor Li Hua. Everyone was fixated, eagerly watching the purple facet of the prism. As 5 minutes ticked by, the purple light within the facet ceased to change. Confirming that the purple facet was no longer evolving, Wang Tung collected the prism and gently reminded the dazed Fu Tianrui, "Congratulations on passing the test." Clearly, Fu Tianrui had yet to come to terms with what had transpired. Gu Haixin, who had remained silent throughout, softened his gaze and gently inquired, "Tianrui, would you like to become my personal disciple?" "Oh, I. The unexpected question caught Fu Tianrui off guard as he momentarily struggled for a response. Noticing Fu Tianrui's indecision, Lu Changxiao interjected, "Master, I also wish to test." Upon hearing Lu Changxiao's words, Gu Haixin felt a headache coming on. He had already seen through his foolish disciple's lack of spiritual energy, rendering a test impossible. For the elders, Lu Changxiao's voice was like a melodious song, effectively interrupting Gu Haixin and giving Fu Tianrui ample time to contemplate. They still had a chance. No one anticipated the sect master would suddenly propose this, having recently declared himself too busy to take on disciples. Quickly, Wang Tung, test your junior brother. Zhao Qifeng immediately urged. Yes, hasten the test for your junior brother." The usually gentle sixth elder Wu Chunyu also chimed in. "Are you prepared, junior brother?" With the elders pressing him, Wang Tung dared not delay. He retrieved the colorful prism and took a couple of steps to stand before Lu Changxiao. Ready? He placed his hand upon it, channeling his spiritual energy. Though Lu Changxiao had resolved to proceed, he felt a twinge of unease when it was his turn to be tested. Gazing at the colorful prism, he unconsciously swallowed hard, hesitating to initiate the test. Wang Ting observed this and gently encouraged him, Relax, don't be nervous, trust yourself. Bolstered by Wang Tung's encouragement. Lu Changshao nodded in agreement and placed his small hand upon the colorful prism, amid the fervent anticipation of the crowd. The colorful prism did not shine as rapidly as it had during Fu Tianrui's test. 2 minutes passed, and Lu Changshao's expression turned troubled. It seemed he had no spiritual energy within him, and his dim eyes sought Gu Haixing for help. Witnessing this, the crowd's fervent gazes gradually morphed into disappointment. No one noticed Fu Tianrui, who had just been the center of attention, frowning with concern. Gu Haixing, feeling a pang of heartache, stepped forward, standing behind him. He gently placed a hand on Lu Changshao's back. A wave of unprecedented warmth surged through him, coursing through his left arm to his palm. In an instant, the colorful prism burst forth with light, radiating from the red facet all the way to a slightly saturated blue, then gradually slowing its brilliance. In a moment, as the blue facet reached its saturation, strands of purple light ignited within the purple facet, progressively coalescing. With a breath, the purple filled the purple facet. The adult-sized colorful prism emitted 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, shining resplendently under the sunlight. In an instant, the entire palace was illuminated by the brilliance of the colorful prism. The elders and core disciples stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. The once bustling square fell into a profound silence, all gazes directed towards the suddenly radiant 7 colors before the hall. Having just undergone the test, they understood that the more colors the colorful prism displayed, the greater the individual's potential. The status of Shenwang's sect was destined to rise over the next century, or even a millennium. In front of the crowd, while others looked on with awe and envy, Zhao Ziqing's countenance resembled that of a liver, exceedingly grim. His fists clenched tightly. He glared at the colorful light with jealousy. The most shocked of all was Lu Changshao himself, unable to believe the heights of his innate talent. In his heart, he resolved to train diligently from this day forward, reach the level required by his master, and seek vengeance for his clan. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement shattered the silence. 10,000 years, a full 10,000 years. Shenwang's sect has finally awaited this moment. As soon as the words left his mouth, he burst into hearty laughter. Lu Changshao looked on in confusion at the uncle resembling his master, bewildered by his inexplicable mirth. The crowd, emerging from their shock, regarded the sect master, who was laughing heartily, with puzzled expressions. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Gu Haiqian halted his laughter. Realizing everyone's attention was focused on him, and hastily sought to redirect their focus. Lu Changshao, come here. Though uncertain of Gu Haiqian's intentions, Lu Changshao obediently stepped forward. He looked up into the piercing and profound gaze of his master. A pair of large hands shielded the sky, casting a shadow over Lu Changshao, who felt a sudden warmth on his forehead. Abruptly, a wave of warmth surged from the crown of his head, coursing through his veins, bones, and blood. After a long moment, Gu Haiqian withdrew his hand, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lu Changshao felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if something precious was about to slip away from him. Yuan Ling is depleted, meridians are blocked. Gu Haiqian's voice grew softer, the melancholy in his words deepening. Lu Changshao felt as if struck by lightning, his small frame stumbling back a few steps, his once rosy face turning pale. This cannot be real. Some elders could not hide their disappointment, shaking their heads and sighing. Lu Ming looked on, feeling a sense of discomfort as he gazed at the helpless and fragile Lu Changshao, who, though merely a child, bore so much weight. Child, do not lose heart. Everything will improve. As one of the few female elders, Ning Xian expressed a motherly concern. Elder Lu is right. Do not forget your master. He is a renowned alchemist, and will surely find a way to restore your Yuan Ling and clear your meridians. Observing the momentary despondency of his elder brother and disciple, Gu Haixing's gaze became resolute as he declared, it is indeed feasible to help him reconstruct his meridians and nurture his primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, the flickering flame of hope within the two disheartened individuals gradually reignited. Master, Wang Tung, take your junior brother back to the peak. After issuing this command to Wang Ting, Gu Haixing turned to bid farewell to Lu Ming, saying, Uncle Ming, I shall return to the peak first and visit you later. Go ahead, Lu Ming replied. With that, Gu Haixing took the lead in departing, while Wang Ting awaited Lu Changshao. Lu Changshao glanced at Fu Tianrui, who offered a smile and a nod before turning to follow Wang Tung in the direction Gu Haixing had taken. As Gu Haixing's figure faded from view, Gu Haiqian remained enveloped in gloom, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, and soon vanished like a wisp of light. The moment Gu Haiqian departed, the previously somber atmosphere was shattered. Zhao Qifeng, her eyes sparkling, turned to Fu Tianrui and gently inquired, Tianrui, would you be willing to take me as your master? In response to Zhao Qifeng's unexpected proposition, several elders quickly regained their composure and began to assertively present their own terms, each hoping to recruit Fu Tianrui as their disciple. The core disciples positioned at the back had no chance of competing, as those with exceptional talents were invariably snatched up by the prominent elders during each recruitment cycle. I am an elder of the Tianquan Peak. Take me as your master, and you shall have priority access to all training resources at Tianquan Peak. Join me as a disciple, and a century hence, The position of elder at Kaiyang Peak shall be bestowed upon you. The female disciples of Luguang Peak are numerous. My senior sisters are gentle, considerate, and understanding. When the sixth elder, Wu Chunyan, uttered these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The core disciples in the rear shifted restlessly, eyeing Wu Chunyan with aspirations of apprenticeship, enticed by her tempting offer. Since all of you are eager, let us settle this matter with some genuine competition. Who fears whom? Amidst this tense atmosphere, Lu Ming, as the Grand Elder, spoke calmly. Silence. A cacophony will not resolve our issues. Why not listen to Tianrui's thoughts? After calming the elders, Lu Ming turned to Fu Tianrui with a gentle demeanor. Whomever you choose as your master, you are still a disciple of our Shenhuang sect. Should anyone give you trouble because of your choice, Grandfather Lu will stand up for you. Chapter 14, Moon-Gazing Peak. The beautiful senior disciple. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Fu Tianrui said crisply after expressing gratitude to Lu Ming. He then turned to the elders, offering a slightly apologetic tone. Thank you for your esteemed consideration. However, my father repeatedly instructed me to seek apprenticeship under Elder Ningxian of Tianji Peak if I were fortunate enough to pass the test. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces fell. None had anticipated Fu Tianrui's silent preference for Ningxian. They had proposed exceptionally enticing conditions that would have undoubtedly swayed anyone else. These were positions as elders of the Divine Wilderness sect. Yet, Fu Tianrui resolutely declined, displaying a composure rarely seen in ordinary cultivators, earning him their respect. While some rejoiced, others were crestfallen. Zhao Qifeng, his face darkened, glared at Fu Tianrui, sneering, ignorant fool. With that, he stormed back to his seat, falling silent. Wu Qinyuan, unable to tolerate Zhao Qingfeng's behavior, immediately stood up to rebuke him. Pay him no mind. Zhao Qifeng is always like this, petty and narrow-minded. Avoid him in the future. But with your senior sister Xin around, he wouldn't dare to harm a junior like you. Fu Tianrui respectfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Wu. Ningxian playfully remarked, always charming, aren't you? She knew Wu Chuanyuan's character, usually indifferent to meddling. His defense of Fu Tianrui was partly due to the young man's talent and partly for her sake. She found this kindness difficult to accept, as her heart already belonged to another. With this thought, Ningxian's gaze drifted past the floating islands towards the solitary, mist-shrouded one in the distance. In the twilight sky, Lu Changxiao and his two disciples traversed the floating islands. Gu Haisheng led in silence, while Lu Changxiao and Wang Teng shared a sword. Observing the sword beneath him and his senior brother's embrace, Lu Changxiao began his inquiries. Senior brother, can you wield such a large sword? It can be shrunk. Oh. Senior brother, how does the sword fly? I'm using the sword control technique. But Master can fly without a sword. Master's cultivation is profound. He can soar through the air without relying on external objects. Can you defeat Master? Upon hearing this, Wang Ting, focused on controlling the sword, shuddered, causing the sword to wobble slightly. Lu Changxiao clung tightly to Wang Teng to avoid falling. Wang Teng sighed. His junior brother was a walking encyclopedia of questions. He patiently explained, even if I cultivated for 1,000 years, I couldn't defeat Master. Master is that powerful? Of course. Only a handful of people in the Divine Wilderness sect can defeat Master. As they discussed the possibility of defeating Gu Haisheng, the silent Gu Haisheng suddenly interjected. If you focused on cultivation, 1,000 years would suffice. Wang Ting chuckled without responding, hearing his master say that he could defeat him in 1,000 years. Lu Changxiao was overjoyed. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with his senior brother, as it would provide him with more strength for future revenge. He immediately flattered Wang Ting. Wow, senior brother, you're amazing. I never thought you could defeat Master in 1,000 years. Once Master heals me, I'll make you my goal, to become you, to surpass you. Upon hearing Lu Changxiao's flattery, Wang Teng's smile faltered, and his lips twitched. He was beginning to question his junior brother's thinking. However, he liked the last part of Lu Changxiao's statement, smiling, forget about defeating Master. But aiming to become me and surpass me is achievable. Gu Haisheng, who had been listening to their conversation, was pleased by Lu Changxiao's indomitable spirit, saying, from tomorrow, both of you will begin your training at the crack of dawn. Wang Teng grimaced, Master, I'm healthy, I don't need to. He's using you as his cultivation goal. If you don't set an example, who will he become, who will he surpass? Gu Haisheng's response left Wang Ting speechless. He glanced at Lu Changxiao, who was grinning foolishly at him, and his heart softened. All right, but I won't be responsible for comforting you if you cry. I doubt you'll have the chance. Soon, they arrived at a mist-shrouded floating island. Senior brother, why is this floating island different from the others? Lu Changxiao wondered, as the floating islands were already in the clouds. This is where you and Appos, LL live for the rest of your life. Moon-Gazing Peak, also known as Medicine Peak. The mist surrounding it ISN and Appos, T ordinary. Its concentrated spiritual energy refined by Master, which I call Moon Dew. Moon Dew. Lu Changxiao muttered, puzzled as to why the mist was called Moon Dew. He asked, why is it called Moon Dew? Wang Ting remained enigmatic. You'll find out at night. I'll leave you with some mystery and anticipation. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. With a whoosh, they sped past Gu Haisheng towards the Moon Dew-filled floating island. Entering the Moon Dew, Lu Changxiao felt lighter. As the cold and fatigue dissipated, he curiously peeked out, gazing at the towering 5 peaks intertwined with the moon dew, resembling an ink painting. He felt a sense of longing. After a third of an hour, they arrived at the 5 towering peaks, where Lu Changxiao realized that they were interconnected. Between them was a flat peak, only a third as high, with 5 ancient buildings and a 9-story tower in the center. 5 bridges of different colors extended for miles, connecting to the 5 peaks. What do you think? Impressed? Wang Ting asked. Our Medicine Peak is the largest floating island in the Divine Wilderness sect. Ordinary floating islands are only 30 to 40 square kilometers, but ours is 80 square kilometers. Lu Changxiao listened quietly, feeling like an ant compared to the towering trees. Soon, they landed slowly below the tower, allowing Lu Changxiao to see it clearly. The tower was 9 stories tall, each floor smaller than the last. He roughly estimated that it would take 100 of him to encircle it. Looking up at the 5 peaks, Lu Changxiao was surprised to see that the bridges connecting them were white, green, black, red, and yellow. Wang Tung landed and called out, "Junior sister, guess who's back?" "Senior brother, bring the junior brother in," a crisp, pleasant voice replied as the door of a house with 2 dwarf bamboo plants opened. Looking towards the voice, Lu Changxiao saw a tall, graceful woman in green robes with crescent-shaped eyebrows. He was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. He suddenly thought of Fu Tianrui. Why am I thinking of him? I need to control myself and remember that Fu Tianrui is a man. With concern, Lu Changxiao involuntarily glanced at the sky, wondering if Fu Tianrui had found a master. Wang Tung chuckled and approached the woman. "Junior sister, master is back." "He's been back for a while," Gu Qingwan replied, passing Wang Ting and walking towards the junior brother who was staring at her in a daze. She crouched down and said, "You must be junior brother Lu Changxiao. You're quite handsome." Lu Changxiao stared at the ethereal woman, momentarily wanting to grow up and marry her. "Sister, are you a fairy?" Upon hearing Lu Changxiao refer to her as fairy sister, Gu Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle softly, replying, "I am not a fairy, but your senior sister. However, you may call me fairy sister from now on. Well, when I grow up, can I marry you as my wife?" Lu Changxiao's cheeks flushed crimson as he lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the fairy sister, his words stumbling over themselves. He occasionally stole glances, anxious to see if she was displeased. In the distance, witnessing the entire exchange, Wang Ting felt a pang of urgency and promptly approached as Lu Changxiao's statement lingered in the air. "Little junior brother, you're still quite young. There's no rush to marry. When you grow up, I shall introduce you to 10 or 8 suitable candidates, ensuring your satisfaction. However, you must remember that your senior sister at Yaofeng is mine, and you cannot harbor such thoughts." "Oh, okay." Lu Changxiao reluctantly acquiesced, understanding that he would need his senior brother's assistance for revenge, and that not being able to marry such a beautiful senior sister was of little consequence. At least he had made a good friend. Upon hearing Wang Tung's words, Gu Qingwan's face flushed a rosy hue as she feigned anger, saying, "Are you also jealous of my little junior brother? Who else could be your wife?" "Hiki. I am merely taking precautions to nip any unwarranted thoughts in the bud. It is far better than resorting to violence in the future." "Who shameless?" With that, Gu Qingwan stood, taking Lu Changxiao by the hand, and hurriedly retreated into the house. Lu Changxiao felt utterly flustered, his small feet scurrying quickly. He found it strange. Despite the fairy sister's apparent delight in conversing with his senior brother, they had suddenly departed. Watching the pair rush into the house, Wang Tu followed closely behind. Once inside, 3 pairs of eyes converged upon him. Chapter 15. Departure of Gu Haixing. Upon hearing that you were seeking 10 companions for Chan Xiao, Wang Ting felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced at Gu Haixing, who was seated at the desk. He hastily shook his head in denial, asserting, "No." Standing beside Gu Haixing, Lu Changxiao appeared bewildered. When had the master returned? Shouldn't they have left him behind? Noticing Gu Haixing casting a glance in his direction, Lu Changxiao quickly interjected, "Master, senior brother absolutely did not say he intends to marry senior sister. No, senior brother has no desire to find 10 companions." "Stop." Wang Tung, anxious, called for silence as he observed Lu Changxiao's eagerness to explain further. He genuinely feared that Lu Changxiao would only worsen the situation, jeopardizing his own relationship with the junior sister. Realizing his error, Lu Changxiao fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation. "Master, do not heed my junior brother's nonsense. You know me well." As the tension threatened to unravel, Wang Tung resorted to an emotional appeal. Gu Qingwan, standing nearby with an air of composure, couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Tung's flustered explanations. Gu Haixing, initially steady, felt an inexplicable annoyance as he noticed his daughter laughing at Wang Tung. It was evident that the little cabbage he had nurtured for over 20 years had now taken a liking to this boorish swine. "From tomorrow, you two will clean the 5 Elements Pavilion. Changxiao, you will reside in your room." "Understood." Wang Tung was not particularly surprised by this punishment. Having cleaned the 5 Elements Pavilion for 2 decades, he was quite adept at it, rendering the punishment inconsequential. With a look of innocence on his rosy face, Lu Changxiao gazed at Wang Ting and inquired, "What is the 5 Elements Pavilion?" "The tower in the center of the courtyard." Upon learning that the 5 Elements Pavilion was the tower, Lu Changxiao's expression fell, his face darkening. 9 stories. This will take an eternity. He pouted in complaint. When will I finish? Seeing Lu Changxiao's reluctant demeanor and grievances, Wang Teng found amusement in his junior brother's predicament. Witnessing Lu Changxiao's dismay was the highlight of his year, especially since he had nearly exposed his own affection for the junior sister in front of the master. Fear not, senior brother has his tricks. At these words, Lu Changxiao's gloomy expression transformed into excitement. Finally, a good senior brother. In his moment of enthusiasm, he failed to notice the triumphant smirk at the corner of Wang Teng's mouth. Come, let us tidy your bed, otherwise, you will have to share a quilt with senior brother tonight. At Wang Teng's lewd grin, Lu Changxiao shivered, a wave of goosebumps rising on his skin. He hastily exclaimed, "Ah, what are we waiting for?" Realizing he might have been too hasty, Lu Changxiao quickly added, I kick the quilt at night, and I fear senior brother will catch a chill. After explaining, he remembered to offer a sheepish smile to Wang Teng to ease the awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing Lu Changxiao's explanation, Gu Qiyuan and Gu Haixing exchanged amused glances, while Wang Teng's smile faltered into a grimace. Look at this. This is the sort of reasoning a 10-year-old would come up with. Let us go. Wang Teng led the way outside, with Lu Changxiao quickly following, genuinely fearing the prospect of sharing a quilt with his senior brother. As the two lively characters departed, a voice echoed in Gu Haixing's mind. Come quickly to the main peak. Gu Haixing rose and turned to his daughter. Your uncle wishes to discuss something with me. Prepare a medicinal bath for nourishing the meridians, allowing Changxiao to soak for an hour. Also, do not allow Wang Teng to get too close until he breaks through to the nascent soul stage. But, as Gu Haixing continued to offer reminders, Gu Qingwan playfully tapped his shoulder and cooed, I understand, father. Hurry along, do not keep uncle waiting. While speaking, she gently urged him forward. My dear girl, how you have grown. A daughter is hard to keep. Gu Qingwan chuckled at her father's remarks. Gu Haixing paused, reiterating, do not forget to let Changxiao soak in the medicinal bath. Understood. I promise he will soak for a full hour. With his daughter's earnest assurance, Gu Haixing vanished from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, in a modest yet well-lit room on a small floating island at the highest point of the Divine Wilderness sect, Gu Haixing materialized, naturally settling onto a cushion. Between the two brothers stood a tea table cluttered with a dozen opened, weighty tomes. He glanced at his brother, Gu Haiqian, who appeared troubled as he sat across from him. Gu Haixing found himself momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since he had seen his brother exhibit such sorrow, the last instance being their father's passing. Memories from childhood flooded back. At the age of 10, he had seen his 20-year-old brother, the sect leader, living in comfort. One day, an unfortunate accident occurred when their father inadvertently ventured into the depths of the Forbidden Ruins, where he was attacked by unknown beasts, returning to the sect barely alive. From that point onward, his brother took on the heavy responsibility of reviving the sect, no longer accompanying him. Within a mere 1,000 years, the Divine Wilderness sect rose to become one of the top 10 sects in the cultivation world. Since then, he had never seen a smile on his brother's face again. As Gu Haiqian diligently examined the books before him, he sensed someone observing him. Raising his head, he discovered Gu Haixing had taken a seat across from him. You've arrived. Here is the formula that can reverse withered primordial spirits. Gu Haiqian handed a very ancient-looking book to Gu Haixing. Gu Haixing accepted the tome, the prominent title Xian Yuan pill catching his eye. He began to read intently while Gu Haiqian provided explanations. The Xian Yuan pill could reverse the deathly stillness of primordial spirits, restoring them to their innate state, while also unblocking obstructed meridians. Most herbs were in the sect's inventory, yet rare ones like qinglong ginseng, illusory heartgrass, and nine-tailed nightshade were unheard of. These extraordinary herbs could likely only be found in that particular location. Setting the book down, Gu Haixin's brow furrowed thoughtfully. He was well aware of the place his brother referenced. It was a realm teeming with unknown beasts, and if possible, he preferred to avoid it. He tentatively inquired, the Forbidden Ruins? Gu Haiqian nodded, confirming his suspicion. Seeing this, Gu Haixing's expression turned grave. During my 2-month journey in the Forbidden Ruins, I occasionally traversed the mid-levels and encountered many unknown herbs. The spiritual energy they contained was immense, and one, in particular, resembled the nine-tailed nightshade described in the book. However, each herb was fiercely guarded by powerful beasts. The higher the herb's grade, the stronger the beast. There were even those on par with the tribulation stage. Harvesting the herbs would be a formidable challenge. Upon hearing tribulation stage, Gu Haiqian's previously calm demeanor shifted momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. The tribulation stage is not overly dangerous. Tomorrow, I will finish the sect's affairs and depart for the Forbidden Ruins. The sect can be managed by you and Uncle Ming in the meantime. Once Gu Haiqian concluded his instructions, Gu Haixing interjected. It is best I maintain control of the sect's affairs. I am well acquainted with the Forbidden Ruins. My knowledge will yield greater efficiency. While your unfamiliarity may lead to wasted time, my disciple cannot wait. No, the dangers of the mid-levels of the Forbidden Ruins are well known to you. These herbs may require diving deep into the ancient clan's territories. Gu Haiqian vehemently opposed Gu Haixin's words, declaring he would not permit his younger brother to go. With your current cultivation, you may not return unscathed. If you encounter a mid-stage or late-stage tribulation cultivator, how could you possibly escape? If something were to happen to you, How would I face our parents? Gazing at his brother's stern countenance, Gu Haixing felt a warm current flow through him, prompting a smile. Just watch. With that, Gu Haixing released his cultivation without reservation. The violent pressure and energy sent the books, curtains, and plants within the room swaying. Gu Haixing gasped in disbelief. Peak mid-stage tribulation. In just 2 months, you have broken through to peak mid-stage tribulation. You may go now. Gu Haixing retrieved a round cauldron adorned with ancient patterns from his sea of consciousness and handed it to Gu Haixing. You may take it. But you must carry it with you. The moment Gu Haixing beheld the cauldron, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was not merely a magical artifact of the hidden origin realm, but also the source artifact of Gu Haixing himself. In the realm of cultivation, it would undoubtedly incite countless practitioners to vie for it, unleashing a storm of bloodshed and chaos. Yet, Gu Haixing so readily entrusted it to him. How could he accept it? Keep the cauldron of destiny. Should the sect encounter peril, its presence shall ease the resolution. Enough of this chatter. The sect is fortified with a protective grand formation, and even a practitioner at the infant transformation stage would struggle to breach it in a short span. Moreover, with Uncle Ming present, the Shanhuang sect stands as an impregnable fortress. Very well, I shall return promptly. With this exchange, Gu Haixing understood that refusing the cauldron of destiny would not grant him freedom from Gu Haixing's insistence. He accepted the cauldron, seamlessly placing it into his sea of consciousness. Yet, he could not suppress his lingering doubts. Why this unwavering commitment to cultivate Lu Changxiao? In terms of talent, few in this age could match him. His extraordinary aptitude was precisely the reason the future of the sect rested upon him. Only he inspired within Gu Haixing a glimmer of hope. However, he was a crucial piece in a significant scheme, and they would not allow him to be neglected. Gu Haixing hesitated for a moment, then swiftly regained his composure. Once he matures, what is there to fear from them? Caught between the future aspirations of the cultivation world and the interests of the sect, Gu Haixing let out a resigned sigh. I must take my leave. Before his words had fully faded, his figure vanished without a trace. The room returned to its tranquil state, and gazing at the 3 characters Xianyuan Pill inscribed on the desk, Gu Haixing murmured to himself. Have I not long to break free from these shackles? Chapter 16, Water Retrieval. Senior brother, are you asleep? I am. How can you speak if you are asleep? Go ahead. What is it? Could you enlighten me on what cultivation is? In the dimly lit room, Lu Changxiao lay sideways, resting his head, gazing at Wang Teng, who was peacefully asleep on the bed in the corner. Wang Teng patiently answered Lu Changxiao's inquiries. Upon returning from the main peak, Gu Haixing had called both him and his junior sister aside to recount Lu Changxiao's experiences. Perhaps due to their similar fates, Wang Teng felt a deeper connection to Lu Changxiao. Currently, one cannot claim to be orthodox in cultivation. One remains in this realm, unable to ascend. To cultivate is merely to seek longevity, to conquer the world, to satisfy personal desires, or perhaps to explore the ultimate path. Then what about you, senior brother? For a moment, Wang Teng's gaze grew vacant as he fell into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, as for me, perhaps it is simply to survive. His tone carried a hint of confusion. Upon reflection, he realized he had never considered why he ventured down the path of cultivation until Lu Changxiao's question prompted it. Do celestial beings truly exist in this world? 2,000 years ago, they did. Perhaps they still do today. Why? Because there is no path to ascension. Wang Teng, who had been lying beside Lu Changxiao, now sat cross-legged, flicking his fingers to unleash a burst of crimson-orange light that struck a crystal embedded in the beam above. The crystal instantly radiated a dazzling orange glow, illuminating the room. Lu Changxiao, unaccustomed to the brightness, shielded his eyes, taking a moment to lower his hand. Marveling at the orange crystal. Is this celestial magic? Merely a trivial trick, but as you embark on the path of cultivation, you will come to master such feats. Upon hearing the term cultivation, Lu Changxiao's eyes dimmed slightly. When will I become as formidable as you, senior brother? Today's assessment had revealed to them, straight from the sect leader, that while he possessed exceptional talent, his spiritual essence was depleted, and his meridians blocked. This was merely a reiteration of what he had known 5 years prior, exceptional talent yet barred from the path of ascension. How could he avenge his parents and the people of Liyuan village? Master has set off to find a spiritual herb for you. I believe it will not be long before he returns, and you shall embark on the path of cultivation. With your talent, you will reach my level within 10 years. Or even surpass it. Really? Indeed, senior brother would never deceive you. You are the best, senior brother. Now sleep. Tomorrow we rise with the dawn. I can't sleep. With no desire for slumber, Wang Ting offered to show him the beauty of Yaofeng at night. What is there to see at night? You will soon find out. Lu Changxiao followed Wang Ting out of the room and into the 5 Elements Pavilion. As he gazed up at the towering structure against the night sky, he felt warmth envelop his small hand. Suddenly, he was lifted off the ground and soared to the top of the pavilion. Perhaps it was due to prior experiences on the journey to Shanhuang sect or the comforting grip reminiscent of his father's hand. This time, Lu Changxiao felt no fear. Once steady, he cautiously peered over the edge. Looking down, he gasped and quickly withdrew, leaning closer to Wang Teng. Had he not held Wang Teng's hand tightly, the dizzying height would have overwhelmed him. Wang Ting released his hand and lay back at the pinnacle, resting his head on his arms while gazing at the misty night sky. Lu Changshao approached and mimicked him, lying back to observe the dark expanse above. Aside from the faint outlines of distant peaks, he could discern little else. Senior brother, aside from the darkness, there is nothing to see. Patience. It is not yet the hour. The two quietly watched the distant silhouettes of the mountains. After a quarter of an hour, just as Lu Changshao was about to drift off, the previously pitch-black sky began to twinkle with flecks of azure luminescence. The moon, having hidden behind the clouds, emerged at last. Lu Changshao sprang up, captivated by the enchanting sight. He turned to Wang Ting, pointing at the sky. Senior brother, it's the starry sky. Seeing the delight in Lu Changshao's expression, Wang Ting chuckled softly. That is the moonlight. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Changsha lowered his hand and hung his head in silence. Observing this, Wang Ting sat up, placing his hands on Lu Changshao's shoulders, turning him to face him. His tone was gentle and caring. What troubles you? My mother. She once said that one must not point at the moon, lest it sneak through the window at night and cut off one's ears. Wang Ting understood that his junior brother was missing his parents. He gently embraced Lu Changshao, whispering soothingly, with me by your side, everything will be all right. What you need to do is focus on your cultivation. Lu Changshao nestled against Wang Ting's shoulder, quietly sobbing, his eyes gradually drifting shut. The following morning, at the base of the Five Elements Pavilion, a young child stood in a horse stance, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his damp hair clinging to his flushed cheeks. Changshao, breakfast is ready. I'm coming, senior sister. Responding, Lu Changshao sprang to his feet and dashed toward the kitchen, eagerly grabbing a bowl to devour the food. Wang Ting, seated nearby, suddenly interjected, after breakfast, it's time to fetch water. The hours of training had already drained Lu Changshao's energy, and his thoughts were solely on the meal. He munched on his food while mumbling responses to Wang Ting. The trio of dishes and a soup quickly vanished. Lu Changshao picked up 2 modest buckets and followed Wang Ting down the seemingly endless staircase. An hour later, with a grim expression, Lu Changshao finally spotted a verdant bamboo grove and a mountain gate supported by 4 columns. Excitedly, he hurried to the gate, turning to gaze up at the words Wang Wei Peak inscribed upon the stone gate. Senior brother, are we there? Where's the river? Not yet. Noticing Lu Changshao's sudden change in demeanor, Wang Teng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He remembered the decade he spent fetching water. Now it was his junior brother's turn. After all, their master had entrusted Lu Changshao's training entirely to him before leaving. Still not there. Instantly, Lu Changshao's expression shifted dramatically. Almost there. Just passed through the bamboo grove. Thus, they followed the stone path through the bamboo for half an hour until the sound of babbling water reached their ears. Lu Changshao ran towards the sound, emerging from the bamboo to behold a wide, crystal-clear river. Haha, we've arrived. Do you see the pillars on the water's surface? Lu Changshao gazed at the snake-like formation of stone pillars stretching 100 meters across the river. I see them. Let us go over. Lu Changshao exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that fetching water would be so complicated. Shouldn't it be a simple matter of taking water from the river and returning? Why must they cross it? Stay close. Without giving Lu Changshao time to react, Wang Teng leapt onto the stone pillars, moving with such speed that he left behind a trail of afterimages. Each afterimage connected to form a winding stream of light, resembling a real snake. Realizing he was lagging behind, Lu Changshao snapped back to attention as Wang Ting already reached the opposite bank. Junior brother, hurry over. I'm waiting for you. Wang Ting's voice echoed through the valley, laced with a hint of playful challenge. Lu Changshao jumped onto the first stone pillar, relieved to find the gaps between them manageable enough for him to leap across. After half an hour of jumping, Lu Changshao finally stumbled onto the last stone pillar. Crouching down to gather strength, he leapt towards the shore. Just as he was about to land gracefully, Wang Ting suddenly shouted, "Be careful, there's a snake beneath you." Startled by the warning, Lu Changshao lost his balance, his body trembling uncontrollably as he clumsily fell into the shallow water with a splash. With a loud splash, water sprayed everywhere. Watching the drenched and disheveled Lu Changshao, the 30-year-old Wang Ting burst into hearty laughter. Enraged, Lu Changshao dragged his soaked body, clutching a wooden bucket, ashore. His eyes were fixed intently on the culprit responsible for his predicament, while Wang Teng, seemingly unfazed, laughed heartily like a carefree child. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, until a sudden thought of his senior sister transformed his rage into mirth. He threatened, "You wouldn't want my senior sister to find out about this, would you, brother?" He pronounced the title brother with a particular emphasis. Instantly halting his laughter at Lu Changshao's words, Wang Teng rushed forward to examine Lu Changshao's drenched attire. With a swift gesture, he conjured a transparent red light that enveloped Lu Changshao, causing the water on his clothes to evaporate almost instantly. "My dear junior brother, your elder brother cherishes you dearly. Such trifles need not trouble your senior sister," he reassured with a grin. Seeing Wang Teng's capitulation, Lu Changshao expressed his satisfaction. "Now we are speaking the same language. So, where do we fetch the water?" "It lies in the well just ahead." Wang Teng indicated towards a nearby opening, approximately a meter in width and height. Following his gaze, Lu Changshao spotted a level well had set into a smooth black stone wall 100 meters away. Aside from a row of jade columns flanking the path to the well, The space was devoid of anything else. Atop the jade columns stood a stone statue of a beast he had never encountered before. Pay close attention. I shall demonstrate only once. With that, and under Lu Changxiao's astonished gaze, Wang Ting leaped into the midst of the columns. Suddenly, from the first stone column on either side, an energy entity resembling the stone statue emerged, emitting a piercing cry before launching itself at Wang Tung. Chapter 17. Prosperous wealth. Wang Tung deftly evaded the onslaught of the monstrous beasts, leaping effortlessly over 10 pillars. The creatures perched upon the jade columns transformed into various colored energy forms, launching a fierce attack upon him. Amidst the assault of over 20 beasts, Wang Ting maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of any panic. As he drew closer to the well's mouth, he dispatched several beasts, yet their numbers continued to swell. In a moment, a multitude of creatures surrounded him. Just then, a towering beast with a lion's head seized the opportunity while Wang Ting avoided the attacks of the others, swinging its fist rapidly towards his face. With no chance to evade, Wang Ting crossed his arms defensively, bracing for the impact. Lu Changxiao couldn't help but feel anxious for his senior, exclaiming, "Be careful, senior brother." Utilizing the force from the lion-headed beast's strike, Wang Tung propelled himself backward, performing a graceful flip to land right in front of the well's opening. As he touched down, dozens of beasts simultaneously transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the stone statue. Noticing Wang Ting unscathed and raising an eyebrow at him, Lu Changxiao relaxed, the tension in his expression dissipating. "Junior brother, come here." Wang Tung's commanding call made Lu Changxiao shiver slightly, apprehensively glancing towards the statue. He recalled that his senior brother had revived only after stepping between the pillars and the statue. With that thought, Lu Changxiao quickly scanned the ground and spied a small frog hopping towards him. "Little frog, I need your assistance," he muttered, setting down the wooden bucket and stepping forward to pick up the frog, tossing it towards the stone pillar with force. The moment he released it, the frog croaked loudly, tracing an arc through the air. As the frog entered the stone pillar, before it could land, a beast erupted from the statue, sending it flying back. Observing the fallen frog, Lu Changxiao approached and without hesitation, picked it up again to throw it once more. Wang Ting, who had been watching intently, was taken aback by his junior brother's fluid motions. Under his astonished gaze, the frog landed outside the pillar, yet this time, no beast emerged. Just as I suspected. Lu Changxiao beamed with joy, realizing that as long as he did not pass between the two rows of pillars, the beast would not appear. Grabbing the wooden bucket, Lu Changxiao sprinted along the outer edge of the pillars. As he passed the frog, it croaked at him as if scolding him. Before long, he found himself standing before the pensive Wang Ting. "Senior brother, may I fetch water now?" he asked. When Wang Ting remained lost in thought, Lu Changxiao waved his hand and gently called, "Senior brother." Startled, Wang Tung snapped back to reality, awkwardly replying, "Yes." Receiving permission, Lu Changxiao hurried to the well, which fortunately was only chest-high for him. He plunged the wooden bucket into the inky depths, the sound of splashing filling the air. Moments later, the bucket felt heavier as he struggled to pull it back up. He managed to lift half a bucket of water and poured it into the empty one on the ground, then filled it halfway. "Senior brother, let us go." Lu Changxiao called to Wang Tung, who was still deep in thought. "Changxiao, for your first time fetching water, I shall allow you to take a shortcut. From tomorrow onwards, you must only use this route. This is a special arrangement by our master to enhance your physical strength and agility. Once I modify the formation to weaken it, the beasts will only seize you and toss you outside the formation without inflicting harm." Initially feeling some trepidation, Lu Changxiao's face lit up upon hearing that the beasts would not attack him. He promptly affirmed, "Yes, I will not disappoint the expectations of our master and you. Senior brother, I will train diligently and wait for our master to return and give him a surprise. All right, let us go. Your sister should be preparing dinner by now." At the mention of Gu Qingwan, a radiant smile spread across Wang Tung's face. Though he possessed the ability to fast, Lu Changxiao could not, especially when it was his younger sister who cooked. The two brothers retraced their steps, and on the way back, Lu Changxiao, exhausted, handed the water bucket to Wang Ting. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson. 3 hours later, they ascended the final step and returned to their residence. Guided by Wang Tung, Lu Changxiao arrived in front of a golden vat in the kitchen. Wang Tung poured the water into the vat and turned to say, "The task of fetching water is now yours. This task ends when you fill this vat." "That is simple enough," Lu Changxiao exclaimed, eyeing the vat, which was still not quite as tall as his waist. 2.5 buckets of water had already filled it halfway. He confidently thumped his chest, declaring, "In 2 days, I will complete the task." Years later, Lu Changxiao would often reflect on his naive agreement to his senior brother, filled with regret. If only he could return and inform his past self that this was not merely a vat, but a bottomless pit. As the sun rose and day turned to night, Lu Changxiao rose at dawn to practice his stances. After enjoying a light breakfast, he descended the mountain to fetch water. Facing the gently flowing shallow river, he recalled how he had fallen into the water countless times as a child, navigating the stone stakes. With the passage of time, he gradually mastered the skill, stabilizing his stance to avoid falling in. What truly troubled him was the formation that would unleash the beasts. No matter how he attempted to enter, he was always thrown out. For the first month, he managed to collect not a single drop of water. However, through relentless perseverance, he finally managed to sustain himself halfway through the formation. Day after day, he repeated this cycle, year after year. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had swiftly passed. Another summer arrived. On the serpentine stone stakes above the shallow river, a youth dashed across with such speed that his figure left behind an afterimage, resembling a slithering serpent. With a flip and a jump, he landed gracefully while holding 2 buckets. This youth was none other than Lu Changxiao, now 5 years older and standing at a height of 6 feet. His long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, with strands obscuring part of his handsome face, his sharp brows and sparkling eyes captivating. The flowing robe he wore was adorned with bamboo patterns, and a green jade pendant hung at his waist. Gazing at the formation he could now traverse in a mere quarter of an hour, Lu Changxiao scoffed. A trivial matter. After 5 years of walking the 7 miles from Yaofeng to the well, he had traversed this path countless times, evolving from stumbling to gliding like the wind. Every fall and rise had honed his skills. Even though his senior brother had reinstated the formation's original ferocity, he faced it with ease. It could be said that, relying solely on physical strength, it would take a dozen ordinary individuals to subdue him. And even an early-stage chi refinement cultivator would find it no easy feat to contend with him. The only shortcoming was that he still could not cultivate. Unable to perform even the most basic technique of drawing spiritual energy into his body for refinement, his meridians remained blocked due to the depletion of his original spirit. Despite his master, Gu Haiqian, having set up a spiritual gathering formation to forcefully channel an immense amount of spiritual energy, his meridians remained impervious. Instead, the drained original spirit absorbed all the spiritual energy, yet his original spirit showed no signs of recovery. With a nonchalant gaze upon the now tranquil formation, Lu Changxiao turned to fetch water, once again traversing the formation, gliding smoothly over the serpentine stone stakes and weaving through the bamboo grove. Arriving at the mountain gate, Lu Changxiao leapt effortlessly over a dozen steps. Each leap barely disturbed the water in the bucket, causing only the slightest ripples. Moments later, as he completed his final leap and landed, the nearly 1,000 steps lay behind him, carrying the water into the kitchen. Lu Changxiao poured it into the vat that had remained half full for 5 years. A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "Had I known this was a bottomless vat, I would never have agreed to my senior brother and Appo's request. What are you mumbling about? Is the water filled yet?" Realizing he could not voice his complaints, Lu Changxiao turned to find Wang Ting, who had leisurely leaned against the doorframe, peering at him with curiosity. In a panic, Lu Changxiao waved his hands, smiling. "I wasn't saying anything. Senior brother, you're busy. I'll go check on sister." Seeing that his brother did not respond, but rather scrutinized him with suspicion, Lu Changxiao's hair stood on end. He hastily concocted an excuse and dashed outside. In contrast to 5 years ago, Wang Tung has matured and become more composed, conducting himself with propriety. The stubble on his face exudes a sense of responsibility unique to manhood. He turns to lean against the doorframe, gazing at Lu Changxiao, who seems to be fleeing. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "You rascal, you have indeed grown up." His tone shifts to one of calm reflection. Indeed, 5 years have passed. It is time to mature. Suddenly, Wang Ting tilts his head slightly, gazing into the distance. "I wonder where Master is now." After Gu Haixing departed 2 months ago, they lost contact, and with 5 years having elapsed, there has been no word from him. Were it not for the intact life and death talisman in the sect, he would have feared that Master had met with misfortune. Emerging from the kitchen, Lu Changxiao did not seek out his senior sister Gu Qingwan, but instead dashed to a pavilion nestled within the bamboo grove at the foot of the mountain. He had stumbled upon this hidden sanctuary 3 years prior, and it had since become his private refuge. Cautiously surveying his surroundings and finding everything as it should be, Lu Changxiao called out softly into the bamboo. "Wang Kai, Wang Kai, Wang Kai." With the third call, a white-furred cat padded softly from the thicket, responding to Lu Changxiao with a flick of its tail as it trotted towards him. As Wang Kai approached, Lu Changxiao crouched down, embracing the warm, soft creature in his arms. Settling onto a stone bench beside the milky white stone table in the pavilion, he gently stroked the little cat. Wang Kai had come into his life 2 years ago, discovered in a bleeding, near-lifeless state within the pavilion, whimpering softly in pain. Moved by compassion, Lu Changxiao had rescued the creature. Ever since, the little one had clung to him, accompanying him through the years. However, it seemed Wang Kai was reluctant to return with him. Much like his senior brothers and sisters and master, Wang Kai had become an irreplaceable part of his family. Reflecting on the kind visage of Gu Haixing, Lu Changxiao could not help but look up through the rustling bamboo swaying in the wind towards the horizon. "Master, where are you?" Chapter 18. The dragon returns to peak. The cerulean moonlight intensified, bathing the entire medicine peak in an ethereal azure glow. The bamboo forest swayed rhythmically in the breeze, while within a bamboo pavilion, a youth slumbered soundly, leaning against the table. A small cat, radiating a soft white light, stood guard, perched on the table, its eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. My lord, half conscious, Lu Changxiao opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar environment bathed in daylight. Surveying his surroundings, He noticed a long flight of stairs leading up to a colossal palace. As he stood there, bewildered, the resonant voice echoed once more. My lord, listening intently. He was astonished to realize that the voice emanated from within the palace. Lu Changshao ascended the stairs, and after a considerable time, he stood before the towering palace. Above the entrance, the words Azure Dragon Hall were boldly inscribed. Standing before the palace, he felt a sense of oppressive grandeur. He gazed up at the massive golden doors, 20 yards wide and 30 yards high. A serpentine dragon, its eyes blazing with fury, was carved upon the doors, its body coiling upwards. An absurd thought surfaced in his mind. Could this be the dream? Lu Changshao hesitated. It had been 5 years since he last entered the misty dreamscape after arriving at the Divine Desolation sect with Gu Haixing. Yet, he had no recollection of ever seeing this palace. Suddenly, Lu Changshao recalled the night his village was massacred. He had found himself within a vast, empty palace. Could it be that the palace was the interior of the very structure before him? Should he venture inside? As Lu Changshao debated, the resonant voice echoed from within the palace once more. My lord, enter. My lord. Due to the proximity of the door, Lu Changshao could now discern a hint of excitement in the deep voice. Deciding that he was merely in a dream and therefore safe from harm, Lu Changshao approached the gate. He placed his hands on the left and right doors and pushed with all his might. To his astonishment, the seemingly immovable doors yielded with ease. A burst of azure light erupted, forcing him to shield his eyes. After a few moments, the blinding light subsided, and Lu Changshao cautiously peered into the hall. Within, a colossal azure dragon was coiled, its lantern-like eyes fixed upon him. The mere sight of it sent shivers down his spine. Averting his gaze, Lu Changshao, though terrified, steeled himself and began to examine the palace. He repeatedly reminded himself that he was in a dream and that the dragon could not harm him. Moreover, he was no longer the helpless boy who had fled from danger 5 years ago. Casting a sidelong glance at the dragon, which was still coiled and watching him, Lu Changshao cautiously stepped into the palace. Lu Changshao felt as if he had entered another dimension. The space was immense, and he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, the dragon spoke in a human tongue. My lord, I have awaited you. The dragon's unexpected words startled Lu Changshao. Turning to face the dragon's immense eyes, he stammered. Why, you can speak? Before he could react, the coiled dragon slowly unfurled and soared into the air. In a matter of moments, its nearly 100-yard-long body hovered in the air. The dragon's massive head approached him, and with only a yard separating them, Lu Changshao stumbled backward in terror. Sensing Lu Changshao's fear, the dragon softened its voice. Do not be alarmed, my lord. I am Qing Long, one of your protectors. I mean you no harm. Seeing the dragon and Appo's gentle manner and the concern in its eyes, Lu Changshao ceased his retreat, regarding the dragon with a wary gaze. Protector? What is a protector? A protector safeguards you during your cultivation, ensuring your progress. Hearing Qinglong's explanation, Lu Changshao's fear subsided, replaced by excitement. If what the dragon said was true, could it help him restore his spiritual root and open his meridians? With anticipation, Lu Changshao asked, Do you have a way to restore my spiritual root and open my meridians? My lord, your spiritual root is not depleted, but rather sealed by a powerful restriction. Unless someone with greater power than the one who cast the restriction removes it, your spiritual root will remain barren and unable to absorb spiritual energy. Your meridians are also sealed by a restriction. As Qi Long spoke, Lu Changshao perceived, as if through his own flesh, a vision of his spiritual root, a shriveled, bald-headed figure sitting cross-legged between his chest. The figure was enveloped in a purple light, blocking the faint streams of energy that flowed toward it. Hearing Qinglong's explanation, a surge of anger welled up within Lu Changshao. Who cast this restriction upon me? It is most likely your parents, my lord. Lu Changshao immediately retorted. It could not have been my parents. Recalling the affection his parents had shown him, Lu Changshao believed that if he had possessed any talent, they would never have sealed him, but rather sent him to a sect for training, as they had done with his brother. There is also the possibility that my lord's origins are before Qi Long could finish. Lu Changshao interrupted. Enough. Do you have a way to remove the restriction? My lord can cultivate the heaven-devouring 5 elements art. The heaven-devouring 5 elements art? Lu Changshao was skeptical. He knew that Gu Haixing had spent a century trying to open his meridians, with little success. Even the medicinal baths prepared daily by his elder sister for the past 5 years had done nothing but strengthen his body and whiten his skin. A futile waste of precious spiritual herbs. Seeing the doubt on Lu Changshao's face, Qinglong quickly explained. The heaven-devouring 5 elements art is a cultivation technique consisting of 5 scrolls, each with 5 levels. The first scroll alone, when cultivated to the first level, can reshape your meridians, grant you a rebirth, and even dissolve the restriction. It will also enhance your affinity for spiritual energy, accelerating your cultivation without damaging your foundation. A fragment? Not so. The heaven-devouring 5 elements art is divided into the Azure Dragon Scroll, the White Tiger Scroll, the Vermilion Bird Scroll, the Black Tortoise Scroll, and the Qilin Scroll. Each scroll is independent of the others. Only when all 5 scrolls are cultivated to the 5th level and combined can they be called the heaven-devouring 5 elements art. In that case, why not give me all 5 scrolls to cultivate? My lord, each of the 5 scrolls is held by a sacred beast of the 5 elements. I possess the Azure Dragon Scroll. Very well. I will cultivate the Azure Dragon Scroll first. Otherwise, I do not know when I will dream of you again. Lu Changxiao wanted to learn about the 5 elements art, but his immediate priority was to restore his spiritual root, open his meridians, embark on the path of cultivation, avenge his parents, and find his master. Rest assured, my lord, we are within your sea of consciousness. You need only meditate to alternate between the sea of consciousness and reality. Lu Changxiao meditated as Qinglong instructed. In an instant, he awoke from his slumber on the stone table. Sitting up and gazing at the silent bamboo forest bathed in azure light, Lu Changxiao was bewildered, feeling as if it were all a dream. A soft meow interrupted his thoughts. Looking down, he saw the glowing Wonkai gazing at him affectionately, happy to see him awake. Gently stroking Wonkai, Lu Changxiao closed his eyes, and the scene shifted in an instant. He was back in the hall. Please sit cross-legged, my lord. I will now transmit the Azure Dragon Scroll technique to you. Lu Changxiao sat cross-legged as Qinglong instructed, placing his hands on his knees, with his thumbs touching his middle fingers. Beneath the pavilion, Lu Changxiao sat cross-legged on the ground, just as he was in his sea of consciousness. Within the hall, under his gaze, a fist-sized sphere of golden light coalesced between the 2 horns of the Azure Dragon. Subsequently, under the dragon's command, it soared towards him and penetrated into his brow. Closing his eyes, Lu Changxiao felt an immense scroll unfurling in his mind, suspended vertically. Platinum characters appeared sequentially from top to bottom, right to left. The first column boldly proclaimed, Heaven-Devouring 5 Elements Technique. The second column read, Volume 1 of the Azure Dragon Technique. Only from the third column onward did the essence of the skill present itself, prompting Lu Changxiao to recite. The nucleus breathes wind, the primordial spirit ignites fire. All meridians open simultaneously, joints loosen, soft as cotton, blending as if intoxicated. As he practiced the Azure Dragon Technique, Lu Changxiao distinctly sensed a gentle power circulating throughout his veins, bones, and blood. This was accompanied by an unprecedented sense of comfort. However, this sensation did not endure for long. Suddenly, Lu Changxiao's body stiffened. His blood surged with accelerated rhythm, bones crackled ominously, as if they might shatter. The obstructed meridians alternated between swelling and constricting, while the runes on the transparent barrier gradually dissipated. Pain engulfed his entire being, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans dotted his forehead. Young master, I come to assist you. Observing the young master's contorted expression of agony, the Azure Dragon immediately exhaled a plume of green light towards Lu Changxiao. The green radiance enveloped him in an instant, slowly permeating his body, intertwining with the unfamiliar power that flowed within him. Lu Changxiao felt the vibrant life force contained within the green luminescence, alleviating his suffering. Young master, continue directing the power generated within you to all meridians, striking repeatedly. The process will be excruciating, but you must endure, otherwise, all will be in vain. Gritting his teeth, Lu Changxiao persisted in channeling the energy converging at the Baihui point downwards. From his forehead, 2 golden threads trailed the force, spreading from top to bottom. As seconds ticked by, the golden threads and meridians extended downwards, swiftly reaching his limbs. Gleaming golden patterns shimmered vibrantly. Chapter 19. Rise from the ashes within the bamboo pavilion. The rhythmic sound of snapping echoed as numerous meridians on Lu Changxiao's body resonated. As the sound subsided, Lu Changxiao sensed that after refining several meridian restrictions, the absorbed spiritual energy could circulate seamlessly. Just as the energy was about to flow into his primordial spirit, a violet light enveloped it, obstructing the influx of energy. Young master, channel your techniques to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and continue to break through your meridians, Qinglong instructed. Following his guidance, Lu Changxiao activated his technique, drawing the spiritual energy surrounding the bamboo pavilion towards him, forming a pale blue vortex above his head. The spiritual energy within his meridians surged violently, swiftly breaking through the weak barriers. In an instant, the vortex above Lu Changxiao's head expanded, its golden patterns glowing ever more brightly. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy coursing through his body, his meridians swelling, blood boiling, heart racing, and body temperature rising sharply. Suddenly, the vortex dissipated, and the bamboo leaves that had been floating gently in the breeze fell into disarray. With nowhere for the spiritual energy to go, it formed a closed loop within him. If the energy continued to surge without an outlet, it would lead to catastrophic consequences, a dire warning from his body. Young master, concentrate the energy around your primordial spirit. Compress it to create a spiritual explosion, and shatter the barriers outside your primordial spirit, Qilong advised, simultaneously guiding the azure light surrounding him to protect his vital organs and meridians. An independent space was formed around the primordial spirit, allowing the energy to enter but forbidding it to escape. With his worries alleviated, Lu Changxiao accelerated the operation of the Qinglong technique, guiding the chaotic energy within his meridians towards the primordial spirit. The golden patterns that adorned his body converged with the energy as the independent space filled with pale blue spiritual energy, enveloping the primordial spirit. After several breaths, Lu Changxiao's chest rose and fell rhythmically, the energy within him fully converging. In the confined space, The energy became increasingly agitated as Qinglong began compressing it, causing it to grow ever more volatile. Lu Changxiao suddenly felt short of breath, a tearing pain in his chest contorted his expression, and a hint of sweetness lingered in his throat. With a resounding thud, a sound erupted from Lu Changxiao's chest before tranquility returned. A spray of crimson shot forth under the illumination of the shining light. Lu Changxiao opened his eyes, placing his right hand on his chest, gasping for breath. The divine wealth spirit raised its head, its expression filled with excitement as it gazed at him. After a brief moment of adjustment, Lu Changxiao was astonished to discover that a small amount of spiritual energy was slowly converging towards him. Just as he was reveling in this surprise, Qinglong exclaimed, "It worked. Young master, we have succeeded." Observing the vibrant life force emanating from Lu Changxiao's primordial spirit, Qinglong's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. He had awaited this day for far too long. The years blurred in his memory, 1,000, 10,000, or perhaps even 100,000 years. It had been an eternity since his master had fallen, sealing them away, plunging him into a prolonged slumber. He had awakened 10 years ago, yet remained imprisoned. Had it not been for the Crimson Sword's arrival 5 years prior, severing his soul chains, he might still be confined. Lu Changxiao examined his primordial spirit. A hint of skepticism lacing his words. "We have succeeded. Indeed, we have. I have succeeded," he exclaimed joyously, laughter echoing throughout the bamboo forest, though it carried a tinge of loneliness and bitterness. "I have succeeded. I have." His eyes grew moist as he choked back tears. Over the past 5 years, he had endured ridicule, laboring endlessly yet unable to draw spiritual energy into his body. As the night winds whispered through the bamboo, his hair danced lightly. Qinglong's voice urged him, "Young master, draw the spiritual energy into your body and circulate it, allowing your primordial spirit to absorb the energy. This is the perfect moment to unseal your primordial spirit." Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao swiftly straightened, closed his eyes, and began to channel the Qinglong technique to absorb the energy, disregarding the affectionate nudges of the divine wealth spirit at his side. Tears streamed down his face. Meanwhile, on Yaofeng, Gu Qingwan, and Wang Teng, deep in meditation, simultaneously opened their eyes and emerged from their chambers, exchanging glances. "Senior brother, it's Changxiao. Let us go." Concerned for their younger disciple's safety, Wang Ting leaped into action, descending into the bamboo forest. Gu Qingwan followed closely behind. Within moments, they were hovering above the bamboo grove. Noticing a massive vortex of spiritual energy swirling 20 feet to the right of the mountain gate, rapidly being absorbed by an individual enveloped in a green light below. Seeing this, Wang Teng furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "Who is it among our brethren practicing here? I would like to make their acquaintance." The only response was the rustling of the bamboo. Irritated, Wang Teng called out, "Friend, I implore you to reveal yourself." Had it not been for the absence of their younger disciple's presence, he would have already unsheathed his sword, sparing no words. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Qingwan, filled with urgency, darted towards the green light in the pavilion. Unlike her senior brother's caution, she lacked patience. Her heart raced. The bamboo grove was Changxiao's secret sanctuary. If he were in peril, she would seek vengeance. If he were captured, she would risk everything to rescue him. "Qingwan, wait." Wang Teng reached out. But Gu Qingwan had already reached the pavilion's exterior, standing frozen as if immobilized by an unseen force. Wang Teng dove down, witnessing a sight that would forever be etched in his memory. Upon landing, he glanced into the pavilion and, like Gu Qingwan, stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Meow. A tiny, snow-white cat jumped onto the railing of the pavilion, alertly issuing a warning with its mew. Ignoring the white cat, Wang Teng and Gu Qingwan turned their gentle gazes towards Lu Changxiao, who was seated in meditation, surrounded by converging spiritual energy. Gu Qingwan's heart ached, tears cascading down her cheeks like a river rushing to the sea, a torrent of emotion. Covering her mouth, she sobbed softly, while Wang Teng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could not afford to weep. Mount Wangwei still needed him, so he wrapped his arms around Gu Qingwan. Leaning into his embrace, her sobs intensified. They stood together outside the pavilion, allowing the cold winds to swirl around them, their loving gazes fixed on Lu Changxiao, who was fervently absorbing the spiritual energy below. They had awaited this moment for 5 long years. The once boisterous divine wealth spirit now sat in silence, curiously observing the pair, ensuring they posed no threat before leaping down to settle beside Lu Changxiao. Wang Teng was astonished to see the white cat absorbing some of the abundant spiritual energy. A sense of alarm gripped him. This was a beast with awakened intelligence. Having spent years at Mount Wangwei, he had never encountered a sentient beast. Where had this creature come from? Suddenly, a resounding thump emanated from Lu Changxiao, signaling his breakthrough into the first layer of qi refinement. The surrounding vortex of spiritual energy was consumed with fervor, and shortly thereafter, Lu Changxiao's cultivation began to ascend. From the initial stage of the second layer of qi refinement to the mid-stage, then the late stage, and onward to the initial stage of the third layer, and finally settling at the late stage of the 5th layer of qi refinement. With a long exhale, Lu Changxiao opened his eyes, feeling the profound changes within his body. He experienced an unprecedented lightness, as if his body had become weightless. Raising his hand, he noticed a layer of dark substance clinging to his skin, emanating an indescribable stench. Curiously, he inquired of Qinglong, "What is this?" "These are the impurities accumulated in your body over the years, expelled after cleansing your meridians and marrow, aiding in the acceleration of your cultivation." "Ah, I see. Young master, it appears that the two outside the pavilion have been waiting for quite some time." At that moment, Qinglong suddenly reminded Lu Changxiao that he had sensed it long before their arrival. Noticing that the two had not disturbed the young master's training, he chose to remain silent. Upon hearing Qinglong's words, Lu Changxiao lifted his gaze towards the pavilion outside. When did his senior brother and sister arrive? Wait, why are they embracing each other? Lu Changxiao stepped over the railing with joy, exclaiming, "Senior brother, senior sister, I can cultivate now." Upon hearing his voice, Gu Qingwan, nestled in Wang Teng's embrace, quickly disengaged and turned to look at Lu Changxiao with affection. "Senior sister has seen it. From now on, Changxiao can protect you." He continued, "Even if I cannot cultivate, I will protect you, senior sister and senior brother." As soon as Lu Changxiao's words fell, he noticed something amiss with Gu Qingwan. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Senior sister, do not cry." This was the first time Lu Changxiao had witnessed a woman weeping, leaving him somewhat at a loss on how to comfort her. He shifted his gaze towards his senior brother, who was watching him with a reassuring expression. Receiving Lu Changxiao's glance, Wang Ting did not utter a word to soothe the tearful Gu Qingwan. They had long awaited this day for 5 years. Gu Qingwan's tears were a culmination of pent-up grievances. She cried for all the scorn Lu Changxiao had endured, for the injustices she had faced under the pressure of the elders who coveted the medicinal peak. As tears streamed down her cheeks, Lu Changxiao noticed that his senior brother merely smiled at him, showing no inclination to offer assistance. Without regard for the dirt on his hands, Lu Changxiao gently wrapped his arms around his senior sister's shoulders, lightly patting her back. At that moment, his heart was a tumult of emotions. Recalling how he had been unable to cultivate since entering the Shunhui sect, due to being labeled as spiritually barren. The sect was rife with rumors about him being worthless and a drain on resources. Many times, he had almost given in to despair and contemplated leaving the sect. During his darkest moments, it was his senior sister who cared for him like a mother and his senior brother who stood up for him against opposition. With these thoughts, tears welled in Lu Changxiao's eyes. Wang Teng, who had been observing, finally spoke up. "All right, Qingwan, Changxiao is no longer a child. Let us return so he can consolidate his cultivation and clean up before resting." Gu Qingwan stepped away from Lu Changxiao's embrace, smiling brightly. "All right, when we return, I'll make your favorite beggar's chicken." Chapter 20. The 9 Realms of Cultivation. Just as the three were about to depart, the neglected Wang Kai voiced its dissatisfaction. Upon hearing the sound, the three simultaneously turned their gazes towards Wang Kai, who had unknowingly made its way to Lu Changxiao's feet, glowing with a soft white light. Lu Changxiao crouched down and picked up Wang Kai, introducing it to Wang Ting and the others. "This is Wang Kai, my companion." The melancholic Gu Qingwan chuckled upon hearing the name Wang Kai, teasingly remarking, "Wang Kai? It sounds like a name for a dog." Lu Changxiao, upon reflection, found that the name indeed resembled that of a canine. To mask his embarrassment, he merely chuckled. Noticing Wang Cai's displeased expression directed at the junior disciple, Gu Qingwan then realized that this little creature understood their conversation. Surprisingly, it had awakened a degree of intelligence. Seeing Wang Cai's huffy demeanor, Gu Qingwan took it from Lu Changxiao's arms. Fearing that Wang Kai might scratch his senior sister, Lu Changxiao was about to intervene when he saw Wang Kai affectionately nuzzle against her. Embracing Wang Kai, Gu Qingwan strode away, already smitten by the little creature in her arms, lightly saying, "I'm off." Lu Changxiao stepped forward to stand beside Wang Teng, gazing at Gu Qingwan's retreating figure, and they exchanged smiles before hastily following her. The bamboo grove returned to silence, while waves roared above. The following morning, as a cacophony of birds filled the air, the crimson-orange sunlight illuminated Lu Changxiao's handsome face, which was meditating atop the 5 Elements Pavilion to draw spiritual energy into his body. Last night, his senior brother had inquired about how he restored his primordial spirit and opened his meridians. He fabricated a tale that Wang Kai had brought back an unknown spiritual herb from somewhere. Upon consumption, it cleared the blocked meridians and revived his dormant primordial spirit. As for the matter concerning the Azure Dragon, Lu Changxiao had no intention of revealing it to them. Last night, he learned from the Azure Dragon about its origins and that it did not belong to this realm, but rather hailed from the divine realm above the immortal domain. He also discovered that the Azure Dragon had been in slumber for 5 years due to saving him and forcibly merging with his body. Upon awakening, the compatibility had diminished, resulting in the Azure Dragon's soul being damaged, hence its prolonged slumber. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Changxiao heard the Azure Dragon's voice resonate in his mind, urging him to absorb spiritual energy. "Master, the essence of cultivating the Azure Dragon technique lies in practicing from the hour of the rabbit to the hour of the dragon. During this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is at its purest, allowing for accelerated cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao closed his eyes and swiftly channeled the Azure Dragon technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. He then inquired, Azure Dragon, what realm am I currently at? After restoring his primordial spirit last night, both his senior brother and sister had been delighted, yet he had forgotten to ask his brother about it. The Azure Dragon quickly searched through its ancient memories. According to the realm classification of this world, you are currently at the 5th level of Chi refining. The 5th level of Chi refining? Hearing his own master's somewhat disheartened mutterings, the Azure Dragon, although looking down upon this realm, decided to explain the cultivation principles here to ensure that his master maintained a steady and progressive mindset. What you may not know, master, is that cultivation relies heavily on opportunities. Every person is born with a primordial spirit, yet not everyone possesses the talent for cultivation. It's rare, with 1 in 100, or even 1 in 1,000. Cultivation is divided into 9 realms, each with 9 levels, with every 3 levels referred to as a stage. The first realm is the Chi refining realm, where one draws spiritual energy into the body and refines their physique. Spiritual energy flows throughout the body, circulating around the meridians. And only when absorbed and transformed into true Chi by the primordial spirit does one enter the Chi refining realm, embarking on the path of cultivation. The second realm is foundation establishment, and the fourth realm is the nascent soul realm. Stop. We'll discuss the nascent soul realm once we reach the core formation realm. Lu Changxiao interrupted the Azure Dragon just as it was about to elaborate on the nascent soul realm. After listening for so long, he had grasped that the Azure Dragon was advising him to avoid lofty ambitions and instead focus on steady progress. Lu Changxiao tentatively asked, "What realm are you at?" If translated to this realm, the Azure Dragon should be at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. If it were to merge with him, it could unleash the power of the core formation realm. The stronger Lu Changxiao was, the higher their combined realm would be. Lu Changxiao's brows arched slightly. He had not anticipated the Azure Dragon's prowess. Although he was unaware of the full extent of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, the core formation realm was indeed formidable. If he recalled correctly, his senior brother was at that level. He had witnessed his brother effortlessly severing rivers and reducing boulders to dust with a mere gesture. As for the merging, the Azure Dragon had already disclosed the matter regarding Lu Yuan village to him last night. Lu Changxiao stared at the floating bronze box before him, pondering, what exactly is this black box, and why can't I open it? He was uncertain why the Azure Dragon had given him this bronze box. As he scrutinized the lifelike carvings on the 4 sides, Lu Changxiao was astonished to discover that one of the figures bore an identical expression to the Azure Dragon. Lifting his gaze, he was about to inquire when he momentarily lost his focus, staring at the Azure Dragon. Unexpectedly, the Azure Dragon's human form was remarkably handsome. The last time he encountered such striking beauty was with Fu Tianrui. He couldn't help but compare the two in his mind, ultimately favoring the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon's allure leaned towards masculinity, while Fu Tianrui exuded a more delicate charm. Remembering Fu Tianrui brought forth a wave of nostalgia in Lu Changxiao, and a smile graced his lips as he softly murmured, "I wonder what Tianrui is doing now." Observing this scene, the Azure Dragon's pupils widened. With its vast experience spanning hundreds of thousands of years, it could ascertain that its master was displaying signs of infatuation. Choosing not to interrupt, it watched with a paternal smile. Lu Changxiao's peripheral vision suddenly caught the Azure Dragon looking at him with a warm smile. Realizing he had been observed in such a moment of distraction, Lu Changxiao felt a wave of embarrassment and cleared his throat. "I seem to have lost my composure." Pausing, he pointed at the carving on the bronze box and asked, "Is this you?" The Azure Dragon nodded, its expression momentarily faltering before it spoke again. "This is the most powerful artifact of my master, known as the 5-Beast Cauldron." The 5-Beast Cauldron? The so-called 5 beasts refer to the Azure Dragon of the East, the White Tiger of the West, the Black Tortoise of the North, the Vermilion Bird of the South, and the Qilin of the Center. Each statue encases a divine beast, and after enduring the test of time for hundreds of thousands of years, their original powers have been nearly exhausted, leaving them in slumber, awaiting your emergence, Master. Why do you refer to me as Master? Curious about why the Azure Dragon consistently called him Master, Lu Changxiao sought clarification. Am I really, as Ulchen said, a reincarnated immortal? Do you still remember it? Upon finishing its question, the Azure Dragon produced a crimson short sword in its hand. Seeing the red sword, Lu Changxiao's brow furrowed, and a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. He recognized this sword all too well. It was the very weapon used by those cultivators to massacre his entire village. Naturally, I recognize it. It was left in the void by the former master, searching for someone of comparable bloodline, and you are that person, Master. Coincidentally, the 5-Beast Cauldron is sealed within your consciousness, which is why you have often dreamed of me in your childhood. Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao finally unraveled the mystery that had plagued him for years. In the following hours, while cultivating, he listened as the Azure Dragon explained the function of the 5-Beast Cauldron and how to awaken the remaining 4 divine beasts. As the sun climbed over the mountain peaks, a clear voice echoed into the 5 Elements Pavilion where Lu Changxiao was meditating. "Senior sister, where are you?" "In the kitchen." Recognizing the voice, Lu Changxiao immediately knew who had arrived. With both hands and 4 fingers joined together, he harnessed his breath and, after collecting his energy, stood up to gaze down at the figure swiftly making its way to the kitchen. As the newcomer entered the kitchen, Lu Changxiao leaped down gracefully, landing lightly on the ground. He then approached the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe to observe the two busy individuals inside. "Sister, is Changxiao here?" It turned out he was searching for Changxiao, who was meditating atop the pavilion. Fu Tianrui noticed a subtle curve at the corner of Gu Qingwan's mouth as she responded to him. He paid little heed to the matter of meditation. For the past 5 years, he had often visited Wangyue Peak to find Lu Changxiao. He could not fathom why, after a period of separation from Lu Changxiao, his heart would feel an inexplicable void. "Sister, what brings you such joy? Do enlighten your junior brother." Changxiao is now able to cultivate. Chapter 21. An unexpected encounter. Senior sister, is what you said true? Indeed, and Changxiao has successfully advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement. Receiving a positive response, Fu Tianrui stood in a daze, his bright eyes sparkling beneath his brows, and a smile blossomed on his lips. Nearby, Lu Changxiao clearly noticed the grin forming at the corner of Fu Tianrui's mouth. Ever since he was assessed as exceptionally gifted yet unable to cultivate during the disciple initiation ceremony 5 years ago, the news had spread like a tempest throughout the Shinhui sect. His remarkable talent, coupled with his barren spiritual essence, had sparked discontent among many disciples when he was accepted into the Wangyue Peak. In an instant, he became the target of both scorn and admiration from his peers. At that time, Fu Tianrui, who had already become a direct disciple of an elder at Tianji Peak, rushed to the Medicine Peak to comfort him. Truly, a testament to their brotherhood. Ahem. Lu Changxiao cleared his throat, drawing the attention of Fu Tianrui and Gu Qingwan, who turned to look. "Changxiao, you can cultivate now," Fu Tianrui exclaimed, his brows lifting in joy as he stepped forward, eagerly inquiring. Seeing Fu Tianrui's urgency, Lu Changxiao concocted a plan, standing upright and feigning seriousness. "Address me as Master Uncle. You think just because you can cultivate, you can act recklessly? I could take on 10 of you with ease," Fu Tianrui retorted, shaking his fist threateningly. With a burst of laughter, Lu Changxiao could no longer maintain his composure. "You mock me? Take this." In an instant, Lu Changxiao's laughter froze as he perceived the approach of Fu Tianrui's pristine fist. Almost instinctively, he leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the blow and retreating from the kitchen. Before he could regain his balance upon landing, Fu Tianrui followed swiftly, his fist poised to strike. In a split second, Lu Changxiao braced himself, using his hands to support himself and kicking toward Fu Tianrui. Fu Tianrui, quick to react, crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, sliding backward to absorb the impact. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he retaliated, launching another punch toward Lu Changxiao. As Lu Changxiao landed, still disoriented, Fu Tianrui was already upon him. Evading rapidly, Lu Changxiao seized Fu Tianrui's wrist, throwing him across the room. Watching Fu Tianrui soar through the air, Lu Changxiao grinned. Meanwhile, the Qinglong in his mind reassured him. There is no need for concern, young master. His attacks lack any spiritual energy, he merely wishes to spar with you. You may engage freely. Lu Changxiao did not contest this advice. Should Fu Tianrui truly strike him, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand even a single blow from the latter, who had broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. After being thrown, Fu Tianrui spun in the air, regaining his footing and immediately charging back toward Lu Changxiao. As Fu Tianrui pressed the attack, Lu Changxiao's mind raced, and a spark of inspiration ignited. When Fu Tianrui's fist came towards him, Lu Changxiao sidestepped and wrapped his arms around Fu Tianrui's waist. A broad smile spread across Lu Changxiao's face, but the next moment would forever be etched in his memory. Originally intending to restrain Fu Tianrui, he did not anticipate that Fu Tianrui's speed would cause them to tumble to the ground together. The sudden shock prompted Fu Tianrui to instinctively cling to Lu Changxiao, who was momentarily dazed. They rolled a considerable distance before coming to a stop, lying side by side, Lu Changxiao on top and Fu Tianrui below, their lips mere inches apart. This unexpected scene left Fu Tianrui frozen, his eyes blinking in disbelief as he stared at Lu Changxiao above him, unable to gather his thoughts. Likewise, Lu Changxiao gazed in astonishment into Fu Tianrui's round, expressive eyes. The two remained in silent contemplation, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "Haraha, you two are truly amusing." In this stillness, a melodious laugh shattered their trance. Lu Changxiao quickly pushed himself up, instinctively pulling Fu Tianrui to his feet, who was still in a daze. "You both are killing me with laughter," Gu Qingwan exclaimed, arms akimbo, leaning against the doorframe, her laughter ringing out. Lu Changxiao, embarrassed, scratched his head and lowered his gaze. The situation had far surpassed his expectations, and he glanced at the still-dazed Fu Tianrui. Noticing the rosy hue spreading across Fu Tianrui's fair face, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, Lu Changxiao felt a pang of anxiety. What if Tianrui harbored feelings for him? Such thoughts surged in his mind like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Gu Qingwan, reveling in the unfolding drama, suddenly halted her laughter, eyeing them suspiciously. "Wait, are you two involved?" Before she could finish, she noticed the pink flush on their faces and their averted gazes, causing her heart to race. Had she stumbled upon an extraordinary secret? "Senior sister, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't jump to conclusions." As Gu Qingwan opened her mouth to speak again, Lu Changxiao swiftly interrupted, fearing the implications of her thoughts. If it were believed that they shared romantic feelings, how would they navigate their future interactions? Gu Qingyuan, upon hearing his explanation, wore a knowing expression, leaving Lu Changxiao in utter panic as he caught a glimpse of Fu Tianrui, who was now blushing profusely. Tianrui, you must explain to senior sister that this was merely a misunderstanding. Senior sister, it truly is a misunderstanding, Fu Tianrui said shyly, his voice soft and hesitant as he attempted to clarify. The moment Fu Tianrui's bashful demeanor registered in Lu Changxiao's mind, he inwardly lamented, this is not good. He glanced at Gu Qingyuan, who offered an assuring nod, stating, I still have breakfast to prepare. You two continue your conversation. With that, she turned and walked toward the kitchen, leaving the two of them standing awkwardly in the wind. Turning his gaze to Fu Tianrui, who looked at him with innocence, he earnestly said, I was just following your advice to explain. Lu Changxiao felt as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples of anxiety to spread within him. Coupled with Fu Tianrui's delicate demeanor, his previously steadfast heart began to waver. He instinctively asked, You're not? The previously indifferent Fu Tianrui felt his cheeks flush again at Lu Changxiao's inquiry, his earlier embarrassment returning. Under Lu Changxiao's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Tianrui's eyes darted nervously, his thoughts racing. What if he discovers my feelings? What should I do? How will I face him in the future? Seeing Fu Tianrui's tense expression and flushed cheeks, Lu Changxiao's heart sank. Yet, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, continuing to question, You're not truly interested in men, are you? Upon hearing the question, Fu Tianrui's demeanor shifted from tense to relaxed, taking a deep breath before feigning urgency in his explanation. I'm a genuine man. Absolutely not one to engage in such affairs. To lend credence to his words, Fu Tianrui added, If you don't believe me, let us go to my room now. I'll prove it. However, Lu Changxiao merely regarded him with skepticism. I have absolutely no such thoughts toward you. Truly. Fu Tianrui's voice grew quieter, causing Lu Changxiao to shudder involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. He quickly distanced himself from Fu Tianrui, forcing a smile. I believe you. I'll go help senior sister with breakfast. With that, Lu Changxiao dashed into the kitchen, leaving no room for explanation. He was genuinely frightened. Despite Fu Tianrui's delicate beauty, he was still a man. To be brothers is acceptable, but to be partners in the path of destiny is another matter entirely. What can two robust gentlemen truly accomplish together? As I gaze at the flustered Lu Changxiao hastily fleeing, I cannot help but admire Fu Tianrui, whose smile is as radiant as a blooming flower, exuding an enchanting beauty despite his masculine form. Under the blazing sun, beneath the bamboo pavilion, Lu Changxiao rests his hands on the table, cradling his chin as he mischievously glances at Fu Tianrui, seated across from him. Sensing a shift, Fu Tianrui meets Lu Changxiao's gaze, releasing the little creature in his grasp. From his storage ring, he retrieves 2 exquisite jade vials, each 2 inches tall, accompanied by 10 violet crystals, placing them upon the table. This is for you, he declares, presenting the finest spirit crystals. Chapter 22, The Forbidden Ruins. This is an exceptional spiritual crystal. Upon seeing the casually placed spiritual crystals on the table, even Lu Changxiao, who had become accustomed to various heavenly materials and treasures over the past 5 years, found himself unable to remain composed. Spiritual crystals are classified into 4 categories based on their appearance and the concentration of spiritual energy they contain: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. The pure spiritual energy stored within these crystals is an invaluable resource for cultivators. Thus, a single ordinary inferior spiritual crystal can cost 1 silver coin, and even then, they remain in short supply on the market. 10 inferior spiritual crystals can be exchanged for a single medium spiritual crystal, while 1 superior spiritual crystal requires 100 medium crystals for exchange. As for an exceptional spiritual crystal, it necessitates 1,000 superior crystals to obtain just 1. Occasionally, even this exchange may not be possible, as most cultivators prefer to absorb the spiritual energy contained within the crystals to steadily enhance their cultivation. Even crystals of extremely poor quality can incite fierce competition among cultivators for purchase. Before him lay 10 exceptional spiritual crystals. Take them. Enhancing your cultivation is paramount. He also presented 2 bottles of elixirs. The one on the left was a foundation establishment pill, to be used when you establish your foundation, enhancing the probability of success. The one on the right was a marrow cleansing pill, with 10 in total, to be consumed 1 every 3 days. For some small sects, 10 exceptional spiritual crystals are indeed an astronomical figure. Having reached this juncture, Lu Changxiao had no choice but to accept. Then I shall not be polite. As he stored the spiritual crystals and elixirs in his spatial ring, the long silent Qinglong's teasing voice echoed in his mind. Young master, are you considering submitting to a noble? Or perhaps, are you reminiscing about that unexpected kiss? Before Qinglong could finish, Lu Changxiao quickly interrupted. Enough. You saw everything, didn't you? Qinglong's response only served to confirm Lu Changxiao's suspicions. Otherwise, how would he know about that unforeseen kiss? How should they interact moving forward? The embarrassing incident had evidently been etched into Qinglong's memory. Meanwhile, Fu Tianrui, unaware of Qinglong's existence, observed Lu Changxiao's prolonged silence with a hint of anxiety. Inquiring, what is wrong? Hearing this, Lu Changxiao snapped back to reality, disregarding Qi Long, and turned to Fu Tianrui, exclaiming, I'm fine. Noticing that Lu Changxiao appeared somewhat flustered but otherwise unresponsive, Fu Tianrui finally breathed a sigh of relief and gently added, by the way, I have some news regarding the matter you entrusted me with last time. At this, Lu Changxiao's breath quickened, eagerly asking, is there any news about my master? A couple of days ago, my father received a letter mentioning that 5 years ago, someone had seen my ancestor near the forbidden southern gate of Yunshanzong. Upon hearing the term forbidden southern gate, Lu Changxiao could hardly contain his curiosity and immediately inquired, where is the forbidden southern gate? With his intelligence, Fu Tianrui understood Lu Changxiao's intent in asking, but still softly informed him, we suspect that my uncle has likely entered the forbidden ruins. After saying this, seeing the confusion on Lu Changxiao's face, he continued, the origins of the forbidden ruins can be traced back 100,000 years, during a time when the various cultivation nations were immensely prosperous and gifted individuals were countless. The spiritual energy in the world was abundant, allowing everyone a share of celestial fortune, just as this harmonious era was on the brink of transformation. The earth cracked open, and a towering cliff, hundreds of feet high, stretched from the southwestern cultivation nation to the northeastern one, spanning millions of miles. This cliff is known as the Absolute Forbidden Cliff, which divided the continent in two, severing the spiritual veins and causing the spiritual energy to gradually dwindle. From all directions, mysterious green mist emerged within the Absolute Forbidden Cliff, quickly enveloping the western continent, with none of its inhabitants escaping alive. After listening to Fu Tianrui and Apos' account, Lu Changxiao understood the reason for the sparse spiritual energy on the continent. It was indeed the presence of the Absolute Forbidden Cliff that severed the spiritual veins, leading to the decline of spiritual energy. After a pause, Fu Tianrui continued, later, cultivators above the tribulation realm outside the Absolute Forbidden Cliff formed teams to explore it, numbering over 10,000, yet only a few returned. At this juncture, Lu Changxiao discerned a mix of pity and profound concern in Fu Tianrui's eyes. The pity was for those who perished within the forbidden ruins. But for whom did the concern arise? However, Fu Tianrui's next words made it abundantly clear to him whom the worry was for. The few powerful beings who managed to escape refrained from disclosing what transpired within the Absolute Forbidden Cliff and collectively named it the Forbidden Ruins, warning the surviving cultivation nations on the eastern continent against any exploration. At that moment, Lu Changxiao's heart sank, filled with apprehension. With tens of thousands of Tribulation Realm cultivators entering the Forbidden Ruins and only a handful surviving, did this not imply that his master was likely facing a grave peril? He vaguely remembered his master, Gu Haiqian, instructing him before entering seclusion that there was no need to worry about his master. His master was indeed a powerful Tribulation Realm cultivator and would not encounter danger regardless of the circumstances. Almost instinctively, Lu Changxiao sprang to his feet, his voice resonating with concerned yet unwavering determination. My master is in danger. I must go save him. Beside him, Fu Tianrui was taken aback by Lu Changxiao's reaction but quickly replaced his astonishment with satisfaction. With your current level of cultivation, not only would you find it nearly impossible to move an inch within the Forbidden Ruins, but you likely wouldn't even qualify to enter. Fu Tianrui was not attempting to discourage Lu Changxiao. He was merely stating the truth. To genuinely enter the Forbidden Ruins, one must possess the cultivation of the nascent soul realm or be accompanied by a nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao's expression fell, resembling a deflated balloon. As he spoke to himself in despair, 5 years ago, my master entered the Forbidden Ruins in search of spiritual medicine for me, yet he has been missing ever since. Now that I know my master is trapped, I feel utterly powerless. Indeed, if it were not for him, his master would not have found himself ensnared within the Forbidden Ruins, his senior sister would not be weeping, his senior brother would not forsake his ideals, and his granduncle would not suffer the loss of a century's worth of cultivation. The perpetrator of all this turmoil was none other than him. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to venture into the Forbidden Ruins to rescue his master and reunite them. He would train diligently to enhance his cultivation so that he could save his master soon and seek vengeance for his parents against their village's slaughterer. In his moment of despair, Fu Tianrui's next words ignited a glimmer of hope within him. There are 3 methods to enter the Forbidden Ruins. Lu Changxiao's eyes lit up with urgency as he fixated on Fu Tianrui, his voice rising in pitch. What are the 3 methods? The first is what I just mentioned, achieving the nascent soul realm. This first option would require him at least 10 to 20 years, or even longer. His senior brother had trained for over 20 years and had only recently reached the core formation realm, while he could cultivate for 20 years. The dangers lurking within the Forbidden Ruins meant that his master could not afford to wait. What is the second? The second is to join the North Xian Divine Sect, which has one of the entrances to the Forbidden Ruins, the Forbidden Northern Gate. By becoming a disciple of the North Xian Sect, one can access the outskirts of the Forbidden Ruins. However, the North Xian Sect has stringent assessments, and most of its disciples come from various influential factions and noble families. Moreover, the North Xian Sect is located thousands of miles away and only conducts assessments every 3 years. It has only been 1 year since the last assessment. Without waiting for Fu Tianrui to finish, Lu Changshao immediately inquired about the third option, given how his master had treated him. He would not withdraw from the Divine Wilderness sect under any circumstances. The last option is to participate in the Divine Journey rankings and the Heavenly Wilderness rankings challenge held by the sect in 5 years. Those who succeed will be taken to the Forbidden Ruins for training a month after the challenges conclude. This is currently the fastest way to enter the Forbidden Ruins. At this point, Fu Tianrui looked earnestly at Lu Changshao. In short, you must place yourself on either the Divine Journey rankings or the Heavenly Wilderness rankings. Observing Fu Tianrui's serious demeanor, Lu Changshao could sense the difficulty of achieving a place on the rankings. This path was destined to be fraught with challenges. Despite being aware of the challenges ahead, Lu Changshao remained resolute in his belief that he could succeed. He promptly inquired about the requirements for entering the Divine Movement ranking and the Heavenly Desolation ranking. There are no restrictions based on cultivation. As long as one is able to challenge those listed and emerge victorious, they may claim the position of the defeated on the rankings. The ranking battles are set to last for a total of 10 days, and even if one succeeds in their challenges, they must still maintain their position for 10 days until the conclusion of the event. Ranking battles? A sudden flash of memory surged within Lu Changshao's mind. Chapter 23. The Azure Dragon Technique in the Stillness of the Night. Lu Changshao woke with the intention of visiting the restroom. As he rose and stepped outside, faint sounds emanating from his senior sister's room caught his attention. The voices were subdued, and unable to discern their words, he tiptoed closer to her door. Pressing his ear against it, he finally grasped the conversation within. Brother, have you truly decided to compete for the rankings? Qingwan, at present, only the 3 of us remain at Yaofeng. Changshao is yet unable to cultivate, and I possess the highest cultivation level. It must be me who competes. Our master has been silent, and those old fellows have long coveted Wangyue Peak. If, in 8 years, no one from Yaofeng ranks, we will face not only suspicion, contempt, and ridicule, but also. At this point, Wang Teng's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with resignation. He paused before continuing softly, Yaofeng will change hands. The revelation struck Lu Changshao, and tears welled up in his eyes unnoticed. The bamboo grove swayed gently, and a breeze swept through, causing the tears to cascade down his cheeks. 3 years ago, he had been merely curious about the rankings. But now he could hear in his brother's words a mix of reluctance, helplessness, and indignation. Observing the scene, Fu Tianrui was momentarily at a loss. Just a moment ago, everything had seemed fine. How had it turned into this? Changshao, he called softly, but Lu Changshao remained unresponsive. Remembering how Lu Changshao would tease him to call him uncle, Fu Tianrui, with a hint of embarrassment, finally muttered, little uncle. Wang Kai, who had been sound asleep on the table, was roused by Fu Tianrui's voice. As if sensing the atmosphere, it approached Lu Changshao, licking the back of his hand. Feeling the warmth, Lu Changshao returned to the present and cradled Wang Kai in his arms. Apologies, Tianrui, I lost my composure. It's nothing, Fu Tianrui replied, not wanting Lu Changshao's mood to affect him. He shifted the topic playfully. By the way, what did you just call me? You. I was worried about you, but it seems you just want to take advantage of me. With an affectionate gaze at the feigned anger of Fu Tianrui, Lu Changshao felt immensely fortunate. He had a master who risked everything to venture into the Forbidden Ruins for spiritual herbs, a brother who had forsaken his ambitions, and a sister who was both a mother and father to him. He also had a steadfast friend in Fu Tianrui. What more could he desire? Am I not your uncle? Faced with Lu Changshao's retort, Fu Tianrui fell silent, as if recognizing he had not truly taken advantage of him. What do you plan to do? Fu Tianrui did not dwell too long on the question, instead expressing concern about Lu Changshao's views on the rankings. Naturally, I must participate. Only through this can I enter the Forbidden Ruins to seek my master. As far as I know, among the 100 on the Divine ranking, the last ranked individual is at the Golden Core stage. To reach that level in 5 years seems somewhat, even without Fu Tianrui completing his thought. Lu Changshao understood what he meant. Currently, he had barely reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, a far cry from the Golden Core stage. Without fortuitous opportunities, how could he hope to ascend in 5 years? I know that for me to break through to the Golden Core stage, it would require more than a decade. With that, Lu Changshao paused briefly. Holding Wang Kai, he rose and stood at the pavilion's railing, gazing intently at the lush bamboo grove before him. Uncertain of Lu Changshao's intentions, Fu Tianrui nevertheless followed his gaze, noticing a solitary bamboo standing apart from the dense thicket. This verdant bamboo stood tall and proud, its branches lush and vibrant, each segment climbing higher. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the bamboo grove to sway in unison, rustling softly yet none bent excessively. In contrast, the solitary bamboo, unassisted, bent gracefully into a crescent shape under the force of the wind, yet it did not break. Once the wind ceased, it stood resilient, still reaching for the heavens. Witnessing this, Lu Changshao's furrowed brow relaxed, and at that moment, his heart felt clearer. A serene expression adorned his face, and with newfound confidence, he declared, if a lone bamboo can withstand the fierce winds, why can't I achieve the Golden Core stage in 5 years? Fu Tianrui's gaze shifted to Lu Changshao. his eyes locking onto the resolute determination reflected in Lu Changxiao and Appo's own. In that fleeting moment, the wavering in Fu Tianrui's heart settled. A voice within urging him to believe in Lu Changxiao's capabilities. Sensing his friend's unwavering support, Lu Changxiao turned to meet Fu Tianrui's gaze, which was momentarily shyly averted. "What troubles you?" In response to Lu Changxiao's inquiry, Fu Tianrui instinctively replied, "I believe in you." Upon speaking, a faint blush crept across his previously pale cheeks. Observing Fu Tianrui's flustered demeanor, Lu Changxiao was reminded of that unexpected kiss from earlier, causing him to shiver and quickly divert his gaze. "The weather is splendid. Quite suitable for cultivation." "Indeed," came the reply, the atmosphere in the pavilion growing somewhat intimate. Lu Changxiao felt a pang of awkwardness, unsure how to dispel the uncomfortable tension. It was truly embarrassing for two young men to find themselves in such a predicament. After a prolonged silence, Fu Tianrui discreetly glanced at Lu Changxiao. Seeing him at a loss, Fu Tianrui took a deep breath and calmly said, "Here, take this." As he spoke, Fu Tianrui revealed a humanoid-shaped red fruit in his hand. "What is this?" "This is a spirit infant fruit. It can enhance cultivation without any side effects." Stunned by the revelation, Lu Changxiao was taken aback. Fu Tianrui was treating him as an outsider, offering him an item so valuable for cultivation. "I can't accept the spirit infant fruit. You should keep it for yourself." His refusal was met with insistence as Fu Tianrui grasped his hand, forcibly placing the fruit within it, then snatched Wang Kai away. "Stop with the nonsense. Once you take the spirit infant fruit, you are bound to me and must be at my beck and call." At this moment, the Azure Dragon chimed in, "Young master, do not hesitate. The priority now is to enhance your cultivation. If you feel indebted, you may transmit the first technique of the Azure Dragon technique to him." "Is that true?" "Everything I possess belongs to you, young master. You may allocate it as you wish." With the Azure Dragon's consent, a smile graced Lu Changxiao's face. His spirits lifted. Fu Tianrui's kindness overwhelmed him, and he pondered how he would ever repay such generosity. Having already received cleansing pills, foundation-building pills, and top-grade spirit crystals, how could he ever repay him now? Since the Azure Dragon had agreed to impart the technique, he would not hold back. "In that case, I shall accept the spirit infant fruit. However, I cannot take it without giving something in return." As his words fell, he noticed Fu Tianrui looking up at him. His eyes wide with curiosity and a smile as he extended his hand. "What will you offer in exchange?" Lu Changxiao met Fu Tianrui's gaze with seriousness. "Tianrui, I will teach you a cultivation method that accelerates the absorption and conversion of spiritual energy, but it must not be shared with others." Recognizing the weight of Lu Changxiao's caution, Fu Tianrui set aside his playful demeanor, treating the matter with the gravity it deserved. It was clear that the technique Lu Changxiao was about to share was extraordinary, likely the key to rapidly advancing his cultivation once he restored his original spirit. Seeing Fu Tianrui's readiness to decline, Lu Changxiao swiftly stepped forward, closing the distance between them. In the astonished gaze of Fu Tianrui, he pointed his sword to his forehead. "Azure Dragon now?" Receiving the command, the Azure Dragon quickly separated the first technique of the Azure Dragon technique. A green orb of light flowing from Lu Changxiao's sword and merging into Fu Tianrui's brow. As the green light entered, Fu Tianrui felt a new understanding blossom in his mind. Reclaiming his sword, Lu Changxiao promptly urged, "You should concentrate on the cultivation method as described. I will safeguard your practice." Upon hearing this, Fu Tianrui suppressed his elation, set aside his pet, and promptly seated himself on the ground. Closing his eyes, he placed his hands before his chest and swiftly began to circulate his internal energy. As Fu Tianrui engaged in his practice, strands of pale blue spiritual energy, interspersed with delicate bamboo leaves, began to converge upon him from all directions within the bamboo grove. The pavilion remained tranquil. The brilliant sun continued its descent towards the west, quietly slipping between the peaks of Wanhua. Birds in the sky returned to their nests in the forest, and the cicada song was replaced by the croaking of frogs. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the stillness of the bamboo pavilion. Chapter 24. Earth Spirit Liquid. I have broken through. Haha, I have broken through. Fu Tianrui exclaimed with excitement. Rising from his seat, Lu Changxiao, witnessing his joy, smiled and pretended to clasp his fist in congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, nephew, on your breakthrough." However, Fu Tianrui, caught up in his elation, paid no heed to the term of address and gazed fervently at Lu Changxiao. "If it weren't for the technique you provided, I would have had to wait another 2 months to break through the bottleneck." Fu Tianrui was acutely aware of his own cultivation level and knew that to transcend the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he still required 2 months of consolidation. With the technique given by Lu Changxiao, he believed he could ascend to the core formation stage within a year at most. "And how will you repay me?" It was now Lu Changxiao's turn to jestingly inquire. Fu Tianrui responded with a promise. "I unconditionally agree to one request of yours. No backing out." "Very well. I shall return to Tianji Peak to share this joy with my master." With that, Fu Tianrui took off into the sky, leaving behind a faint, refreshing breeze. Shaking his head, Lu Changxiao turned and picked up Wang Kai, leisurely walking into the pavilion, disappearing into the bamboo grove as the sunset cast its warm glow. As night descended, Wanhua Peak shone with its usual azure light. At this moment, 5 houses and a tower atop Yaofeng stood eerily silent, save for the 6th floor of the tower, which glimmered softly. Through the yellowed gauze windows, a youthful silhouette could be seen. Lu Changxiao was currently searching for books on the shelf. Both the exterior and interior of the tower featured 6-sided walls, with various frames of different shapes and sizes chiseled into each wall, showcasing diverse items. There were ancient tomes, luminous beads, and potions in jars. In the center of the loft, 6 tables were arranged against one wall, with a prominent circular platform in the middle adorned with a cerulean mat. After finding a yellowed tome, Lu Changxiao sat beside a table, using the light from the crystal embedded in the ceiling to read. As he flipped through several pages, his gaze fixed upon an illustration of the spirit infant fruit, accompanied by dense annotations. The young master has indeed uncovered something, the azure dragon observed. Lu Changxiao, engrossed in the text, recited softly, the spirit infant fruit, when consumed with earth spirit liquid, can break through 3 realms for those above the core formation stage, 4 realms for those below, and 5 realms for those at the foundation establishment stage. Lu Changxiao could hardly believe his eyes, shaking his head and blinking rapidly, then focusing intently on the words. His excitement surged, his voice rising in urgency, breaking 5 realms at the foundation establishment stage. The reason he had come to the 5 Elements Pavilion to peruse ancient texts was that upon returning to Yaofeng, he had sought his senior sister, Gu Qiwan, for advice on consuming the spirit infant fruit. She had suggested he consult the encyclopedic records of spirit herb combinations on the 6th floor of the 5 Elements Pavilion, a recommendation he wholeheartedly trusted. If anyone were to ask him who among the 3 siblings had the most profound understanding of spirit herbs, he would unhesitatingly point to his senior sister. Over the past 5 years, aside from his cultivation, Gu Qingwan had consistently taken him along to gather and identify herbs. Thus, he had become acquainted with many spirit herbs, yet this earth spirit liquid was a term he had heard for the first time. Azure Dragon. What exactly is earth spirit liquid? He pondered silently, having learned of the Azure Dragon's vast knowledge during their time together. The Azure Dragon, being over 100,000 years old, possessed insights that Lu Changxiao could only admire. Earth spirit liquid is a rare essence formed from the dense spiritual energy that condenses over millennia deep within the Earth's veins. The longer it settles, the purer and more potent the energy it contains. Does this not imply that earth spirit liquid is exceedingly difficult to procure? Where then shall I seek it? The young master might consider asking Miss Gu. She may know a thing or two, the Azure Dragon suggested. Realizing his oversight, Lu Changxiao exclaimed, of course. How could I have forgotten about my senior sister? She must know where to find earth spirit liquid. He closed the book and hurriedly returned it to its place before rushing downstairs. It was imperative that he elevate his cultivation as swiftly as possible to break through the foundation establishment stage. Though consuming the spirit infant fruit directly could elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refinement, he still wished to pair it with earth spirit liquid for a complete breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Senior sister! Senior sister! As he stepped out of the 5 Elements Pavilion, Lu Changxiao's voice reverberated like thunder, shattering the tranquility of the night. No sooner had his call echoed than a melodious reply akin to a lark came from within a nearby house. Wait a moment. Receiving Gu Qingwan's response, Lu Changxiao stood patiently 2 paces away from the house. Moments later, the lights within flickered on, and the door swung open. Gu Qingwan sauntered leisurely to the pavilion beside the kitchen. Over the years, Lu Changxiao's boisterous nature had become second nature to her. Seeing this, Lu Changxiao quickly joined her at the table. Unfazed, Gu Qingwan yawned and asked, Speak, what brings you here at this hour? If it is not of importance. Disturbing my peaceful dreams at midnight incurs the usual penalty. Noticing her faint sharp gaze fixed upon him, accompanied by a raised fist and mock threat, Lu Changxiao felt a twinge of guilt. Senior sister, the spirit infant fruit needs to be consumed alongside earth spirit liquid to fully unleash its immense spiritual power. However, I do not know where to find the earth spirit liquid. In response to his inquiry, Gu Qingwan did not hide the truth. After a brief contemplation, she remarked, You disturbed my dreams for this? Is it not important? This time, it was Lu Changxiao's turn to be puzzled. For the Azure Dragon had mentioned that earth spirit liquid took centuries to form, and the conditions for its creation were stringent, highlighting its rarity. Yet, such a precious treasure seemed to lose its value in the presence of his senior sister. Was this not somewhat disrespectful to the spirit treasure? Indeed, earth spirit liquid is rare, but your senior sister just happens to know where to find it. Gu Qingwan smiled, her expression radiating confidence. At that location, instead of answering directly, Gu Qingwan gazed at him with wide, glistening eyes. You want me to make a promise, don't you? 1 dinner within a month. After making her request, Gu Qingwan continued to stare at him intently. He realized he had not offered enough in return and sighed. After a moment's pause, he declared, 6 months. Deal. Upon hearing the mention of 6 months, Gu Qingwan immediately agreed, causing Lu Changxiao's lips to twitch slightly. We have earth spirit liquid within our sect. Seeing her strategy succeed, Gu Qingwan's smile faded as she revealed the location of the earth spirit liquid to her younger disciple. But truly, of course, would I deceive you? At her words, Lu Changxiao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he inquired, where in the sect? Gu Qingwan hesitated, contemplating before answering. After a long pause, Gu Qingwan finally said, "It is located in a cave deep within the Xinxing Mountains outside the sect. However, I have nearly forgotten the exact location." With that, she lowered her head shyly, unable to meet his gaze. "It has been over a decade since, so I cannot recall." The Xinxing Mountains? Why have I never heard of this before? Is it related to the Xinxing list? Lu Changxiao wondered, intrigued by the potential connection between the Xinxing Mountains and the Xinxing list. To clarify, the Xinxing list was named after the Xinxing Mountains, as the mountains were home to numerous beasts that provided disciples of the sect with opportunities for training. The deeper one ventured into the mountains, the stronger the beasts became. And with the varying cultivation levels of the disciples, the mountains were divided into several regions. Disciples with higher cultivation levels typically ventured farther into the mountains, and over time, this behavior evolved into a classification of ranks. To encourage disciples to cultivate, the sect leader established the Xinxing list, creating a ranking of 100 individuals, with rewards of spiritual crystals, rare materials, and magical artifacts for those who made the list. Had he not heard Gu Qingwan recount this tale, he would never have guessed the origins of the Xinxing list were so intertwined with this narrative. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 25. Departure to the Shenheng Mountain Range. No. I cannot agree. Gu Qingwan firmly rejected him, her voice laced with authority. If you seek the Earth Spirit Liquid, I can post a bounty in the sect. There is no need to take such risks. Moreover, the Shenheng Mountain Range is fraught with peril. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to our master and elders? Seeing his senior sister's serious expression, Lu Changxiao felt a warmth spread in his heart. Though her words were sharp and her tone unyielding, he understood that her concern lay beneath the surface. The deep worry reflected in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Even if she herself remained unaware, like his elder brother, she always considered his well-being, often expressing her worries indirectly. A classic case of a sharp tongue but a tender heart. With a gentle tone, Lu Changxiao patiently explained to Gu Qingwan, "Sister, I cannot remain sheltered under your care forever. I aspire to protect you one day, rather than retreat in times of trouble." Upon hearing his words, Gu Qingwan's stern demeanor gradually softened. Observing Lu Changxiao closely, she felt a tangle of emotions. Indeed, her little junior brother had grown into a young man who no longer required her constant guardianship. "You have matured and developed your own insights. I should not hinder you. However, remember to think carefully before taking action, ensuring your safety above all else, and do not act with impulsiveness. The Shenheng Mountain Range opens and closes every 3 months, and tomorrow marks the end of this period. Keep in mind, regardless of whether you find the Earth Spirit Liquid, we must withdraw from the Shenheng Mountain Range when the time comes." Like a mother, Gu Qingwan tirelessly reminded him to take care of himself. Lu Changxiao listened attentively to her parting advice, feeling a warmth envelop the moment, as if the chill of the night had dissipated. The brilliant moonlight began to fade under the warm rays of the morning sun, dimming its glow. Gazing at the horizon tinged with the first light of dawn, Lu Changxiao's heart was conflicted. The news of his inability to cultivate for 5 years had spread like wildfire throughout the sect, inciting condemnation from many disciples who demanded he leave Wangyue Peak. His elder brother and sister had forbidden him from leaving the peak, wishing to shield him from the trivialities of life. Now that he could finally cultivate, it was time to prove that he was not a disgrace to Wangyue Peak. Lu Changxiao raised his eyes to the moonlight surrounding Wangyue Peak and solemnly declared, "It is time to venture out and see the world beyond." Just as he was about to set off, he heard his sister call from behind, "Changxiao, wait." Turning around, he saw Gu Qingwan rushing towards him, holding an umbrella and a jade token. In a moment of surprise, Gu Qingwan placed the items into his hands. "Take this. It may save your life in a critical moment. This umbrella is a core artifact. Activating the array symbol on the handle allows for a brief flight. Infusing it with spiritual energy will enable its use. As for this jade token, if you find yourself in life-threatening danger, shatter it, and it will transport you 5 miles away. My brother and I will receive the signal and come to your aid immediately." Lu Changxiao did not respond verbally, but looked at Gu Qingwan with tears welling in his eyes as she explained the functions of the artifacts. Noticing a tear fall from her eye, Gu Qingwan looked up at her younger brother, who was now on the verge of tears. "Good sister, do not cry. I will return as soon as I find the Earth Spirit Liquid." "Thank you, sister." Lu Changxiao sincerely expressed his gratitude, feeling that his debt to them would take a lifetime to repay, a fraction of the value of their bond. "Take care, sister. And please convey my farewells to my brother." With that, he turned and walked down the mountain, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would find it hard to leave the comforts of Yaofeng behind. The sun had risen high, casting warm rays that illuminated Yaofeng, akin to shedding light on Lu Changxiao's path ahead. After ascending nearly 50 steps, he heard Gu Qingwan's caring voice echoing from behind. "Changxiao, remember to protect yourself." "I know, sister," he called back without looking, responding loudly to her concern. On the peak, Gu Qingwan quietly watched as Lu Changxiao's figure gradually faded into the distance, her tear-filled eyes finally overflowing. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo, as if echoing her sorrow. After 3 hours of travel, Lu Changxiao raised his gaze to behold an imposing gate, towering dozens of feet high and wide. The 6 pillars flanking the sides were crafted from fine-quality spiritual crystals, with the 2 central pillars made of exquisite purple crystals. Even the sign above, inscribed with the words Shenhuang Sect Inner Gate, was fashioned from the finest spiritual crystal. A sense of awe filled Lu Changxiao as he marveled at the profound heritage of the Shenhuang sect. Upon stepping through the gate, he noticed a layer of blue light shimmering into existence. As he crossed the threshold of the inner gate, he distinctly felt the spiritual energy thin out slightly. Outside the inner gate, the guards, fully armed and wielding long spears, did not impede his passage. After all, one who could emerge from the inner gate was no ordinary individual. Offending him could lead to unforeseen consequences. This was the fundamental difference between the inner and outer gates. Now he understood why outer disciples aspired to enter the inner gate for cultivation. The abundance of spiritual energy in the inner gate was incomparable to that of the outer gate. He sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy in the inner gate was at least 5 times greater than that of the outer gate. Stepping into the outer gate revealed an endless street lined with diverse shops, the air filled with the sounds of vendors calling out. As he entered the bustling marketplace, his eyes were treated to a kaleidoscope of peculiar items, spiritual herbs, artifacts, spirit crystals, pills, and techniques. Fu Tianrui had previously informed him that there were designated marketplaces for buying and exchanging various goods between the inner and outer gates. Sect disciples could sell and barter different treasures at these markets. While immersed in the vibrant market scene, Jilong queried, "Young master, the Shenheng mountain range is fraught with danger. Why do you not heed Miss Gu's counsel? A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the trials of the storm, nor can it bloom for long." Qinglong remained silent, fully aware that the young master had never been weak. If that were the case, why should he limit himself to cautious development? Instead, he should choose to advance alongside the young master, for with him around, no threat below the core formation level could harm Lu Changxiao. Do you know where the Shenheng mountain range is located? Qinglong's reminder brought Lu Changxiao to a halt, realizing he had forgotten to ask his sister how to reach the mountain range. Now, he could only hope to find a map in the marketplace. With this thought, Lu Changxiao's gaze swept across the stalls, but none offered a map. As a disciple of the Shenhuang sect, who would not know the location of the Shenheng mountain range? After all, it harbored countless treasures that everyone desired to acquire. He navigated through various shops, eager to find a map. Whenever he encountered a stall selling maps, he would stop and inquire, "Senior brother, do you have a map of the Shenheng mountain range for sale?" "No, try asking elsewhere," the stall owner replied kindly. Yet, he seemed to recall something and pointed behind Lu Changxiao, saying, "However, if you wish to go to the Shenheng mountain range, you might seek him out." Turning to follow the stall owner's gesture, Lu Changxiao spotted a youth of similar age sitting cross-legged on the ground. Unlike other disciples of the Shenhuang sect, the boy wore an old gray and white robe. Despite its worn appearance, it could not conceal his handsome features. Before him lay a blue cloth, adorned with several spiritual herbs. He had been calling out for 4 or 5 days, seemingly seeking someone to accompany him to the Shenheng mountain range. "Thank you for the information, senior brother. I shall not trouble you further." Lu Changxiao expressed his gratitude with a bow before turning to approach the youth. In a moment, he reached the youth's stall. The boy glanced up at him and then averted his gaze. "Buying herbs?" he asked. "I did not come here to procure medicine. If not for medicine, then for what purpose?" Lu Changxiao observed the youth with some astonishment. Though the boy seemed to be of similar age, his vigilance surpassed that of Lu. The youth's coldness and alertness did not strike Lu as inappropriate. Rather, it served as a wake-up call for him. "I have heard that you, senior brother, seek someone to accompany you to the Divine Journey mountain range. Is there any truth to this?" He had no intention of concealing his intentions, unable to obtain a map. His immediate priority was to find someone to guide him into the mountain range. The youth was unrelenting, stating plainly, "Indeed, there is such a matter. But that individual is certainly not you. Why may I not be the one? You are merely at the chi refinement stage. Not only would you be of no assistance to me within the Divine Journey mountain range, but I would also have to divide my attention to ensure your safety. The chi refinement stage possesses its own iron will. There is no need for you to humiliate me in this manner." Chapter 26. Additional payment required. Humiliation? What humiliation? It was merely a kind-hearted admonition. "Are you aware of the perils lurking within the Xuanqing mountain range?" "Of course I am." "Oh, is that so?" The youth's face was etched with disdain, and he mockingly inquired, "Pray tell, what do you know of the strength and distribution of the beasts that inhabit the outskirts of the Xuanqing mountain range?" Upon hearing the youth and Appo's question, Lu Changxiao's confidence crumbled in an instant. His knowledge of the Xuanqing mountain range stemmed solely from his senior sister's incomplete recollections. He was utterly ignorant of the dangers that lay within. Had he not encountered the youth before him today, he would have foolishly believed himself prepared, only to recklessly gamble with his life. "I am not certain." Despite his aversion to the youth's smug demeanor, he could not deny his own negligence. Do you still believe you are the person I seek?" Lu Changxiao stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. At that instant, a suggestion from the Qinglong echoed in his mind. "Young master, you might consider employing him with a high-grade spirit crystal to guide you into the Xuanqing mountain range. With a foundation establishment cultivator accompanying you, your journey would be considerably safer." "Spirit crystal? Is that feasible?" Lu Changxiao was puzzled by Qinglong's suggestion. As the youth before him appeared inherently cautious, the aura of a hero radiated from him, suggesting he was not one to bow for mere trifles. Young master, observe his attire. Though he exudes valor, his clothing is quite simple, and the low-tier spirit herbs scattered about indicate he is in need of funds. After listening to Qinglong's explanation, Lu Changxiao scrutinized the youth. His garments indeed bore a humble quality, as his gaze fell upon the patched pants and shoes revealing white socks. Lu Changxiao could not help but think, truly in need of money. Gu Xian, meanwhile, was somewhat bewildered. He had merely spoken the truth, yet the youth appeared momentarily dazed. Had he spoken too harshly? Gu Xian was about to apologize for his earlier rudeness when the youth made a move. Lu Changxiao, unable to hear the youth's mutterings, withdrew a mid-grade spirit crystal from his storage ring. One spirit crystal will take me into the Xuanqing mountain range. Was it not just a spirit crystal? Who does not possess one? Upon hearing the youth's intention to hire him for a single spirit crystal, Gu Xian instinctively refused. However, as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the mid-grade spirit crystal in the youth's hand, he was taken aback, suddenly at a loss for words. While he possessed spirit crystals, they were merely inferior remnants, incomparable to the one before him. He had not anticipated that this youth, seemingly of similar age, would be so generous. He must be a disciple of some esteemed elder from a sect, undertaking trials in the Xuanqing mountain range. Gu Xian's eyes lit up, and with this realization, he felt no remorse in negotiating a hefty fee. With a serious demeanor, he replied, the Xuanqing mountain range is fraught with dangers, overrun by beasts. One misstep could lead to utter devastation. Do you truly think I would risk my life? Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao was momentarily taken aback, staring at the youth. Realizing he had misjudged him. Very well, I shall not impose further. An additional spirit crystal. The youth's words coincided with Lu Changxiao's thoughts. Agreed. Despite his surprise at the youth's actions, Lu Changxiao quickly placed another mid-grade spirit crystal into the youth's outstretched hand, fearing he might reconsider. The two then exchanged their names, Lu Changxiao, Gu Xian. Upon hearing Gu Xian's name, Lu Changxiao could not help but scrutinize his handsome visage. When their eyes met, Lu Changxiao was momentarily entranced, noticing a slight resemblance between Gu Xian and his senior sister. Are you all right? Gu Xian asked, feeling uncomfortable under Lu Changxiao's unwavering gaze. Waving his hand in front of him, I'm fine. Lu Changxiao, slightly embarrassed by Gu Xian's inquiry, swiftly changed the subject. When shall we depart? At the entrance to the Xuanqing mountain range in 1 hour. You shall not accompany me. Gu Xian gathered the spirit herbs from the ground, replying, I need to return to my residence to fetch some items. Agreed. Presuming Gu Xian merely needed to inform someone, Lu Changxiao did not press further. After their agreement, Gu Xian hurried away. Lu Changxiao watched Gu Xian's retreating figure until he turned into a narrow alley. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. At the foot of a secluded, desolate mountain, there stood a dilapidated thatched cottage. Surrounding the cottage was a worn fence, enclosing a small courtyard. The wooden door was barely hanging on its hinges, with a sizable, irregular hole in the right side. With a creak, Gu Xian pushed open the rickety gate and called out loudly, Sister Emo, I'm back. Entering the courtyard, he removed the spirit herbs from his back and placed them neatly on a shelf. Xian, you've returned. Before long, a gentle voice emerged. The door creaked open, and a woman slowly stepped out from the dilapidated cottage. Her steps were slightly unsteady, and her complexion was as pale as paper, as if time had mercilessly eroded her vitality. Yet, this pallor only added a unique, fragile beauty that evoked sympathy. Clad in simple, coarse clothing with patches scattered throughout, she could not conceal her innate elegance. Her eyes resembled deep pools, weary yet still captivating, as if they held countless untold stories. A gentle breeze swept through, causing a few strands of hair to dance delicately, enhancing her charm. However, the worry etched between her brows lingered, as if narrating the hardships of her fate. As Ning Yimo stepped out, a chill breeze enveloped her. Her frail hand covered her cherry-red lips as she coughed softly. Gu Xian, upon hearing her cough, rushed forward to support her. Why did you come out, Sister Yimo? His tone held a reprimand, yet it was saturated with concern. Ning Yimo paid no heed to Gu Xian's rebuke, fully aware that it stemmed from his care for her. With a gentle press of her lips, she softly asked, Why are you back so early today? Gu Xian did not respond immediately, instead leading Ning Yimo to a wooden bench in the courtyard before narrating his encounter with Lu Changxiao that morning and his agreement to venture to the Xuanqing mountain range with him. Ning Yimo's gaze remained fixed on Gu Xian's handsome face, never wavering, as she listened intently to his vivid recounting. Time slipped by unnoticed as birds flew overhead and cicadas chirped in the summer air. Eventually, Gu Xian met Ning Yimo's worried eyes, filled with concern, which tugged at his heartstrings. Sister Yimo, you needn't worry. I have recruited 2 Foundation establishment brothers to accompany me. We shall surely capture the four-eyed demon spider. Upon hearing four-eyed demon spider, Ning Yimo's expression darkened further. Xian, I do not want the four-eyed demon spider. Regardless of strength or lifespan, I only wish for your safety. Sister Yimo, do you remember? If it were not for you, I would have perished in that harsh winter. You saved me and brought me back to the Shenwang sect. Without you, there would be no current me. For your sake, I would risk my life without hesitation. Moreover, I have enlisted 2 Foundation establishment brothers. With them by my side, I promise to return safely. Take care of yourself. If you encounter danger, flee. Having spent years together, Ning Yimo understood Gu Xian's resolute nature and could only repeatedly urge him to safeguard himself. I will. Gu Xian produced the 2 mid-grade spirit crystals he had received from Lu Chanxiao and handed them to Ning Yimo. Take these. Absorbing them during your free time will aid in restoring your Xian. Gu Xian did not allow Ning Yimo to decline, confidently interjecting, take them. You know. With my talent, it makes no difference whether I have spirit crystals or not. Very well, I shall keep them for you. As the time drew near, Gu Xian bid farewell to Ning Yimo, stating, my journey into the Divine Action Mountains may take a while. Sister Yimo, please take care of yourself. And you too. Should ponder carefully before acting. Do not act recklessly, for safety is paramount. I will remember that, Sister Yimo, he added, rising and making his way towards the courtyard exit. Gently closing the gate behind him, Ning Yimo slowly stood, her gaze fixed upon Gu Xian. Outside the fence, Gu Xian seemed to sense her presence. Turning to meet her worried eyes. Sister Yimo, it's chilly outside. You should return indoors. Noting her silent smile, he averted his gaze reluctantly and continued down the path he had come. As she watched his retreating figure, Ning Yimo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she whispered softly, you must return safely. Without you, what meaning does life hold for me? Chapter 27, Tianjin Peak. At the entrance of the Xinhuang Sect's Xinxing mountain range, a throng of 300 to 400 individuals congregated. Among them, Lu Chanxiao raised his gaze to behold the towering stone gate before him. The gate, a deep green hue, stood approximately 40 zhang high and 20 zhang wide. Faintly carved at its apex were the words Screaming Gate, presumably its name. The surface of the stone was adorned with numerous bizarre totems of mythical beasts and intricate patterns of formations, unlike any he had ever encountered. Flanking the gate were imposing black stone walls that stretched endlessly into the distance, likely erected to confine the beasts within the Xinxing mountain range. As Lu Chanxiao's focus intensified upon the gate, he noticed a tower perched among the clouds above it. At that moment, 3 elegantly dressed youths, their demeanor exuding arrogance, fixed their gazes upon him. The leader, clad in white, approached Lu Chanxiao, who was still engrossed in examining the peculiar patterns on the gate. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 accompanying youths were shoving through the crowd, clearing a path for their leader with a sharp command, make way. Their actions provoked discontent among several disciples of the sect, who wished to voice their grievances, yet upon recognizing the trio, they chose to swallow their indignation. Among them was a hot-blooded outer sect disciple, unflinching before the fierce glares of the 3. He boldly exclaimed, what is the meaning of this? The space here is ample. Why must you push us around for no reason? His words momentarily hushed the crowd, drawing curious glances towards the trio. Upon seeing their inner sect attire and the dark golden character Xian emblazoned on their chests, many disciples were taken aback. They could scarcely believe that outer sect disciples would dare provoke the inner sect's Tianjin Peak disciples. Although they belonged to the outer sect, their knowledge of the 7 main peaks of the inner sect was extensive, as they aspired to ascend to such heights. The presence of Tianjin Peak disciples suggested trouble for Brother Zhang Feng, well known among them. Zhao Ziqing halted his advance, turning back to regard the outer sect disciple who had rebuked him with a mocking expression. Are you referring to me? He feigned uncertainty. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow in response, retorting sarcastically, who else here would display such a lack of decorum but you 3? He continued, do you even know who we are? The other 2 disciples, sensing the audacity of the outer sect disciple, glared menacingly. I care not who you are. If you fail to provide an explanation today, do not blame me for summoning the Hall of Justice. You may regret it when that time comes. Zhang Feng was about to unleash a threat when his senior brother, standing beside him, clamped a hand over his mouth, signaling him to silence. Once reassured that Zhang Feng would not utter another reckless word, the senior brother released him, then condescendingly offered an apology to Zhao Ziqing. My apologies, Zhao senior brother. My junior here is rather thoughtless. Please, let it pass. Zhang Qing retrieved a storage pouch from his inner garment, bowing respectfully as he presented it to Zhao Ziqing. Unmoved, Zhao Ziqing shot a sidelong glance at the accompanying disciple, who understood the cue and stepped forward to inspect the black storage pouch. His pupils widened momentarily before he composed himself, nodding at Zhao Ziqing and placing the pouch back into Zhang Qing's hands, retreating to his side. Zhao Ziqing donned a more amiable expression as he helped Zhang Qing straighten up. Since he is your junior brother, how could I hold it against him? Observing his brother's subservience, Zhang Feng felt a surge of resentment. He was acutely aware that the resources within the storage pouch were the result of his brother and Appo's years of frugality. Anger boiled within him as he glared at Zhao Ziqing. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Zhao Ziqing took note of this scene, a sneer curling upon his lips. Zhang Feng's fury only intensified as he gritted his teeth. Zhao Ziqing cast a disdainful glance in his direction, indifferently stating, you ought to be grateful for having a good senior brother. However, opportunities are fleeting. He paused, his gaze sharp and his tone darkening. If you encounter me in the Xinxing mountain range, it would be wise to steer clear. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. With that, Zhao Zicheng turned and made his way through the crowd towards Lu Changxiao. He had already sensed the curiosity surrounding him when Zhang Qing had invoked the Hall of Justice as a threat. Zhang Feng, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Senior brother." But was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Qing. "There is no need to continue. When entering the Xinxing mountain range, remember not to act recklessly. Heed my words." Knowing Zhang Feng's temperament, he understood that allowing him to vent would be of little consequence, as there was no issue in the outer sect that could not be resolved by their master. Zhang Qing watched Zhao Zicheng leave. Recognizing him as a disciple of Tianxin Peak and a descendant of Zhao Qifeng, an entity not to be trifled with, Zhao Zicheng paid no heed to their exchange. He had more pressing matters to attend to. His intention for the day was to enter the Xinxing mountain range in search of opportunities, or perhaps to hunt a few beasts to hone his combat skills. Little did he anticipate encountering the detestable waste he had loathed for 5 years. Lu Changxiao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why these three were approaching him. In mere moments, they stood before him. The leading youth tauntingly remarked, "Ah, is this not the infamous disciple of Wangyue Peak, Lu Changxiao? What brings you to this place today?" At this, Lu Changxiao's brow furrowed. He racked his brain for any memory of offending this individual during his 5 years in the Shenhuang sect, but could not recall any connection. "Do we know each other? Or have I wronged you in some way? You may not know me, but I am well aware of you." "No. The entire Shenhuang sect knows of Lu Changxiao." Zhao Zicheng's voice rose, drawing the attention of numerous disciples within the sect. His two companions erupted in laughter. One particularly rugged-looking fellow glancing around as he jeered, who in the sect does not know of the waste from Wangyue Peak, who has failed to cultivate for 5 years. With that, he burst into raucous laughter, and his companion joined in, completely disregarding Lu Changxiao. It dawned on Lu Changxiao that this young man was likely the source of the rumors that had circulated 5 years prior. Lu Changxiao's fist clenched tightly as he glared at the youth, seething, "You were the one who spread those rumors 5 years ago. Though your cultivation may be mediocre, you are not entirely foolish. But what does it matter? With your insignificant prowess, you are not worthy of my attention." The youth stepped closer, leaning in to speak in a tone only they could hear, "Or perhaps you should consider your fellow disciples at Wangyue Peak. You're equally inept senior brothers and charming senior sisters. I might even have a modicum of respect for them now. However, who will claim Wangyue Peak in a few years remains uncertain." He licked his lips, his gaze malevolent. "By then, you may find yourself a homeless stray dog. Fear not. Your charming senior sister may find her way into my abode, where we shall revel in the night. Remember my name. I am Zhao Zicheng, a disciple under Elder Zhao of Tianxin Peak." Zhao Zicheng concluded, stepping back. Observing the youth's nonchalance, Lu Changxiao's brow furrowed even deeper. He had long grown accustomed to the life of mockery over the past 5 years. He remained unfazed by the mockery and derision of others. Yet he could not tolerate the humiliation of his master and senior brothers. Lu Changxiao's eyes were filled with barely concealed anger. While he could endure insults directed at himself, he could not allow any affront to his beloved seniors. Just as he was about to take further action, the words of the Qinglong echoed in his mind, bringing him to a sudden clarity. "Young master, do not succumb to anger. These three are merely at the foundation level of cultivation, and any retaliatory action would ultimately be detrimental to you." Had it not been for Qinglong's timely warning, he would have surely acted, and the outcome, given the disparity in strength, would have been all too predictable. "Qinglong, can you assist me in eliminating him?" Lu Changxiao's brow furrowed as he called out to Qinglong within his mind. What met him in response was an unsettling silence. "Qinglong, Qinglong." After calling out several times without reply, Lu Changxiao felt a growing sense of unease. Chapter 28, A Ray of Hope. Breakthrough. He is Lu Changxiao, a figure whose reputation diverges from the whispers that surround him. Zhang Feng observed the humiliated Lu Changxiao and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Zhang Qing, somewhat astonished, remarked on Lu's forbearance, then cautioned Zhang Feng. "It is wise to befriend Lu Changxiao, but unwise to make an enemy of him." Zhang Feng understood implicitly. Even without his senior brother's counsel, he would seek to forge a connection with Lu Changxiao. After all, they were both victims of Zhao Zicheng's bullying indeed. The enemy of one's enemy can often be a friend. Although Lu Changxiao lacked cultivation, he was undeniably a true inner sect disciple. Zhang Feng had heard his master mention that nearly all high-grade elixirs in the sect were refined at Wangyue Peak. Perhaps in the future, Lu could be of assistance to him. Most disciples would not dare to discuss this matter as openly as Zhang Feng and Zhang Qing. Though Lu Changxiao had not yet attained the qi refining stage, he was still an inner sect disciple, specifically a direct disciple of Wangyue Peak. Should they mock or deride him, and he learned of it, they could find themselves summoned to the Hall of Justice, facing punishment for their disregard of hierarchy. The Shenhuang sect places immense importance on respect and rank. Once noticed, the repercussions would be severe. Despite Qilong informing him that Zhao Zicheng and his companions had all attained the foundation establishment stage, he was undeterred. Even a salted fish harbors dreams. Even an ant possesses the ambition to shake a tree. Why should he not aspire likewise? "Zhao Zicheng, we harbor no enmity. Why do you malign me so?" The word malign echoed in his mind. How could he, a mere puppet, dare to cast aspersions? Everyone in the sect knew that the master of Wangyue Peak, Gu Haisheng, had brought back an incapable waste, The sect had never before admitted someone who could not cultivate. Lu was the first. Tell me, is this not a disgrace to the sect? As he observed Zhao Zicheng's smug demeanor, Lu Changxiao's patience reached its zenith. Yet, he would not confront Zhao openly in front of the crowd. That would only play into Zhao's hands. Zhao had branded him a waste, incapable of cultivation. Thus, Lu Changxiao resolved to strike back against Zhao Zicheng. Zhao watched closely. With that declaration, a powerful aura radiated from him. The eyes of numerous disciples of the Shanhuang sect widened in astonishment. Many began to murmur. This is the aura of someone at the peak of the 5th level of qi refinement. The rumors had indeed been false. Lu Changxiao could cultivate. Senior brother, you often handle matters for our master in the inner sect. Have you heard any whispers? Zhang Feng turned his gaze toward his senior brother, only to find Zhang Qing silently shaking his head, his eyes fixed on Lu Changxiao. Like the others, he was equally astonished that Lu could cultivate. However, the peak of the 5th level of qi refinement did not particularly shock him. Among the outer disciples present, none were below the 7th level of qi refinement. None were weaker than Lu Changxiao. Their astonishment stemmed from the deeply rooted belief that Lu had been incapable of cultivation for 5 years. A notion now shattered before their eyes. In stark contrast to the crowd's amazement, Zhao Zicheng fell into a brief stupor before his expression hardened, and he retorted loudly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your cultivation must be an illusion conjured by some treasure. Yes, it must be a treasure. Otherwise, how could you have broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement in just 6 months?" 2 disciples accompanying Zhao chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Before one of them could finish speaking, a robust man interjected, "How can you call yourself a disciple of Wangwei Peak? Master Gu has yet to return after searching for medicine for you, his life hanging in the balance, yet you resort to using artifacts to fabricate your cultivation. Do you not feel ashamed of Master Gu's sincere efforts?" As the trio continued to assert that his cultivation was merely an illusion, they displayed a sharpness of tongue. When they finished, they glanced around, only to find no one willing to support their claims, forcing them to awkwardly withdraw their gazes. "Zhao Zicheng, you are but a slanderous wretch. I, Lu Changxiao, have no enmity with you, yet you persist in defaming me. You are the true disgrace of the sect." Though he could not fathom why Zhao Zicheng targeted him so relentlessly, he vowed to repay the insult, especially from one who had repeatedly humiliated his seniors. It was clear now that he was the source of the rumors. Henceforth, he would tread carefully to avoid drawing misfortune upon himself. Though he had not anticipated such chaos within the inner sect, as he listened to the murmurs of the crowd, Zhao Zicheng's face turned a shade of iron, his gaze darting about. Yet, he found no disciples whispering. Instead, he fixed a cold stare upon Lu Changxiao. "You dare insult me?" With that, a powerful pressure, even stronger than his earlier aura, surged from Zhao Zicheng towards Lu. The force descended upon him, creating an almost transparent pillar of pressure. Staggering, Lu nearly fell, his body bending beneath the weight. Gradually acclimating to the oppressive force, he stood upright once more, defiantly glancing at the self-satisfied Zhao Zicheng. Seeing Lu in such a state, Zhao Zicheng's eyes turned icy as he unleashed the full force of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This time, Lu felt an unprecedented urgency, his rigid form bending again, his legs trembling against his will. In an instant, he was hunched over, but still, he maintained a defiant gaze towards Zhao Zicheng. Observing this, Zhao Zicheng glanced at his 2 companions, who immediately understood and directed their own pressures towards Lu. The combined force of 3 pressures bore down upon him like a mountain, causing him to collapse, hands bracing against the ground, nearly kneeling. Despite this, he gritted his teeth, relying on sheer willpower to withstand the onslaught. He could not fall. He could not kneel. "Let us see how long you can endure," Zhao Zicheng taunted, and the trio intensified their assault. The pressure now bore a tangible quality, overwhelming Lu and eliciting feelings of pity from the onlookers. Feeling his arms faltering, Lu summoned the red sword from his consciousness, using it to prop himself up and stave off the inevitable collapse to the ground. Beads of sweat, as small as beans, emerged from his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. His complexion grew pale, the rosy hue of his lips fading. At that moment, he caught sight of Zhao Zicheng approaching him. "The truth shall reveal itself," Zhao Zicheng said, squatting down to meet Lu's gaze, speaking in a voice only Lu could hear. "Even if you truly are at the qi refinement stage, what of it? You are still like a dog, groveling at my feet." Zhao Zicheng's gaze greedily lingered on the red sword. "I didn't realize Gu Haixing was so generous to a waste like you, gifting you such a fine artifact. Perhaps I should take care of it for you." As he reached for the red sword, a circle of crimson-orange light erupted from the blade just an inch from Zhao's hand. Before he could react, the sword's aura sent him flying back a distance of 10 feet, landing awkwardly on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The 2 accompanying disciples stumbled back a few paces, but managed to regain their footing. Simultaneously, the oppressive weight upon Lu dissipated, granting him a moment to breathe as he struggled to rise, casting a look at the disheveled Zhao Zicheng. "Young master." His 2 companions rushed to assist Zhao Zicheng, providing him with a medicinal pill. Throughout the ordeal, Zhao Zicheng's cold gaze had never left Lu. With a furious shake, Zhao Zicheng shrugged off their assistance, shouting hoarsely, "Kill him! I command you to kill him!" The 2 exchanged glances, hesitating. After all, Lu Changxiao was an inner sect disciple. If they were to kill him, they would surely be apprehended by the Hall of Justice. What are you waiting for? Kill him. If anything happens, I will take the blame. Do not forget. My grandfather is the second elder of the Shenhuang sect. Can he not protect you both? Upon hearing this, the two individuals no longer hesitated, clenching their fists as they advanced towards him, simultaneously unleashing the oppressive aura of the Foundation establishment realm, rendering him immobile. Lu Changxiao, gripping his crimson sword, found himself unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as the impending attacks drew closer. Gradually, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending strike that sent shivers through his heart. A sense of injustice welled within him, questioning why the heavens were so cruel. In that fleeting moment, the tumultuous years of his life flashed before his mind's eye. At the age of 10, his village was decimated, his parents vanished, and his master disappeared while searching for medicine, leaving his fate unknown. At 12, his sect's master sacrificed a century of cultivation for his sake. Now, having just embarked on the path of cultivation, he had yet to avenge his parents and his companions, Eru and the others. Just when the two adversaries were merely 2 feet away, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and, with a voice hoarse from desperation, cried out to the heavens, "Oh, vast heavens, why have you dealt me such a blow? I refuse to accept this. I will survive." In that instant, he felt a certain shackle within him shatter, and the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards him. With a resounding crack, his cultivation broke through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, and the oppressive force enveloping him weakened significantly. The crimson sword in his hand seemed to resonate with his emotions, vibrating with a profound energy. As the two attacks reached him, Lu Changxiao swiftly raised the crimson sword to block. With a thunderous clash, the confrontation began. Chapter 29. The two elders of dragons and serpents. Lu Changxiao and the two elders were propelled backward by the force of their collision, taking several steps before coming to a halt. As he straightened up, Lu Changxiao suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and a trace of crimson escaped the corner of his mouth. Surviving this ordeal filled him with unrestrained joy. Against all odds, he had achieved a breakthrough. However, this was not the time for celebration. Despite his advancement, he still could not contend with the foundational realm, and now he faced 3 adversaries. It seemed he would have to resort to the escape umbrella given to him by his senior sister. Unbeknownst to the crowd, 2 white-haired elders stood on the terrace of a tower above the stone gate, clad in long gray-white robes, each wielding a purple cane. One of the canes bore the shape of a strangely curved serpent's head, while the other resembled a vividly lifelike dragon's head. The 2 elders, expressionless, stroked their white beards as they observed the scene unfolding several dozen feet below through the clouds. After a moment of contemplation, the elder with the dragon-headed cane remarked, "Old Serpent, it seems you have misjudged this time." The elder known as Old Serpent did not take offense. Rather, he commented, "A breakthrough in a dire situation indicates this young man possesses remarkable roots. He is destined for greatness." Upon hearing that this was the disciple of that boy from the sea, he inquired, "Have you considered offering him guidance? After all, he is your grand disciple." The elder with the dragon-headed cane merely chuckled in response. Lu Changxiao's ability to withstand a joint attack from the 2 elders left the observing disciples in awe. While it was not uncommon for those in the qi refinement stage to challenge foundational realm cultivators, such occurrences typically involved a 9th-layer qi refiner challenging a foundational stage novice. Witnessing a 6th-layer qi refiner match a foundational realm novice was a first for them, even if it was just a single exchange. Moreover, this individual had been labeled a waste for 5 years. The fact that he had thwarted the attack of 2 foundational cultivators suggested that they were not as formidable as they seemed. Amidst the hushed whispers of the crowd, a rugged-faced man's expression turned fierce, clearly enraged. How could a mid-foundational cultivator be repelled by a qi refiner, especially one known as a waste within the sect? If this news spread, he would be ridiculed and branded with shame among his fellow disciples. Lu Changxiao's gaze met that of the rugged man, whose eyes glinted with murderous intent. Suddenly, the man produced a knife and charged at him, a streak of blue light slicing through the air toward his face. "Prepare to die." The man leapt forward, knife raised high above his head, the blue light aimed directly at him. With the stone gate behind him and surrounded by onlookers, retreat was impossible. He had no choice but to fight for his life. If necessary, he would shatter his jade talisman and retreat to Wangyue Peak to regroup. Just as the powerful blade was about to strike him, a gentle yet overwhelming azure light enveloped him. The knife's radiant arc clashed against this light. Crack! The blue light shattered instantaneously. The man's full-force strike met the barrier, resulting in a resounding thud. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing awkwardly into the crowd several steps away, blood spilling from his mouth. The knife fell from his hand, embedding itself mere inches from his face, leaving him frozen in terror, as wide as he stared at the weapon. Simultaneously, a furious voice echoed through the air. "Impudence! Fighting is prohibited in the Xuanqing mountain range." Lu Changxiao stood upright, observing the scene. Could it be that his master had returned? His eyes glistened with tears of joy as he scanned the surroundings. In the crowd, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "It's the 2 ancestors of dragons and serpents." Everyone's gaze turned upward in unison. At that moment, Lu Changshao also looked skyward, witnessing the two elders descending from above. They landed gracefully before the gathered disciples, their gray-white robes billowing, purple-black canes in hand, and their frosty hair lending them an otherworldly aura. Lu Changshao was momentarily transfixed, instinctively exclaiming, "You are immortals." The elder with the serpent-shaped cane stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. In all these years, you are the first to refer to us as such." While he was still in a daze, the surrounding disciples simultaneously bowed deeply and greeted the two elders in unison. Disciple pays respects to Ancestor Long and Ancestor Shi. Even Zhao Ziqing and his companions, who had relentlessly targeted him, bowed respectfully. The elder with the dragon cane spoke softly, yet his voice resonated with everyone present. "Rise." "Thank you, Ancestor." "Ancestor I, Lu Changshao, pay my respects and express gratitude for your timely intervention." Upon recognizing the identities of the two elders, Lu Changshao immediately bowed respectfully. "Rise, it was but a small effort." "Thank you, Ancestor. Do you know Gu Haisheng? He is indeed my master. May I inquire what business brings you here?" Lu Changshao's respectful demeanor was soon overshadowed by an undercurrent of wariness. The elder with the dragon cane noticed his unease and chuckled warmly. "Little one, there is no need for apprehension. If we were to count, your master would still need to address me as master. Then you are my master's master, which makes you my grandmaster." The elder's words astonished him. If what Ancestor Long said held true, he would possess an additional layer of protection within the Shenhuang sect. This explanation seemed plausible. "Ah, you old rascal, have you forgotten me now that you have a grand disciple?" The elder seemed to recollect something, turning to the other elder. "This is Ancestor Shi. You may also refer to him as your grandmaster." Disciple pays respects to both masters. With that, Lu Changshao knelt down respectfully before the two elders. "Such a promising youth. Rise, Ancestor," she said, scrutinizing him for a moment before expressing his approval. "You are more spirited than that boy Haisheng. You are indeed a fine seedling. Thank you for your kind words, Grandmaster." Ancestor Shi remained silent, casting a stern glance at Zhao Ziqing and his companions within the crowd. Those who participated in the skirmish stepped forward. The rugged-faced man, ignoring his own injuries, swiftly approached the two elders and suddenly knelt before them. Disciple Luo Mian greets the two masters. Another disciple followed suit, kneeling without hesitation. Disciple Han Xin greets the two masters. "Do you remember the rules here?" Ancestor Shi inquired. "Yes, we remember," they stammered, their earlier bravado replaced by trepidation. "That is well. Go to the punishment hall and accept your fate. Thank you for your mercy, master." The two disciples hastily bowed 3 times in gratitude before scrambling away through the crowd. "How do you find this arrangement?" Ancestor Shi turned to Lu Changshao, his tone gentle. He dared not voice any objections. The two were merely pawns in this game. The true instigator remained present, and he was not foolish enough to contradict Ancestor Shi. "Disciple has no objections." Ancestor Shi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze landing on the visibly anxious Zhao Ziqing. The remaining ones must not underestimate this old man's fading eyesight. No sooner had Ancestor Shi finished speaking than all eyes turned to Zhao Ziqing. Clenching his fists, he stepped forward, his expression begrudging yet resolute. And bowed to the two elders, disciple Zhao Ziqing pays respects to the two ancestors. "Do you know your crime?" "What crime could I have committed?" "I beseech the ancestors to clarify. Who is your master?" "My master is Zhao Mingshan of Tianshan Peak." "Ah, so you are the disciple of that Zhao boy. It seems this old man has been blind." Zhao Ziqing felt a surge of joy. If the two ancestors recognized his master, might they not also know his grandfather? "Might I add that Tianshan Peak's Zhao Qifeng is my grandfather? Do the ancestors know him?" Zhao Qifeng, indeed familiar. Ancestor Shi's acknowledgement filled Zhao Ziqing with elation, while the other disciples regarded him with curiosity, as if observing a spectacle. Observing Zhao Ziqing, Lu Changshao appeared somewhat astonished. The words of the serpent ancestor were laced with a sense of indifference and disdain, which he truly failed to perceive. At that moment, Zhao Ziqing cast upon him a victorious glance, as if to convey that both the dragon and serpent ancestors were equally acquainted with his master. Witnessing Zhao Ziqing's demeanor, disappointment inevitably flickered in the depths of the serpent ancestor's eyes. "What does this have to do with your disregard for our traditions? Why did you not join those two in acknowledging your error earlier?" Zhao Ziqing finally grasped the situation. The serpent ancestor was wholly unyielding to his grandfather's influence, a flicker of resentment igniting within him. Out of respect, he referred to him as ancestor, yet you are merely a gatekeeper. What authority do you possess to pass judgment upon me? Chapter 30. The 5-year pact. Upon Zhao Ziqing's utterance, the disciples of the sect were taken aback. The hierarchy of respect and status is one of the foundational principles of any sect, and the actions of Zhao Ziqing would undoubtedly lead the law enforcement hall to apprehend him. Among the crowd, Zhang Qing's expression softened as he murmured, "It appears Zhao Ziqing is destined to be cast into the abyss of enlightenment." Senior brother, do the ancestors Long and Shi truly possess the authority to punish inner disciples? In astonishment, Zhang Feng posed the question that lingered in his mind. The two ancestors, Long and Shi, were well-known figures among the outer disciples, as they oversaw the Spirit Journey mountain range, responsible for granting access to disciples seeking to cultivate and gather spiritual herbs. No one had ever witnessed them in action. Thus their true prowess remained shrouded in mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qing slowly replied. The ancestors Long and she have safeguarded the Spirit Journey mountain range for 6 centuries. Even our master would not dare to show them disrespect. The words of his senior brother caused Zhang Feng's pupils to constrict. While he was unaware of the ancestors' true strength, he recognized that their master was a formidable figure of the nascent soul stage. If even the master had to show deference to the ancestors, it implied that their cultivation surpassed that of the nascent soul. Beyond the nascent soul, was it not? The tribulation stage? Just as the crowd believed Zhao Ziqing would refrain from further insolence, his accusatory voice rang clear. May I ask, Ancestor Shi, Lu Changxiao also participated in the conflict. Why is it that you only hold me accountable while letting him off the hook? Following this, Zhao Ziqing pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Changxiao, who stood behind the ancestors, indignantly asserting, Lu Changxiao merely secured a fortunate position at Wanhua Peak. What is there about him that warrants your protection? The Shi ancestor stroked his long beard and chuckled softly, his tone remaining gentle. Oh, by your reasoning, we are unable to distinguish right from wrong. In response to the Shi ancestor's inquiry, Zhao Ziqing fell silent, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of agreement. After a brief pause, the Shi ancestor recounted the events. I personally witnessed everything. You instigated trouble first, relentlessly forcing him, even attempting to seize his treasures and endanger his life. It was only in a moment of desperation that he was compelled to retaliate to protect himself. As the Shi ancestor narrated the entire ordeal, Lu Changxiao felt a warmth in his heart. Had he not broken through earlier, he was certain the ancestor would have intervened to save him. In the midst of his gratitude, Zhao Ziqing's derogatory remarks echoed once more. A waste who cannot cultivate has no right to converse with me. At that moment, the previously silent Long ancestor finally wore a rare scowl. His words were sharp as he warned, young man, even if your elder Zhao Qingfeng were present, he would not dare to show such disrespect to us. If you do not learn to temper your arrogance, I would not hesitate to discipline you on behalf of Zhao Qingfeng. Old Long, why must you be angry with the junior? The Shi ancestor soothed the irate Long ancestor, then fixed a piercing gaze on Zhao Ziqing, stating, you, a waste, I dare say you are inferior to him. Ridiculous. I broke through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage at the age of 24, while he is merely a waste at the Qi refinement stage. How could I possibly be inferior? As Zhao Ziqing cast a disdainful glance at him, Lu Changxiao clenched his fists, an overwhelming intent to kill surging within him. The Shi ancestor, taking Zhao Ziqing's words into account, spoke with measured reasoning. He is but 15 years old. Having embarked on the path of cultivation for less than 10 days, yet he has already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Such talent is indeed extraordinary. In contrast, you only reached the peak of foundation establishment at 24, merely through diligent training. That hardly qualifies you as a prodigy. Since Elder Shi holds him in such high regard, does he dare to challenge me on the martial platform for a duel to the death? A disciple clad in intersect robes gasped in astonishment. He is bringing the martial platform into this. He is determined to kill Lu Changxiao. Several disciples muttered, repeating, martial platform. Senior brother, do you think Lu Changxiao will accept his challenge on the martial platform? Zhang Feng curiously inquired of Zhang Qing. Absolutely not, Zhang Qing replied with conviction. Given the circumstances, Lu Changxiao would be foolish to accept. I believe he will. This time, Zhang Feng disagreed with his senior brother's perspective, sensing an indomitable spirit within Lu Changxiao. Zhang Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated his junior brother's insight. You are aware of the rules of the martial platform. How can you be so certain he will agree? Zhang Feng nodded, and upon seeing this, Zhang Qing continued, once on the martial platform, one must either live or die. Unless there is a deep-seated grudge, why would one need to resort to the martial platform? At this point, Zhang Qing's brow furrowed. He was perplexed as to why Zhao Ziqing relentlessly pursued Lu Changxiao. Since the rumors about Lu Changxiao had spread within the sect, no one had ever seen his true appearance. It was only known that he remained at Wanhua Peak, never revealing himself. Had it not been for Zhao Ziqing's actions today, he would not have realized that the youth before him with striking features was Lu Changxiao. There should have been no intersection between them, let alone a life-and-death feud. Yet Zhao Ziqing's unyielding determination to achieve his goal was unmistakable. Zhang Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Changxiao. The Shi ancestor appeared to find amusement in the situation, and even the irate Long ancestor could not suppress a smile. After a long pause, the Shi ancestor spoke in a calm tone, challenging a peak foundation establishment cultivator to duel a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator on the martial platform. How audacious of you to suggest such a thing. Zhao Ziqing, having prepared his words in advance, declared, a grudge has been formed today. If I do not eliminate him swiftly, it will become a heart demon that will haunt me when I reach the nascent soul stage. How can I hope to ascend? No matter what, he was determined to make Lu Changxiao accept the challenge, to trample the so-called genius beneath his feet, proving to his grandfather that he was the one with exceptional talent. The Shi ancestor deliberated for a moment, suggesting, there is no need for the martial platform. Killing him will not be something Zhao Qifeng can protect you from. However, I have a proposal. In 5 years, during the Spirit Journey ranking, you two may compete for your standings. If you still wish to challenge him on the martial platform, then it will be permitted. What do you think? Zhao Ziqing hesitated before responding. He was certain he would break through to the core formation stage in 5 years. Meanwhile, Lu Changxiao, currently at the 6th level of qi refinement, would likely only reach the early foundation establishment stage at best. How could he possibly compete with him? Allowing Lu Changxiao to survive for 5 more years was merely a delay. With this thought in mind, Zhao Ziqing readily agreed, infusing a hint of respect into his tone. Very well, since Elder Shi has spoken, I shall not disregard your wishes. Unlike his previous arrogance, Zhao Ziqing now appeared as a compliant and respectful junior. The matter was settled and could not be altered. However, Zhao Ziqing was at fault today. The Shi ancestor need not mention it again. He would personally visit the law enforcement hall to accept his punishment. Having said this, Zhao Ziqing cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Changxiao and turned to leave through the stone gate. This scene pierced Lu Changxiao's heart. Why was Zhao Ziqing so intent on his demise? His gaze remained fixed on Zhao Ziqing, his clenched fist trembling with rage, bones cracking under the pressure. As blood crept into his eyes and fury surged within him, a gentle hand rested upon his back. Instantly, a wave of soothing energy coursed through his meridians, dissipating much of his anger and clearing his vision. Turning to look, he met the amiable visage of the Shi ancestor. Just as he was about to speak, the Shi ancestor interjected, Changxiao, your ancestor has unilaterally promised a 5-year pact on your behalf. Do not hold it against him. At these words, Lu Changxiao's heart trembled. Over the past 5 years, he had immersed himself in alchemical studies, herbalism, and bestiaries, yet he had never explored the intricacies of human nature. Today, however, he found wisdom bestowed upon him by the ancients. He keenly felt the genuine regard the ancestors longed and she held for him, akin to that of his senior sister, senior brother, master, and master uncle. What did it matter if he was a disgrace within the sect? What did it matter if he was deemed a waste? With such a devoted group of individuals caring for him, he had no right to feel discontent or to complain. Lu Changxiao felt a warmth welling in his eyes. His throat constricted as he choked back emotion. He understood that his esteemed master acted thus solely to protect him. He was filled with gratitude for his master and could never harbor resentment. In 5 years, I shall surpass him, defeat him, and prove that I, Lu Changxiao, am not without merit, that I can converse with him on equal terms and surpass him. My child, your master believes in you, the serpent ancestor remarked, visibly moved. Having been childless for so long, he had almost forgotten the nuances of human emotions. The dragon ancestor, who had remained silent until now, kindly addressed him. At the conclusion of this journey through the Divine Action Mountain Range, seek me atop the tower. Your disciple shall surely honor the appointment. To ease the tension, Lu Changxiao quickly assented. The dragon ancestor nodded approvingly and then reminded the serpent ancestor, Old serpent, the time has come. Upon hearing this, the serpent ancestor raised his gaze to the blazing sun above, then turned to the assembled disciples, proclaiming, All disciples, heed my command. The serpent gate shall open. Hasten forth. Chapter 31. Terrifying as such, the voice of the serpent ancestor resonated through the heavens. Standing beside the serpent ancestor, Lu Changxiao distinctly felt the gentleness in the ancestor's speech. Yet the sound that emerged was remarkably profound. Lu Changxiao could not help but marvel internally. Is this the essence of a true powerhouse? From this moment forth, he aspired to become such a formidable figure as a seed of ambition quietly took root in his heart. With his spiritual essence restored and having broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement, coupled with the assistance of the Azure Dragon technique, he was confident that once he refined all the meridian seals, he would surely advance to the late stage of foundation establishment within 5 years, possibly even striving for the core formation realm. As the crowd gathered, their gazes converged upon the dragon and serpent ancestors. The dragon ancestor solemnly warned, Disciples, remember well. Should you encounter formidable demonic beasts during this journey, retreat to the beast control wall. By employing our sect's secret techniques, you shall pass through it safely. With his words, hundreds of disciples bowed in unison to the two ancestors, then echoed, We shall not forget the ancestors' admonition. The dragon and serpent ancestors exchanged a knowing glance and raised their serpent-headed staff towards the squealing gate. Simultaneously, beams of crimson and violet light erupted from the dragon and serpent heads, intertwining as they surged forward, striking a blue, cube-shaped crystal the size of a head situated beneath the inscription squealing gate. Upon absorbing the light, the crystal illuminated, followed by the emergence of golden glows from the stone door's patterns and totems. Shortly thereafter, the massive stone door groaned open, its weighty sound reminiscent of a call from the ancient past. As Lu Changxiao beheld the world within the gate, he exclaimed in astonishment, This must be the Divine Action Mountain Range. Inside lay a breathtaking realm, with towering trees reaching the clouds, their lush foliage intertwining to form a verdant canopy that obscured the sky. A wide path, ample enough for 10 people to walk side by side, meandered ahead, carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves and moss. Sunlight struggled to filter through the dense branches, casting mottled shadows that deepened the road's mysterious allure. Witnessing this scene, some disciples preparing to venture into the Divine Action Mountain Range displayed signs of trepidation. Numerous inner disciples had already entered the stone gate, leaping and utilizing the branches of the towering trees to navigate forward. Some summoned magical artifacts or flew on swords, vanishing with a wave of their sleeves. Leading the charge was Zhao Ziqing, who quickly disappeared without a trace. As the crowd advanced, the serpent ancestor reminded, the stone gate will close in 3 months. All disciples must return by then. After speaking, the serpent ancestor and the dragon ancestor put away their staffs and approached Lu Changxiao, gazing at him with warmth. When do you plan to enter? Lu Changxiao replied, I have arranged to enter the Divine Action Mountain range with others. The serpent ancestor stroked his long beard. That is well. Having companions will allow for mutual support. The dragon ancestor reiterated, when your journey concludes, do not forget to seek us at the tower. Without waiting for a response, the two ancestors transformed into wisps of white smoke and vanished. Observing the now empty space where the two had stood, Lu Changxiao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Truly, they are two peculiar old men. At that moment, someone called his name from behind. Turning, Lu Changxiao spotted Gu Xian jogging toward him through the bustling crowd. After pausing to catch his breath, Gu Xian, slightly apologetic, said, Sorry, I was delayed by some matters. No worries, your presence is what matters, Lu Changxiao replied, unwilling to let this minor inconvenience sour their collaboration, as it could breed unnecessary suspicion. This time, you need only guide me to the mid-level of the Divine Action Mountain range. If possible, I hope you can wait for me after your business is finished. I will ensure to reward you accordingly. He was not merely making empty promises. He had ample spirit crystals. However, he had no choice. As Fu Tianrui was lavish with his spending, there is no need for additional compensation. I have a favor to ask of you, Brother Liu. Please, speak freely, Gu Shidi. If I am able, I will certainly assist you. After a moment, Gu Xian spoke. I enter the Divine Action Mountain range to seek a demonic beast known as the Four-Eyed Demon Spider. Could you accompany me in this search? 1 month will suffice. And if we find it, would you lend me your strength to slay it? If we fail, I will accompany you to the depths of the mountain after a month. Lu Changxiao hesitated, uncertain of the Four-Eyed Demon Spider's strength. Accepting the task without caution could lead to peril if the beast proved too powerful for him at his current level. However, aiding Gu Xian, who was at the foundation establishment stage, would provide additional security for the journey into the mountain's depths. Caught in his thoughts, the long-absent voice of the Azure Dragon echoed in his mind. Young master, agree to him. I know the Four-Eyed Demon Spider's weaknesses. Deal, Lu Changxiao replied promptly. Then let us first seek the Four-Eyed Demon Spider. Agreed. The two then proceeded side by side toward the Squealing Gate. As they stepped through the Squealing Gate, Lu Changxiao felt an ancient and powerful aura wash over him, filling him with reverence and anticipation for the unknown ahead. Once all had entered the Divine Action Mountain range, the Squealing Gate closed heavily behind them. Within the tower, the dragon and serpent ancestors observed everything. Watching Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian walk side by side through the dense forest, the serpent ancestor stroked his white beard and remarked, Fate is indeed remarkable. These two youngsters have crossed paths. In contrast to the serpent ancestor and Appo's calm demeanor, the dragon ancestor's brow furrowed with concern. Is it truly possible for them to reverse the fate of a millennia-long catastrophe? Why fret so, old dragon? When I first met you 1,000 years ago, you remained unflinching even when facing the collapse of Mount Tai. How can you now show fear in your old age? Recalling the past, the dragon ancestor's face brightened, a trace of delight gracing his features. In my youth, I was reckless and unaware of the vastness of the world. Such carefree abandon was free of worry. The serpent ancestor, stroking his long beard, spoke solemnly, having faced life and death over 1,000 times. If the impending catastrophe does not unfold, transforming into dust to nourish the earth is merely a rebirth. Upon hearing the serpent ancestor's words, the dragon ancestor smiled, releasing the weight of the past and looking forward to the future. Indeed, you see things clearly, old serpent. We must provide support if these two youngsters truly defy fate and seize a thread of hope. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their gazes turning toward the endless expanse of the Divine Action Mountain range as dusk approached. In a cave on the southwestern outskirts of the Divine Action Mountain range, Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian sat facing each other in meditation. Between them, a campfire crackled and danced, its red and orange flames flickering, casting shadows that played upon the cave walls. Azure Dragon, why did you not respond when I called for you today? Lu Changxiao queried, having entered the Azure Dragon Hall to seek answers to his lingering questions. Forgive me, young master. Today's events were beyond my control. As the two cultivators atop the tower are formidable, if I did not conceal my presence, they might have detected me. Observing them, I sensed no malice towards you. Hence I chose to remain hidden. Upon hearing this, the tension in Lu Changxiao and Appo's heart dissipated. It was only natural for the Azure Dragon to act thus. The world of cultivation is rife with deception. Countless cultivators have forsaken past friendships for the sake of a single artifact. And brothers can turn against one another in the blink of an eye. The survival of the fittest is a well-known principle in the realm of cultivation. Now burdened with deep-seated enmity in possessing the Azure Dragon technique, a method of extraordinary cultivation, exposure would inevitably attract countless powerful adversaries. At that point, with his current cultivation level, securing his life, much less his technique, would be an impossible feat from now on. He must ensure that the existence of the Azure Dragon technique remains a secret from all but the most trusted. Can you discern the realms of the two ancestors? After a moment of contemplation, the Azure Dragon began to share its knowledge with Lu Changxiao. Their cultivation levels are at least beyond the tribulation crossing stage. Among them, the aura of the staff-wielding practitioner is distinctly stronger than that of the serpent staff wielder. If my conjecture is correct, both individuals are likely at the infant transformation stage, a realm that is not unlike that of my esteemed master. Lu Changxiao felt a surge of trepidation. He recalled the third year after entering the sect when his master, Du Haiqian, had opened his meridians, only to be rebuffed by a restriction within, resulting in the loss of a century's worth of cultivation. The sight of his master's pallid face had pierced his heart with profound sorrow and guilt. Sensing his concern, his master had offered an explanation that, though many years have passed, remains vividly etched in his memory. His master was a formidable practitioner at the infant transformation stage, and a mere century of cultivation was inconsequential. Just as Lu Changxiao was lost in melancholy reminiscence, a colossal shadow approached the cave from a distance of about 40 to 50 zhang, moving steadily towards the entrance. Faintly, one could discern the head of the shadow flickering with arcs of blue and white electricity. Chapter 32. The thunderous armored bear. Suddenly, Gu Xian, deep in his cultivation, opened his eyes with a start, rising to alertly gaze towards the cave entrance. His abrupt movement roused Lu Changxiao, who, upon seeing Gu Xian's tense demeanor, wasted no time in joining him at the cave's mouth. Brother Lu, I sense something approaching us. I can't tell if it's a human or a beast. It should be a beast, at least at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, judging by its aura. Without responding to Gu Xian, Lu Changxiao turned to the Azure Dragon, inquiring about the beast's realm. In the mid-Foundation establishment stage, the Azure Dragon replied. A troubling suspicion arose in Lu Changxiao's mind regarding why a mid-Foundation establishment beast would venture towards their cave at night. It was highly likely that this cave was the beast's lair. At that moment, the heavy footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, and he could distinctly hear the beast's labored breathing. As he focused intently on the cave entrance, Gu Xian suddenly urged, "Brother, let us hide." He pointed urgently towards the depths of the cave. Without hesitation, Gu Xian extinguished their fire with a swift motion and dashed deeper into the cave. Following his lead, Lu Changxiao noted a large, elevated rock platform extending from the cave wall, about 4 to 5 zhang high. As the footsteps grew louder, Lu Changxiao hurried after Gu Xian, reaching the base of the rock platform. Together, they leaped up, utilizing the irregularities of the stone wall to ascend. They quickly lay flat at the edge of the platform, their eyes fixed on the cave entrance. After a few breaths, the heavy breathing echoed within the cave, producing a slight reverberation. Bathed in the pale moonlight, they observed a large, indistinct shadow emerge at the cave's mouth, moving steadily forward. Both their hearts raced as they anxiously watched the entrance, not daring to blink. Just as Lu Changxiao's expression tightened, 2 orange eyes, the size of fists, suddenly glowed in the darkness. A faint blue electric arc flickered around those eyes, crackling ominously. Before them, a colossal beast entered the cave. Moonlight filtered through a 2-foot-wide circular opening at the cave's top, illuminating the creature. With the moon's radiant glow, Lu Changxiao discerned the beast's features: a tiger's head and body, a bear's back, and powerful limbs adorned with muscular sinew. Its paws resembled bear claws, sharp and fierce, with bluish fur interspersed with orange marks resembling claw scratches, and a grayish-white jaw. Its back was lined with sharp spines, akin to a row of deadly blades, sending shivers down their spines. "It is the thunderous armored bear," Gu Xian gasped, his eyes wide with excitement. Lu Changxiao quickly restrained the trembling Gu Xian, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Before he could inquire why Gu Xian was so agitated by the sight of this creature that bore resemblance to both a tiger and a bear, Gu Xian transmitted his thoughts. "Brother Lu, the thunderous armored bear is the favored prey of the 4-eyed demon spider. If we capture it, we can use it to lure the spider, lying in wait for our opportunity." "Very well, we shall act when the time is right." Upon hearing Gu Xian's explanation, Lu Changxiao, despite the thunderous armored bear and Appo's mid-foundation establishment strength, resolutely agreed to the plan. The sooner they could help Gu Xian capture the 4-eyed demon spider, the sooner they could seek the Earth Spirit liquid. However, before taking action, he needed to gather information about the thunderous armored bear from Gu Xian. The disparity in their strengths necessitated caution. Recklessness would be tantamount to courting death. With a furrowed brow, he telepathically inquired about the bear's attack patterns, skills, and weaknesses. The thunderous armored bear has tough skin and flesh, its attacks infused with thunderous power. The sharp spines on its back can be launched as concealed weapons. Its weakness lies in the thunder markings on its forehead. Striking there could bring it down. As Gu Xian paused thoughtfully, he added with gravity, "This thunderous armored bear is already at mid-foundation establishment. It may prove challenging. I will lure it here, and you must strike decisively while it is unprepared." Agreed. Gu Xian, with only the 6th layer of qi refinement, would certainly struggle in a direct confrontation with the thunderous armored bear. Yet, if he could catch it off guard with a powerful strike, it would surely sustain serious injury. At that point, the wounded bear would not be a match for Gu Xian, who was also at mid-foundation establishment. As they strategized their approach, the thunderous armored bear suddenly lowered its head, sniffing the air, then raised its head warily, scanning the surroundings. Startled by the bear's sudden alertness, Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian slowly began to retreat. After surveying its surroundings, the bear seemed to sense their presence and approached the rock platform where they hid. In mere moments, the bear's massive form loomed beneath the platform, scanning the area before fixing its gaze upward. The two held their breaths, fearing even the faintest sound of their breathing might betray them. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable as they remained motionless, observing the thunderous armored bear's unexpected vigilance. In that moment of silence, Lu Changshao noticed that Gu Xian had drawn an iron sword, unbeknownst to him. Without warning, Gu Xian sprang up, raising the sword high and leaping down towards the bear, aiming to strike. Seeing the sudden attack from the human, the thunderous armored bear swiftly leapt aside to dodge. Gu Xian's sword barely missed the bear, crashing heavily into the ground. With a resounding thud, the ground cracked like a spider's web, sending dust and debris flying. Lu Changshao, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated Gu Xian's impulsive assault on the thunderous armored bear. An imposing roar from the bear snapped him back to reality, and he anxiously watched the ensuing struggle. The bear, evading the attack, let out a fearsome roar before lunging at the diminutive human before it. Gu Xian, gripping his iron sword, managed to block the bear's ferocious strike. Creating some distance, he had no time to catch his breath before the bear lunged again. The clash between man and beast erupted into a fierce battle, the air filled with the clash of sword strikes and swipes of the bear's claws, their struggle intensifying. The surrounding stone walls trembled under the force of their combat. However, as time progressed, Gu Xian began to find himself at a disadvantage. The bear's overwhelming strength and agility gradually overpowered him, forcing him into a defensive position and retreating step by step. Before long, Gu Xian found himself cornered at the base of the rock platform. With no escape, the thunderous armored bear bared its teeth, revealing its sharp fangs, and leapt towards Gu Xian. Lu Changshao and Appo's heart raced with anxiety for Gu Xian, but he could not reveal himself just yet. He could only watch in desperation. As the bear lunged to bite down on Gu Xian, the latter instinctively raised his iron sword to block the attack. The bear's massive head bore down with tremendous force. Gu Xian braced himself against the stone wall, his expression fierce as he struggled to hold the bear at bay. The bear's elongated fangs tore through Gu Xian's tattered clothing, piercing his right shoulder and drawing blood. "Brother Lu now?" Gu Xian shouted through the pain. Hearing Gu Xian's call, Lu Changshao, who had been watching intently from the shadows, seized the moment. He swiftly drew the crimson sword, gripping it with both hands, and aimed for the thunder markings on the bear's forehead. However, to his surprise, the thunderous armored bear was prepared. Just as the crimson sword was about to make contact, a surge of thunderous energy erupted from the markings, halting the sword's advance just an inch away. Gritting his teeth, Lu Changshao exerted all his strength, the veins in his arms bulging. Yet he was still unable to overcome the force restraining the sword. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 33. The Azure Dragon Convergence. Slaying the Thunderclap Tiger Armored Bear. Seeing the precarious situation, Gu Xian rose unsteadily, mustering his strength to strike once more at the Thunderclap Tiger Armored Bear, providing a reprieve for Lu Changshao. The airborne beast was struck by Gu Xian's sword, crashing down to the ground. After landing, Lu Changshao cast a grateful glance at Gu Xian, beads of sweat forming on his brow, before vigilantly watching the swaying creature. The Thunderclap Tiger Armored Bear glared at Gu Xian, emitting a low growl before lunging with claws bared. Gu Xian stood resolute, bracing himself against the beast's powerful strikes. As the bear's massive paws descended, Gu Xian raised his iron sword in defense. The beast roared, increasing the force of its assault, causing Gu Xian's knees to bend slowly, a grimace of struggle appearing on his face. Suddenly, with a fierce downward thrust, the bear forced Gu Xian to stoop lower. Seizing the moment, the creature swiftly retracted its paws and pivoted, twisting its massive body. Its long tail lashed out, striking Gu Xian in the abdomen with tremendous force. He was sent flying, crashing against a stone wall, blood spewing forth as he lay on the brink of consciousness. "Watch out!" Lu Changshao shouted in alarm. But it was too late. Recognizing Gu Xian's incapacitation, the Thunderclap Tiger Armored Bear charged forward without hesitation. Lu Changshao felt a tightening in his chest and, gathering his strength, hurled his crimson sword towards the rapidly advancing beast's head. After releasing the sword, he sprinted towards Gu Xian. The bear, catching sight of the incoming sword in its peripheral vision, halted abruptly. It quickly redirected its focus, conjuring a sphere of potent lightning energy in its mouth and launching it at the crimson sword. The two forces collided, resulting in a brilliant explosion that sent the sword flying, which Lu Changshao adeptly caught as he arrived. Without delay, he leapt forward, aiming the sword at the stationary Thunderclap Tiger Armored Bear. However, just as the blade approached, the bear suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing another sphere of lightning energy. Lu Changshao instinctively performed an agile maneuver, flipping in midair, but was still struck by the blast. The explosion sent him crashing into the stone wall, where he slumped down, his body crackling with residual lightning energy, causing excruciating pain that forced a gasp from his lips, followed by a spurt of blood. Struggling to maintain composure, he leaned against the wall, muttering, "This beast is formidable. It seems we may meet our end here today." He continued, panting heavily. "It seems this creature has the fortune of an effortless feast." Senior brother Lu speaks wisely, yet I must disagree with one point, Gu Xian replied, staggering to his feet. Today, it shall be this beast that meets its demise, and it will serve as our meal. Strangely, the thunderclap tiger armored bear did not immediately attack. Instead, it circled them with keen interest. This creature dares to humiliate me, Gu Xian fumed, realizing the bear and Apos' disdainful behavior. Lu Changxiao, at the 6th level of qi refinement, had faced the savage beast alone and nearly perished, yet he showed no fear. As a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, Gu Xian was nearly its equal. Yet he was being treated as a dying prey. How could he endure such indignity? Closing his eyes, Gu Xian recalled the moments shared with Ning Yimo. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the mocking thunderclap tiger armored bear. I would rather stand and die than kneel and live, he roared, tightening his grip on the previously broken sword. He thrust it forward towards the beast. The bear, sensing the impending attack, rapidly conjured spheres of energy, one after another, directed at Gu Xian. He dodged nimbly, slicing through those he could not evade. In a fleeting moment, he closed the distance to within 4 feet of the beast and, without hesitation, lunged for its chest. The thunderclap tiger armored bear, realizing the threat, expelled a lightning sphere that had only partially formed and lunged forward. Gu Xian dropped to his knees, sliding beneath the sphere. He then flipped the broken sword, thrusting the jagged edge upward into the bear's abdomen, piercing through its thick, grayish-white fur. As he slid past, droplets of blood spattered from the wound, hitting the ground with a soft thud. Gu Xian quickly turned and charged at the thunderclap tiger armored bear. Upon landing, blood streamed from the bear and Apos' abdomen, pooling beneath its massive frame, while it let out an enraged roar, eyes filled with fury aimed at Gu Xian. Lu Changxiao, meditating to recover his strength, witnessed the fierce exchange, surprised by Gu Xian and Apos' ferocity. However, considering that both were mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners, their combat was expected to be evenly matched. Yet, as Gu Xian had initially been injured, he gradually began to falter after numerous exchanges, seizing the opportunity while Gu Xian was airborne. The thunderclap tiger armored bear unleashed a lightning sphere that struck true. Gu Xian fell, rolling several yards before coming to a stop. Attempting to rise, he found himself paralyzed by the lingering effects of the lightning. He collapsed, helplessly watching as the beast approached. The thunderclap tiger armored bear would not grant him mercy. With a powerful swipe of its tail, it sent Gu Xian crashing into the stone wall, where he fell unconscious. This time, the bear did not linger but charged directly at the unconscious Gu Xian, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Gu Xian, Lu Changxiao, having regained considerable strength, called out in alarm. He seized his crimson sword and rushed towards the thunderclap tiger armored bear. As the beast drew near, Lu Changxiao arrived just in time to stab it in the eye. The bear, caught off guard, recoiled in pain, allowing Lu Changxiao to swiftly pull Gu Xian close to the wall. Gu Xian lay battered, his already tattered clothing reduced to rags. Blood flowed profusely from the bear's injured eye, and it roared defiantly, fixating its gaze on Lu Changxiao. The bear, gathering its strength, conjured another sphere of potent lightning energy, preparing to unleash it. Lu Changxiao's heart raced as he saw the electrified sphere hurtling towards him, the air crackling with destruction. If he dodged, Gu Xian would surely perish. If he remained, they both faced death. The latter was a choice he could not make. He could not abandon his friend in battle. As the sphere neared, the urgent voice of the Azure Dragon echoed in his mind. Young master, do not resist. Trusting the dragon, Lu Changxiao closed his eyes, surrendering himself. At the moment of impact, a surge of azure light enveloped him, transforming the destructive energy into a part of its essence, lifting him slowly off the ground. The thunderclap tiger armored bear watched in terror, instinctively trembling as it contemplated fleeing. In the air, Lu Changxiao felt a powerful energy surging through him, propelling his cultivation from the 6th level of qi refinement to the pinnacle of mid-stage foundation establishment. As the azure light dissipated, he transformed into a dragon man. Opening his eyes, Lu Changxiao marveled at his new form, his hands now adorned with azure-scaled claws. Witnessing this sudden transformation, the thunderclap tiger armored bear abandoned its desire for revenge, turning to flee towards the cave entrance. You beast, you injure me and think to escape. Lu Changxiao let out a fierce roar, wielding the crimson sword as he swiftly charged towards the thunderclap tiger armored bear, which stood guard at the cave's entrance. The thunderclap tiger armored bear abruptly halted, its eyes wide with panic, realizing escape was futile. It immediately unleashed a barrage of 4 or 5 luminous orbs. Unflinching, Lu Changxiao advanced to meet them head-on. In an instant, the cave was filled with a swirling tempest of sword energy and flickering lightning. After more than 20 exchanges, the thunderclap tiger armored bear found itself at a disadvantage, gradually succumbing to Lu Changxiao and Apos' relentless assault. Numerous gashes marred its body, leaving it bloodied and battered. As the bear lunged to bite, Lu Changxiao deftly sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting his sword. The blade pierced through its upper jaw, causing a torrent of blood to spill from its mouth. Writhing in agony on the ground, the thunderclap tiger armored bear let out a series of pained roars, violently shaking its wounded jaw. In that moment, the thunderous markings on its forehead were laid bare, Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Changshao bellowed with fervor, "Perish, beast!" He leapt into the air, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual power into the crimson sword. The blade blazed with a fierce red light as it plunged directly into the markings on the bear's forehead. The thunderclap tiger armored bear emitted a desperate roar as its massive form began to tremble violently. Moments later, it collapsed with a resounding thud, falling silent forever. Lu Changshao gasped for breath, his taut nerves finally unwinding. Gazing at the lifeless body of the thunderclap tiger armored bear, a tumult of emotion surged within him. After a night of fierce battle, the dawn's light began to pierce through the cave's entrance. Cough, cough. Chapter 34. The four-eyed demon spider cough, cough. The sudden, urgent sound of coughing caused Lu Changshao's previously relaxed nerves to tighten once more, and he hurriedly shifted his gaze towards the source of the noise. Qinglong, revert from your fused state, he urged, anxious that Gu Xian might discover them, as he could not afford to eliminate witnesses. Even if Gu Xian did see, Lu believed he would remain discreet. After spending a day together, he had a fair understanding of Gu Xian's character, yet one must always remain vigilant. His current cultivation was not sufficient to protect everything, so it was prudent to proceed with caution. Upon receiving the command, Qilong immediately reverted to his original form. A flash of azure light illuminating the space. The dragon-like features vanished, and upon seeing Gu Xian still unconscious, Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It had merely been a false alarm. With that, Lu stepped closer and supported Gu Xian's neck, administering a medicinal pill. Moments after consuming the pill, Gu Xian's pale complexion began to regain some color, and the pallor of his lips turned rosy. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "Water, water." In response, Lu produced a crimson gourd, uncorked it, and fed Gu Xian several sips. During this brief interlude for hydration, Gu Xian noticed the lifeless body of the thunderclap tiger armored bear lying in a pool of blood at the cave's entrance. It dawned on him that Lu Changshao had rescued him and slain the beast. "Thank you, senior brother Lu, for saving my life," Gu Xian expressed, his emotions complex. Reflecting on how he, a foundation cultivator, had been saved by Lu, who was merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. "We have shared life and death together. If you truly wish to thank me, please treat me to a drink once this expedition in the Xinqing Mountains concludes." Gu Xian managed a faint smile, "Of course. But I hope you won and Oppos. Find fault with me then." In the following 2 hours, the two divided the thunderclap tiger armored bear into several portions. Placing them into storage bags, Gu Xian offered Lu the beast's demon core, which Lu accepted without hesitation. They also started a fire to roast the bear's meat. Gu Xian handed Lu a piece of the roasted meat, saying, "Senior brother Lu, give it a try. The flesh of demon beasts is infused with spiritual energy, and it is rare to find such delicacies outside." "Thank you." As Lu took the meat, a delightful aroma wafted up, and he eagerly began to chew. This was his first experience consuming demon beast flesh, and after finishing, he felt waves of spiritual energy surge from his abdomen to his limbs. Surprisingly, the breakthrough he had recently achieved felt somewhat loosened, as if he were on the verge of advancing to the mid-stage. Who would have thought that consuming meat could enhance cultivation? Lu Changshao spoke with his mouth full, nearly incoherent. Observing Lu's voracious appetite, Gu Xian reminded him, "Though demon beast meat can indeed enhance cultivation, senior brother should exercise moderation. Overeating may lead to a dangerous buildup of energy." In contrast to Lu Changshao's wolfish manner, Gu Xian appeared much more refined. The spiritual energy contained in the thunderclap tiger armored bear's meat held little benefit for him. "Ah, I almost forgot that." Lu Changshao suddenly found the meat in his hand less appealing. "You may eat freely, with the Qinglong art, even if you consume the entire beast. You would quickly refine it." "Right, the Qinglong art," Lu Changshao thought, and immediately began to circulate the technique. Thus, he combined eating with refining. Half an hour later, Gu Xian, observing the dwindling amount of bear meat in the storage bag and glancing at Lu, who was thoroughly enjoying his meal, scratched his head and said, "Senior brother, there isn't much meat left." Upon hearing this, Lu Changshao popped the last piece into his mouth. Realizing how close he had come to devouring all the provisions, he felt a twinge of guilt. "I apologize, I lost track of myself." "No worries, senior brother. After this is over, I'll treat you to a feast." Gu Xian was curious as to why Lu had consumed 3/4 of the bear's meat without any adverse effects, suspecting it was due to his cultivation technique. "Agreed. Senior brother, we are currently on the southwestern outskirts of the mountain range, but we must delve deeper to reach the four-eyed demon spider's territory." Gu Xian picked up a branch from the fire and began sketching a map in the dirt. "Very well, let us depart." They quickly tidied up and exited the cave, one following the other, in a shadowy grove within the Xinqing Mountains. Lu Changshao was desperately fleeing. Behind him, a massive spider with 10 legs, resembling dry leaves in color, pursued him. Its head sported 4 glossy black eyes, and its thick, twisted legs were covered in brownish soft hairs. The four-eyed demon spider greedily eyed the meat at Lu's waist. "Quickly, Gu Xian, this beast covets my flesh. Hold on a bit longer, senior brother." Lu glanced back at the distance between himself and the spider. The moment he turned, he saw the four-eyed demon spider crashing through the underbrush, its pincers poised to strike. With a swift roll to the side, Lu narrowly avoided the attack and resumed his flight. The thick branches of the forest floor were not so fortunate, as the miscalculated strike of the spider shattered them into pieces. The four-eyed demon spider reared back, its pincers snapping in frustration as it glared venomously at Lu, who was darting around a tree. It suddenly propelled its injured body forward in pursuit. Gu Xian, taking advantage of the terrain, stealthily maneuvered through the low hills. Soon catching up to the massive arachnid, Lu adeptly dodged the deadly attacks and web projectiles of the four-eyed demon spider with precise movements. Spotting a dense thicket ahead, he quickly crossed his arms to shield his face and plunged into the foliage. Upon landing, he steadied himself and dashed behind a towering rock, peering out nervously at the thicket. Suddenly, the spider's roar echoed, prompting Lu to squint intently. In the next moment, the four-eyed demon spider burst through the thicket, blinded by the sun's glare, and unexpectedly fell into a pit just 3 meters away. With a thunderous crash, Lu leaned closer to the edge of the pit to assess the situation, only to hear Gu Xian shout from behind, "Senior brother, get back." Lu immediately retreated several steps, halting just in time to see Gu Xian brandishing a massive rock, sharp at one end and weighing 1,000 pounds. The stone glimmered with a faint blue light. Leaping over the thicket, Gu Xian hurled the boulder into the pit. An explosive sound reverberated, accompanied by a chilling shriek. Once on the ground, Gu Xian gasped for breath, glancing around until he spotted Lu, a smile creeping onto his face. That should finish it. Lu involuntarily swallowed hard. "Junior brother, you are truly valiant." Lu approached Gu Xian and peered down into the pit. There, pinned by the massive stone, lay the four-eyed demon spider, its legs thrashing in a futile struggle. Green blood pooled around it, and soon its movement ceased. Observing the dying creature, Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It is fortunate I familiarized myself with the terrain. Otherwise, we would have gone hungry tonight." Indeed, their efforts to capture the four-eyed demon spider were not solely for Gu Xian's sake. Lu had his own motives. He had yet to savor the taste of spider flesh during their 7 or 8 days in the Xinqing Mountains. Lu Changxiao retrieved his crimson sword and jested with Gu Xian. 8 days have passed. Had you not led us astray, we might have found the four-eyed demon spider much sooner." The two had roamed tirelessly in search of the spider, losing their way for 5 or 6 days without a trace of its web. By sheer chance, they had stumbled upon its lair, determined to capture it successfully. They meticulously explored the surrounding terrain, ultimately discovering a natural pit measuring 9 meters in width. This discovery enabled them to employ the flesh of a thunderbolt tiger as bait, successfully luring the four-eyed demon spider to this location. Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian then leapt into the pit, where they proceeded to dismember the four-eyed demon spider. Stowing 10 of its legs into a storage bag, Gu Xian plunged his iron sword into the creature, slicing from the center downwards, which caused a luminous green orb to float forth. He gently set aside the sword and cradled the demon core in both hands, his eyes sparkling with wonder as if it were a rare treasure. Moments later, Gu Xian cautiously placed the four-eyed demon spider's core into another jade-green bag adorned with bamboo motifs, securing it close to his chest. Once they had completed their task, Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian ascended from the pit, only for Lu Changxiao to encounter an unwelcome figure. To his dismay, it was none other than the sect's disgrace, Lu Changxiao himself. Haha. Chapter 35. Encountering Zhao Ziqing again. Lu Changxiao gazed at Zhao Ziqing, who stood before him with a defiant smirk, and instinctively clenched his fists. "Little did I expect to encounter you here," he thought. Zhao Ziqing feigned surprise, pausing momentarily before disdainfully remarking, "What bad luck indeed. Brother, do you smell something foul?" Gu Xian waved his hand before his nose and sniffed in Zhao Ziqing's direction. Lu Changxiao, momentarily stunned, suddenly had a realization, and his tightly clenched fists relaxed. In concert with Gu Xian, he pretended to detect an unpleasant odor. "Now that you mention it, I do smell something. Who could have brought a latrine outdoors?" Gu Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief as he smiled and asked, "Brother, have you ever heard the sage speak of such matters?" "Not at all." "I would be eager to listen," Lu Changxiao replied. In the books his senior sister had shown him, none had mentioned the sage's words regarding latrines. It seemed Gu Xian had cleverly fashioned this to vex Zhao Ziqing, and he was willing to play along. Gu Xian assumed the demeanor of a learned scholar, shaking his head thoughtfully before intoning, "Wolves travel 1,000 miles to feast on meat, while dogs journey the same distance only to consume excrement. Yet, I have never seen a dog carry dung across such a distance." Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao erupted into hearty laughter, and after regaining his composure, he gave Gu Xian a thumbs up. Brilliant. Truly worthy of the sage's prior words. While they reveled in their mirth, Zhao Ziqing, the initial provocateur, stood with his fists clenched white-knuckled, his rage evident as he glared daggers at them, finally managing to spit out, "You go too far." Simultaneously, he released a menacing aura befitting a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian responded in kind, unperturbed by Zhao Ziqing's murderous glare. As they sensed the intensity of their cultivation, Zhao Ziqing's expression faltered, waves of shock crashing within him. Lu Changxiao had unexpectedly advanced to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Just days had passed since they last parted, and in such a brief time, he had broken through 2 realms. The three stood in a tense standoff, neither willing to yield. After a moment, Zhao Ziqing's expression darkened, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes before he concealed it, despite his quick concealment. Lu Changxiao caught the glimpse of malice that flickered in Zhao Ziqing's gaze. Zhao Ziqing, now wearing a congenial demeanor, had shed his earlier arrogance and instead approached with a smile, attempting to placate. Apologies, Lu Shidi, I was out of line. Your use of dogs to insult me is somewhat understandable. Observing Zhao Ziqing's sudden change in attitude, Lu Changxiao felt his suspicions solidify. Yu Xian leaned in to whisper a warning, brother, be cautious. He clearly harbors ill intentions. Lu Changxiao frowned slightly, fixing Zhao Ziqing with a cold stare. Let us speak plainly. We are not yet familiar enough for such familiarity. Lu Shidi, as fellow inner sect disciples, I acknowledge my past transgressions. Let us agree to forget them and move forward in harmony, shall we? Zhao Ziqing offered, producing 10 mid-grade spirit crystals from a storage pouch at his waist, presenting them as compensation for the grievances Lu Changxiao had endured over the years. Lu Changxiao was momentarily taken aback. He realized that Zhao Ziqing's demeanor had shifted from one of defiance to that of a docile bird in a cage. Yet, given Zhao Ziqing's apparent sincerity, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. At worst, he could simply avoid him in the future. I accept your apology. Taking the spirit crystals from Zhao Ziqing, Lu Changxiao promptly stowed them away in his own pouch. One should not refuse a gift freely given. Since Lu Shidi accepts my apology, let us embrace as a gesture of reconciliation, Zhao Ziqing said, opening his arms and approaching him. Lu Changxiao was momentarily perplexed, unsure of Zhao Ziqing's intentions, and instinctively took a step back. While acceptance was one thing, an embrace felt excessive. Just as he thought to evade, Gu Xian stepped in front of him. Ah. Zhao Shixiang, my brother suffered from a chill last night. It would not be wise to pass such an ailment to you. Although the Spirit Journey mountain range is rich in medicinal herbs, a night of coughing is indeed a torment. Let me embrace you in his stead. How does that sound? Before Zhao Ziqing could protest, Gu Xian swiftly wrapped his arms around him. Although the outcome was not what Zhao Ziqing had anticipated, he reciprocated the embrace before stepping back. However, Gu Xian and Lu Changxiao failed to notice that Zhao Ziqing's thumb was hidden within his palm during their brief embrace. I still have medicinal herbs to gather, so I shall take my leave for now. Lu Shidi, take care, Zhao Ziqing said, offering a flimsy excuse before departing. Lu Changxiao responded coolly, Zhao Shixiang, do remain vigilant. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, as Zhao Ziqing turned to leave, Lu Changxiao thought he caught a hint of a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Watching Zhao Ziqing disappear, Gu Xian spat, what a piece of work. After venting his frustration, he turned back to Lu Changxiao. Brother, how did you manage to provoke him? In response to Gu Xian's inquiry, Lu Changxiao too wished to understand how he had drawn Zhao Ziqing's ire. Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, were it not for him, you might not have heard the tale of the gifted disciple accepted by the head of the moonlit peak, who was unable to cultivate. I have not heard of such a thing. Gu Xian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Surely you are not referring to yourself? Gu Xian and Apos. S response surprised Lu Changxiao, yet he realized not everyone had to know. It offered him some solace. However, these tales would soon become the past. One day, he would prove to the entire sect that Lu Changxiao was no fool, that he too could cultivate like the others, and that his master was not blind to his potential. He firmly believed that day would not be far off. All has been resolved. Now that we've captured the four-eyed demon spider, the time ahead belongs to you. Gu Xian feigned shyness. Brother, what scandalous words are these? I am still an innocent young man, incapable of handling such flustering remarks. Lu Changxiao was taken aback, having never seen a man display such bashfulness, aside from Fu Tianrui. Clearing his throat, Lu Changxiao asked, do you know where the most concentrated spiritual energy lies in the Spirit Journey mountain range? Indeed, it is in the Valley of Annihilation. The Valley of Annihilation within the Spirit Journey mountain range is a unique locale, not only rich in spiritual energy but also abundant with various medicinal herbs. But what about the Valley of Annihilation? Gu Xian did not keep him in suspense, his expression turning grave. The beasts in the Valley of Annihilation are formidable. It is said that a great demon resides there at the nascent soul stage. Once, an inner sect brother at the core formation stage ventured there to gather herbs, only to be gravely injured before he even laid eyes on the demon, falling into a coma. After this incident became known within the sect, the Valley of Annihilation was deemed a forbidden area of the Spirit Journey mountain range. It is rumored that that brother has yet to awaken. A nascent soul demon. Lu Changxiao murmured to himself. If the Valley of Annihilation truly harbored such a creature, was his quest destined to yield no results? As he pondered whether to risk venturing into the Valley of Annihilation, Gu Xian shifted the conversation, offering him an alternative. However, there is another location, albeit with considerably thinner spiritual energy. Where is that? The Luotian Mountain Gorge, 5 miles from the Valley of Annihilation. What is the level of the great demon in this gorge? This time, Lu Changxiao did not exhibit his previous eagerness. Instead, he inquired carefully about the gorge's circumstances. Now he understood that any place rich in spiritual energy would invariably attract powerful demons, as these were the prime locations for cultivation. The distinction between inner and outer sects was essentially one of talent. inner sect disciples enjoyed far superior cultivation resources and spiritual energy compared to their outer sect counterparts. The same applied to demon beasts, as areas abundant in spiritual energy were often claimed by formidable creatures. In the core formation stage, Gu Xian's answer startled him. He had only anticipated a peak foundation establishment demon, not one at the core formation level. For now, let us set those two locations aside. Please take me to a place with comparatively abundant spiritual energy. If we find nothing there, we shall then brave the Luotian mountain gorge. In recent days, he has been continuously consuming the spiritual essence found within the flesh of mystical beasts, resulting in his cultivation reaching the 8th level of qi refinement. However, despite his relentless efforts to consume more beast meat, his progress has become sluggish. Nonetheless, he firmly believes that within 3 months, he will ascend to the 9th level of qi refinement. Then I shall lead you to other locations, senior brother. With that, Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian promptly returned to the woods. Unbeknownst to them, a faint white thread had begun to emerge from Gu Xian. Shortly after their departure, a white cicada appeared, following the ethereal thread into the distance. Chapter 36. The sudden incident at the Luotian mountain gorge in the desolate wilderness of the central region of the Shanheng mountain range. Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian walked in succession, with Gu Xian lagging a few steps behind before suddenly halting his pace. Senior brother, what exactly are you searching for? He inquired, plopping down onto the ground in mild frustration. It has been 2 full months, and I have nearly traversed the entire area rich in spiritual energy that I once knew so well. Di Lingyi. Yu Xian's voice surged in astonishment at the mention of the term. Do you truly understand what Di Lingyi is? Lu Changxiao hesitated, feeling a twinge of insecurity. 2 months prior, he would have confidently asserted his knowledge, but now he was uncertain. Di Lingyi is exceptionally demanding of its environment. Without abundant spiritual energy, it simply cannot manifest. Although the places we have searched thus far are not devoid of spiritual energy, they are far from meeting the necessary conditions for the formation of Di Lingyi. Gu Xian flopped back onto the ground, exclaiming in defeat, what a waste of effort. Observing Gu Xian's despondent demeanor, Lu Changxiao scratched his head sheepishly. Let us search for 2 more days. If we do not find it, we shall return. He genuinely lacked confidence at this point. Should they fail to locate it, he intended to return to their sect and issue a bounty. Gu Xian abruptly sat up, suggesting, why don't we head directly to the Luotian mountain gorge? The spiritual energy there is denser than anywhere we have previously searched. At this suggestion, Lu Changxiao felt a pang of guilt. A month ago, he had proposed the very idea of going to the Luotian mountain gorge, but after a month of wandering together, he found it hard to ask Gu Xian to venture into such a perilous place once more. The Luotian mountain gorge is far too dangerous. I cannot allow you to take that risk with me, he responded, dismissing Gu Xian's proposal without much hesitation. Senior brother, it has been 2 months. I thought our relationship had grown less distant, but it seems you still do not see me as one of your own. Gu Xian's eyes dimmed, disappointment radiating from him. Lu Changxiao could not help but chuckle at Gu Xian's expression. You might have convinced me of that when we first met, but at this point, even if you declared it 1,000 times, I would not believe a word. Perhaps due to their long companionship, Lu Changxiao had come to understand Gu Xian's character thoroughly, cautious and aloof before strangers, yet unabashedly familiar with friends. Going to the Luotian mountain gorge is acceptable, but all actions must heed my guidance, Lu Changxiao stipulated. Very well, I shall follow your lead in all that I can. Gu Xian replied, eager to comply. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Lu Changxiao lightly kicked Gu Xian's foot. Understood, I will guide you right away. Gu Xian stood and dusted off his tattered robe, adopting the demeanor of a humble innkeeper. Lu Changxiao couldn't help but laugh. Look at you. Not long after they departed from their resting spot, a fist-sized white cicada flitted its wings and hovered in midair. The cicada darted about, spraying golden liquid from its rear towards the direction the 2 travelers had just taken. After several days of traversing the mountains, they finally arrived at the Luotian mountain gorge. Towering peaks loomed around them, while the central mountain was flanked by sheer cliffs. The gorge itself was a perfect square, suffused with green mist that obscured the view within. But the sound of water crashing echoed faintly. As Lu Changxiao gazed at the scene before him, he was reminded of the abyss filled with green miasma behind Lu Yuan village. However, unlike the ominous miasma of the abyss, the green mist here exuded a sense of vibrant life, in stark contrast to the latter's aura of death. This is the Luotian mountain gorge, he mused. Noting Lu Changxiao's tone of skepticism, Gu Xian scrutinized the map in his hands. It must be right. This is exactly what the map indicates. Lu Changxiao could only smile wryly, shaking his head. Let us venture inside. If I could not sense the spiritual energy emanating from the gorge, I would never trust your navigational skills. Thus, after another half hour, the 2 finally entered the gorge. As they stepped into the lush surroundings, the abundant spiritual energy enveloped them, and Lu Changxiao felt a loosening of his own cultivation level, prompting him to practice the Qinglong technique. Unlike the green mist observed from the cliffs, the gorge was devoid of it. An invisible barrier seemed to separate the air above from the enchanting scene below. The ground was adorned with an array of colorful flowers, and common spiritual herbs were scattered about, while 4 winding rivers flowed into a circular lake with a diameter of about 40 to 50 meters. Aha! Senior brother, we have struck it rich. Gu Xian's excited exclamation drew Lu Changxiao's attention as he spotted Gu Xian holding several sprigs of spiritual herbs a mere 10 meters away. Lu Changxiao paid him no mind, focusing instead on the circular pool, for the Qilong had just informed him that the most concentrated spiritual energy lay within the heart of the pool. Gu Xian, feeling a pang of reluctance, glanced back at the few spiritual herbs atop a dead tree stump before hastily following Lu Changxiao. In less than a quarter of an hour, they reached the edge of the circular pool. Gu Xian squatted down and scooped some water from the crystal-clear surface, declaring, "Could this possibly be the Dilingyi we have sought? It certainly does not resemble it." Lu Changxiao, having never encountered Dilingyi himself, was at a loss for words to respond to Gu Xian's inquiry. "Young master, the water in this pool is not Dilingyi. However, it contains potent spiritual energy. If you were to cultivate in it for a day, you could achieve the breakthroughs you seek within half a year." "Half a year? Alas, we must exit the Shunheng mountain range in a mere 10 days. Lu Changxiao felt a surge of emotion. All his efforts to search for Dilingyi were aimed at achieving a breakthrough, yet now that the opportunity lay before him, he found himself powerless to grasp it. Upon hearing his words, the Qilong suggested, "Young master may take some of this water for sale or to keep for future use." The Qilong continued speculating, however. "There is no need for concern. There exists an extremely concentrated spiritual energy fluctuation at the center of the pool, which is undoubtedly the Dilingyi you seek." Noticing that Lu Changxiao remained silent, his gaze fixated on the center of the pool, Gu Xian stood and curiously inquired, "Senior brother, what are you observing?" "I have found the Dilingyi." "Where is it? I must see what the legendary Dilingyi looks like." "In the center of the pool." Gu Xian hurriedly turned his gaze toward the center of the pool, where he spotted a small island capable of accommodating 6 or 7 individuals. Pointing at the island, he exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that? I must see what it looks like." "Senior brother, take a break. I shall scout ahead." "Wait, hold on." Before Lu Changxiao could respond, Gu Xian dashed across the surface of the lake toward the small island. In the blink of an eye, he had sprinted several dozen meters away. As he approached the small island, he noticed a green liquid seemingly about to overflow from a thick stone pillar. And the spiritual energy surrounding the island intensified, hinting at the essence coalescing into pearls. Gu Xian was convinced that the green liquid was indeed the fabled Dilingyi, and his heart raced with excitement. So captivated was Gu Xian by the island that he appeared to have forgotten the warnings about the formidable beast lurking in the Luotian mountain gorge. However, the moment he set foot on the island, the previously calm lake suddenly rippled, as if disturbed by an unseen force, creating a swirling vortex around the island. The water surged dramatically. "Gu Xian, be careful." Lu Changxiao, witnessing the scene from the shore, called out anxiously to Gu Xian on the island. Gu Xian felt a sudden chill as the light in his eyes began to fade. Chapter 37. Ambush. As Gu Xian raised his gaze, he beheld the lake surrounding the small island swirling and rising like an impenetrable wall, encircling him. With no time to ponder, he hastily summoned his broken sword and ascended vertically into the air. In the blink of an eye, he soared above the water wall that had already risen several meters. He flew toward the shore where Lu Changxiao stood, landing in a state of disarray, his eyes fixed in terror upon the surging whirlpool in the lake. Seeing Gu Xian's expression of having narrowly escaped death, Lu Changxiao's fear intensified. "Are you injured?" he inquired urgently. "No, I'm fine," Gu Xian replied. Though his heart was filled with dread and an overwhelming sense of fear, he recalled a conversation from 2 months prior, before they had set out, where he had told Lu Changxiao about the existence of formidable demons in the Valley of Annihilation and the Luotian mountain ravine. His reckless actions had nearly cost him his life, and as he remembered the moment he had taken flight, the image of those crimson eyes emerging from the whirlpool seized his heart with terror. Could it be that demon of the core formation realm? "Brother, we must flee," Gu Xian urged, grasping Lu Changxiao's hand and turning to escape. A demon of the core formation realm was beyond their capability to confront. A mere foundation establishment level thunderstorm tiger had nearly claimed their lives. If they faced a core formation demon, their demise would be inevitable. Lu Changxiao, though bewildered, followed closely behind Gu Xian as they sprinted in the direction they had come. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from behind them. Curiosity prompted Lu Changxiao to glance back, only to see the whirlpool dissipating, replaced by a massive emerald serpent with 2 prominent humps atop its head. The serpent roared at them, its enormous fangs resembling sharp, curved blades, striking terror into their hearts. "Quick, run," Lu Changxiao urged, his voice trembling as he quickened his pace, momentarily surpassing Gu Xian. Hearing him, Gu Xian turned to look, and upon recognizing the demon's fearsome visage, he too accelerated, swiftly catching up to Lu Changxiao. The serpent, enraged by their intrusion and attempts to seize treasures from the island, pursued them with fury. It twisted its long, powerful body, crushing the low-lying flowers and bushes in its path as it carved a trail behind it. Hearing the rustling sounds of destruction drawing nearer, Gu Xian brandished his broken sword, aligning his fingers and channeling spiritual energy into it, causing the sword to enlarge several-fold. He stepped onto it, pulling Lu Changxiao up with him, who secured himself tightly around Gu Xian's waist. Gu Xian then positioned his fingers in a cross before his chest, guiding the sword as they fled close to the ground. Casting a glance at the relentless serpent behind them and then at his half-sized sword, he declared, "If we miraculously escape, I shall acquire a new sword." Amidst his concern over the serpent's pursuit, Lu Changxiao felt a thrill from the wind rushing past his face. At that moment, beneath the starry sky, the youthful dream of soaring through the air on a sword was being realized. Hearing Gu Xian's words, he unhesitatingly replied, "If we survive, I shall gift you a fine sword. You must hold true to your word." Agreed. Despite the serpent's core formation strength, it was slower than the two of them. And soon they had created a distance of several meters. Before long, Lu Changxiao spotted the exit of the ravine. "Hold on. We're almost there." Gu Xian, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth, intertwining his fingers and channeling even more energy into the broken sword, which surged in speed. In mere moments, they burst through the narrow opening of the ravine, but Gu Xian, having exhausted his energy, felt his body weaken and his eyes flutter shut, ready to collapse. Lu Changxiao reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. The broken sword lost control, wobbling as it fell forward. Maintaining his grip on Gu Xian, Lu Changxiao seized the moment to push off the sword with his feet, landing safely. Just as he intended to flee with Gu Xian in his arms, he couldn't help but glance back at the serpent that was hot on their heels. To his astonishment, he found the enormous serpent coiling at the narrow entrance of the ravine, flicking its long tongue and glaring fiercely at him, showing no intention of pursuing further. It seemed the serpent was hesitant to emerge. Lu Changxiao wondered at this. Despite the entrance's narrowness, the serpent could certainly pass through if it wished. Why did it not come out? Gu Xian, equally bewildered by the scene, was less concerned with the serpent's reluctance and more with the fact that he longed to be set down, but his brother seemed to have forgotten his presence entirely. Clearing his throat, he hesitantly spoke, "Brother, could you set me down now?" Lost in thought about the serpent's behavior, Lu Changxiao was jolted back to reality by Gu Xian and Apos' voice. "I and Apos, LL set you down now," he said gently, lowering Gu Xian to the ground. An awkward silence ensued. "Once we're out, tell me your address, and I shall send you that sword." Just as Gu Xian was about to respond, Lu Changxiao caught sight of Zhao Ziqing suddenly appearing behind him. He quickly stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Gu Xian. His eyes narrowed in vigilance at Zhao Ziqing and the four individuals clad in intersect attire behind him. Gu Xian reacted swiftly, turning to face the five with equal caution. Observing their stances, Zhao Ziqing wore a look of feigned innocence. "My dear junior brother, your actions will surely sadden your brother." Before Lu Changxiao could retort, Gu Xian, fueled by indignation, interjected, "Spare us your pretense. Had it not been for you, my brother would not be suffering such disgrace." "Disgrace?" Zhao Ziqing scoffed, as though he had heard a jest. "If it were not for me, would he have achieved such renown within the sect? From the inner to the outer sect, who has not heard of Lu Changxiao? He ought to be grateful for all I have done." Fearless, Gu Xian shot back, "Shameless. It's a wonder you still walk among us. Had I been in your shoes, I would have long since ended my own life rather than live in such disgrace. You seek death." Zhao Ziqing, incensed, prepared to strike, but one of the tall, imposing figures behind him stepped forward to restrain him. As Zhao Ziqing turned to rebuke the person blocking his path, he was taken aback by the dark, imposing countenance of Xia Chong, his anger deflating considerably. Xia. Brother Lu Changxiao, witnessing this, was taken aback. Zhao Ziqing seemed to be intimidated by the man before them. Xia Chong ignored Zhao Ziqing and calmly addressed Lu Changxiao. "You are Lu Changxiao." Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Xian suddenly tugged at his sleeve, whispering urgently, "Brother, I cannot discern his cultivation level, but his aura is certainly on par with mine." Lu Changxiao, alarmed, realized that the ally Zhao Ziqing had brought was formidable, likely at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, the three individuals behind him, each grasping a sword, appeared equally powerful. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why had they crossed paths with Zhao Ziqing so soon after emerging from the Lushan Mountain ravine? "Pray tell, what is your name? And what brings you here?" "Xia Chong. I have come to kill you." Chapter 38. The cicada, the voice of the summer insect, was chilling and devoid of any emotion, making him feel as though he were trapped in an ice cellar. Qinglong's serious voice broke the silence. "Young master, seize the opportunity for us to escape. These four are all at the Foundation establishment stage." "No," he declared resolutely. "I will not abandon Gu Xian, not even if it costs me my life." Upon hearing Qinglong's suggestion, he rejected it without a moment's hesitation. While he feared death, he was even less willing to forsake his comrades out of fear. Moreover, these assailants were targeting him. Ultimately, it was he who had dragged Gu Xian into this predicament. Lu Changxiao furrowed his brows and spoke emphatically. "If our fellow disciples turn against each other, and this reaches the ears of Xingfeng, you will not escape punishment. If the two grandmasters of Long and Shi learn of this, none of you will be spared." He had hoped that invoking the names of Xingfeng and the two grandmasters would deter the summer insects and their companions, but to his surprise, the summer insect merely smiled indifferently. With arms crossed before him and a smirk on his lips, the summer insect declared, "Here, apart from the two of you, everyone else is mine. If I eliminate you both, Xingfeng will never know." In the perilous Shixing mountain range, fierce beasts roamed freely, and the deaths of a few disciples were commonplace. After I dispose of you, I shall feed your remains to the crystal water snake. Who could possibly trace it back to us? Even if the grandmasters sense something amiss. We shall simply claim you recklessly intruded upon the territory of the crystal water snake and met your demise. They were truly unwilling to let him go. With death being a certainty, he resolved to have them release Gu Xian. He could not allow Gu Xian to perish due to the feud between him and Zhao Ziqing. Zhao Ziqing, do you not wish to kill me? Our enmity has nothing to do with him. Release him, and you need not lift a finger. I shall end my life before you. What a joke. Do you think I would let him go only to inform those two old men and have them come to save you? Zhao Ziqing replied with a knowing smile, an ominous laughter dancing in his eyes. Enough of this noise. The summer insect shot Zhao Ziqing a glare, causing him to promptly fall silent, averting his gaze in fear. Observing this exchange, Lu Changxiao quickly deduced that the summer insect and his companions were allies summoned by Zhao Ziqing. However, the summer insect's superior cultivation instilled fear even in Zhao Ziqing. Summer brother, I believe you are a reasonable individual. My junior brother and I merely crossed paths by chance. Allow him to leave, and he will not disclose this matter to anyone. An agreement must be honored. I, the summer insect, value integrity. Today, none of you shall escape. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqing displayed a twisted smile, his gaze fixated on him and Gu Xian. He was not surprised by the summer insect's refusal. To have personally summoned the summer insect to eliminate a mere chi refinement cultivator, Zhao Ziqing had undoubtedly offered a tempting price. At this juncture, he had no choice but to employ the artifact given to him by his senior sister before her departure. Lu Changxiao, speaking in a tone audible only to him and Gu Xian, cautioned, Gu junior brother, hold on to me tightly. Gu Xian did not comprehend his senior brother's words, but complied, gripping his wrist firmly. The summer insect narrowed his eyes, a frigid glare fixated on their every move, attack. With this command, the three figures behind him calmly unsheathed their swords, two of them leaping to flank Gu Xian and him from behind. Gu Xian, alert and wary, scanned back and forth, forming a defensive barrier against the three Foundation establishment cultivators. Faced with their onslaught, their chances of survival were non-existent. The three exchanged glances and, in unison, charged at the encircled duo. Witnessing their sudden assault, Lu Changxiao swiftly retrieved the escape umbrella that Gu Qinwen had given him before her departure. He opened the umbrella and immediately infused spiritual energy into the engraved handle. The umbrella spun violently, emanating a dazzling red light that enveloped both him and Gu Xian. Just as the three swords were about to pierce the radiant barrier, Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian vanished without a trace. The trio momentarily stood in shock, their gazes instinctively turning to the watching summer insect, awaiting his next command. Lu Changxiao, how intriguing. My interest in you grows by the moment. I hope you do not disappoint me. The summer insect's lips curled into a chilling smile. Zhao Ziqing, locate their position. This time, they shall not be so fortunate. Regaining his senses, Zhao Ziqing promptly closed his eyes to sense their whereabouts. Moments later, he opened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Summer brother. They are at the Annihilation Valley not far from here. Quite the choice of location. Upon hearing the name of Annihilation Valley, a flicker of surprise crossed the summer insect's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Pursue them. In a desolate and barren expanse, two figures materialized out of thin air. Ouch! Gu Xian stumbled to the ground, rising to dust off his clothes. What kind of artifact is this, senior brother? It's my first time witnessing such a thing. Want it? Do you dare? After a jest, Gu Xian crossed his arms and paced back and forth, his expression serious. Senior brother, do you not find it strange how Zhao Ziqing knows our precise location? Lu Changxiao remained silent, lost in thought, while Gu Xian continued his own line of reasoning. We encountered him while capturing the four-eyed demon spider. It has been 2 months since we parted, yet he can find us without fail. How precise? Gu Xian murmured. Suddenly his eyes brightened. I just realized. He has been following us the entire time. Otherwise, how could he have found us so easily? Interrupting Gu Xian and Appo's revelation, Lu Changxiao turned to him, eager to hear his deductions, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon a white insect perched on Gu Xian and Appo's shoulder. Taking a step closer, he found himself nearly colliding with Gu Xian as he turned, causing him to stagger back in fright. Senior brother, do not move. Lu Changxiao carefully removed the white insect from Gu Xian's shoulder and observed it intently. The insect was entirely milky white, flapping its transparent wings as it attempted to flee from his grip. Lu Changxiao enveloped the white insect in a barrier of spiritual energy, restraining its escape. Gu Xian quickly realized he had misjudged his senior brother's peculiar interests and leaned in to take a closer look. What is this? As he neared to discern the insect's form, horror washed over his face. Senior brother, this is a cicada. What is a cicada? A cicada is a type of spirit beast often raised by outer disciples for tracking purposes. By embedding a talisman into the target's body, the cicada can locate them from any distance as long as it remains alive. The master can then discern the cicada's position through secret methods. Gu Xian's realization dawned upon him. Zhao Ziqing had sown a cicada on them, recalling their encounter 2 months prior when Zhao Ziqing had embraced him to bury their grievances. He surmised that it must have occurred then. No wonder Zhao Ziqing knew our movements. Before Lu Changxiao could respond, Gu Xian snatched the cicada from his hand, tossing it lightly into the air. Drawing out a broken sword, he struck the cicada mid-flight. The cicada was split in two, falling to the ground and twitching before falling still, its once milky white body turning ashen gray. Now, Zhao Ziqing would have to face the consequences. Lu Changxiao was left bewildered by Gu Xian's actions, prompting Gu Xian to explain hastily, "The master cicada has been destroyed. It will inevitably backfire on him. He might not survive this." With a sudden jolt while soaring through the skies on his sword, Zhao Ziqing felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest tightly, he gasped for air. The summer insect and his companions, drawn by the commotion, slowed their pace to investigate. Spotting the summer insect and his group gazing at him, Zhao Ziqing, disregarding the pain in his chest, urged, "Summer brother, my master cicada has perished. We must hurry." Meanwhile, after dealing with their predicament, Lu Changxiao and Gu Xian finally remembered to assess their surroundings. "Where exactly have we been transported to?" Gu Xian inquired, surveying the unfamiliar terrain. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and his pupils dilated. Chapter 39. The cold wind blows in the Valley of Annihilation. The Valley of Annihilation. "Brother, it seems we have arrived at the Valley of Annihilation." Gu Xian's voice trembled slightly. Hearing this, Lu Changxiao followed Gu Xian's gaze. Before them lay a lifeless circular depression, stretching endlessly, as if the earth had opened its merciless jaws. The stone walls flanking the depression were steep and treacherous, etched with deep scars from the erosive passage of time. The words, "The cold wind blows in the Valley of Annihilation, the spirit is disturbed, and the soul cannot return," loomed ominously, evoking a chilling sense of foreboding. A dry wind swept through the valley, carrying with it an aura of dread and slaughter. Furrowing his brow, he gazed into the boundless depression, an inexplicable sense of oppression swelling within him. "This is the Valley of Annihilation. Young master, this valley is rich in vital energy, making it an excellent place to cultivate the second layer of the Azure Dragon technique. If you can temper your body here, it will become as resilient as iron and steel, and should anything go awry, no harm will befall you." The Azure Dragon's words plunged him into contemplation. With less than half a month until the opening of the Screaming Gate, if he remained here, he risked missing the opportunity and would have to wait an additional 3 months. For cultivators, 3 months was but a fleeting moment. Yet in the perilous realm of the Divine Movement Mountain, 3 months could stretch into an eternity. With this in mind, he resolved firmly that Gu Xian must not accompany him. Should Zhao Ziqing and his companions pursue, he could escape with the aid of the Azure Dragon. "Gu Shidi, you should return. I can seek the Earth Spirit liquid alone." Gu Xian looked astonished, but soon realized that Lu Changxiao did not wish to implicate him. "We agreed, brother. You would help me catch the four-eyed demon spider, and I would assist you in finding the Earth Spirit liquid. Are you going back on your word? Your willingness is enough." Lu Changxiao paused before continuing, "I wish to enter the Valley of Annihilation. There is no need for you to take this risk with me. You have already accompanied me for 2 months, nearly losing your life due to my troubles. The dangers within the Valley of Annihilation are numerous. I cannot endanger your life for my own desires. Brother, do not persuade me. If I do not emerge in half a year, please make a trip to Wanghua Peak for me and inform my brothers and sisters that I will repay my debts in the next life." Gu Xian, taken aback by Lu Changxiao's intention to stay in the Valley of Annihilation for 6 months, showed his concern. "Brother, take care." Seeing Lu Changxiao's determination, Gu Xian reminded him before parting, "Brother, do not forget, you still owe me a fine sword." With that, he executed his sword technique and vanished into the horizon in a flash. He understood that Gu Xian's unspoken message was for him to return alive. Watching Gu Xian's figure disappear, he turned to scrutinize the 2 ominous phrases on the stone wall. "The cold wind blows in the Valley of Annihilation. The spirit is disturbed, and the soul cannot return." After reading them carefully, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Is it truly so terrifying?" Suddenly, a manic voice echoed from the sky. "Lu Changxiao, prepare to die." Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao turned to locate the source of the voice and saw Zhao Ziqing descending upon him with his sword raised, mere 10 feet away. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly drew his crimson sword and swung it upwards with all his might, barely deflecting Zhao Ziqing's fierce strike. A resounding clang erupted, sparks flying, as the tremendous force numbed Lu Changxiao's arm. Unfortunately, his cultivation was significantly inferior to Zhao Ziqing's. This blow sent his vital energy surging, as if his internal organs were struck by a heavy hammer. Unable to suppress it, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps before regaining his footing. The approaching Xia Chong and his 3 companions watched with cold indifference, standing silently by as they observed the fierce clash between the two. Gritting his teeth, Lu Changxiao took a deep breath and once more brandished his crimson sword against Zhao Ziqing. After only 6 or 7 exchanges, Zhao Ziqing's cunning and ruthless sword techniques had left Lu Changxiao with 4 or 5 deep gashes. Blood flowed profusely, staining his white robe a glaring red. He realized that, with his current cultivation level, he was no match for Zhao Ziqing and could only retreat slowly towards the entrance of the Valley of Annihilation. Sensing his weakness, Zhao Ziqing pressed on relentlessly, striking with lethal intent and offering no respite. "How does Lu Shidi feel?" "Fear not, brother. My sword is swift and painless, I assure you. Your death will be comfortable." At that moment, Zhao Ziqing seemed startled by something behind Lu Changxiao, his expression shifting to one of fear as he momentarily faltered. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Changxiao turned abruptly and fled into the depths of the Valley of Annihilation. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished within the valley. Upon witnessing Lu Changxiao's escape into the Valley of Annihilation, Xia Chong and his companions were taken aback, particularly Xia Chong, whose brow furrowed in alarm. Everyone in the sect knew that entering the Valley of Annihilation was tantamount to death, ever since that Dan Formation elder mistakenly ventured into the valley and returned severely injured. The sect leader had decreed that disciples must not enter the Valley of Annihilation. As for that elder, it was said that after healing, he fell into seclusion, not emerging until he achieved the Yuaning stage. As an inner disciple, Xia Chong was privy to the truth. That elder had not yet awakened. His consciousness reduced to a mere tenth. He had become a living corpse. Seeing Zhao Ziqing about to pursue, Xia Chong quickly called out, "Zhao Ziqing, come back." While he disapproved of Zhao Ziqing's arrogance, Zhao Hong was the grandson of the Grand Elder. If anything were to happen to him, they would surely meet their end. Today, if I do not kill him, I will find it hard to find peace. Watching Lu Changxiao flee into the Valley of Annihilation, Zhao Ziqing replied, drawing his sword and charging it after him. Unlike the outside, within the valley, mist enveloped the area, and a chilling aura assailed Lu Changxiao. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he dodged and weaved through the valley, attempting to exploit the complex terrain to evade Zhao Ziqing's relentless pursuit. However, Zhao Ziqing's superior cultivation allowed him to maintain a close pursuit. Lu Changxiao's wounds continued to bleed, leaving a gruesome trail on the ground. Suddenly, his foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall. Zhao Ziqing seized the opportunity to close in, sword poised to strike once more. In a moment of desperation, Lu Changxiao sidestepped and ducked behind a massive boulder. Zhao Ziqing roared, "Lu Changxiao, you shall not escape my grasp today." Gasping for breath, Lu Changxiao replied, "At this rate, I will eventually be caught. Young master, it would be wise to venture deeper. I have not sensed any danger." The Azure Dragon also guided him at this moment. If we go deeper, we can fuse, and it will be his demise. Had it not been for the fear of exposure, he would have fused with the Azure Dragon long ago. Facing Zhao Ziqing as a late-stage foundation cultivator would not leave him so beleaguered. Just then, an unusual sound echoed through the valley, as if some powerful entity was about to awaken. Zhao Ziqing halted, his expression growing grave. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Changxiao continued his escape deeper into the valley. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ziqing, filled with reluctance and fury, shouted into the mist, "Lu Changxiao, you better die in there. Otherwise, in 5 years at the Divine Movement Rankings battle, I will surely kill you." Zhao Ziqing realized he had missed the only chance to eliminate Lu Changxiao. The next confrontation would come 5 years later at the Divine Movement Rankings. Hearing Zhao Ziqing's furious shout reverberating through the mist, Lu Changxiao paused, glancing back. Tightening his grip on the crimson sword, he murmured to himself, "Zhao Ziqing, as long as I survive, your death will come in 5 years. Chapter 40. The Lion-Scorpion Beast dragging his severely injured body. Lu Changxiao had no notion of how long he had been walking when he sheathed the red sword. He sat down on the ground to recuperate for a moment, taking a medicinal pill that healed his wounds and allowed him to regain his strength. Only then did he speak, inquiring of the Qinglong, "Qinglong, what path shall we take next?" Lu Changxiao noticed that the deeper he ventured, the fewer the gusts of vital energy became, and his field of vision narrowed considerably. Had it not been for Qinglong's keen perception, he would have surely lost his way by now. The young master need only walk another mile to exit the mist. Qinglong replied. Hearing this, Lu Changxiao immediately rose and advanced toward the mist ahead. After a quarter of an hour, he was astonished to discover that the temperature around him was gradually rising, and the mist was becoming increasingly clear. A beam of sunlight pierced through the mist, warming his face, and in his delight, he quickened his pace. At last, with a single step, he crossed beyond the mist. The fierce sun was blinding. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, feeling waves of warmth wash over him. As moments passed, he gradually acclimated to the intense sunlight, lowering his hand to slowly open his eyes. Upon clearly seeing the scene before him, he stood frozen, bewildered by what lay ahead. The ground was covered in yellow sand, scorched by the blazing sun. Glancing back, he found the mist had completely vanished. All around him was a desolate expanse of yellow sand, with the skeletal remains of monstrous beasts scattered about, appearing particularly desolate and silent beneath the pallid sunlight. Lu Changxiao murmured, "Desolate, barren." At that moment, Qinglong urgently exclaimed, "Young master, beware ahead." No sooner had Qinglong spoken than Lu Changxiao turned his gaze forward, alert. He noticed something approaching rapidly through the sand, causing a mound to rise beneath it. In an instant, the object drew near. With a loud bang, the mound of sand erupted, revealing a colossal beast that obscured the scorching sunlight, its massive pincers swinging toward him. Lu Changxiao, paralyzed by fear, stared blankly at the pincers that were drawing closer. Just as they were about to strike him, a powerful hand grasped his wrist and yanked him away. With a thud, he fell to the ground, gasping for air. Unable to swallow, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, turning his stiff neck to locate the source of the voice. He saw the spot where he had been standing had been crushed into a deep pit, sand flying everywhere. The dread of death enveloped him. Had it not been for the timely intervention, he would have surely met his demise. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment, someone had saved him. He turned his gaze to the tall figure standing before him. "Thank you." Lu Changxiao began to express his gratitude to the cultivator who had rescued him, only to be astonished to realize that it was Qinglong. "Qinglong, you can emerge from the Qinglong Hall." Qinglong had transformed into a figure adorned with flowing azure hair and two prominent horns. Beneath his blue brows were a pair of pale blue eyes, striking yet refined. He wore a long robe interwoven with shades of azure and white, appearing as a youthful figure barefooted. "You're not hurt, are you, young master?" "No, thank you." A flicker of astonishment crossed Qinglong's and Appo's eyes. "There is no need for the young master to be so formal with me." As Lu Changxiao prepared to rise, he caught a glimpse of a massive scorpion advancing toward them, its pincers raised. He immediately warned Qinglong, "Beware behind you." Qinglong did not turn back but merely smiled calmly, bending down to assist him in standing. "The scorpion, be cautious." Seeing the scorpion within mere 4 or 5 paces, Lu Changxiao, still unsteady, became increasingly anxious. He swiftly drew the red sword, ready for battle, his gaze fixated on the approaching creature. Yet, his bobbing throat betrayed the tension he was desperately trying to suppress. Upon discerning the scorpion's appearance, he was taken aback. He recognized this beast from the Beast Compendium. It was known as the lion scorpion. Its body was a blend of orange, blue, and black, adorned with a mane, its eyes like copper bells, and its sharp teeth glistening ominously. Its roar was thunderous, and its back was covered in a hardened shell, with a venomous stinger at the tail's end, colored like blazing fire. Ferocious and combative, it often lurked in desolate deserts or shadowy forest depths, leaving destruction in its wake. Its venom could be a rare elixir, capable of countering poisons and curing ailments. Yet it could also lead one to their demise. Suddenly, the lion scorpion leapt into the air, its black pincers poised to strike. Just then, Lu Changxiao felt a chilling grip on the upper half of his sword. At the same time, Qinglong's reassuring voice echoed in his ear, "Young master, relax. Allow me to handle it." Releasing the red sword, Lu Changxiao cautioned Qinglong, "This is the lion scorpion, extremely venomous. Beware of its stinger, if struck. You may fall into an illusion, at its mercy." The number of segments on its tail would indicate its cultivation level. This lion scorpion had 14 segments, suggesting it was at the foundation establishment stage. Fear not, it is merely in the mid-foundation establishment stage and has not moved for a long time. Let me entertain it for a while. Young master, pay close attention to this sword technique of mine. As Qinglong spoke, Lu Changxiao was about to urge him to stay safe when a sudden gust of wind swept past him. In an instant, Qinglong transformed into a blur, a streak of azure darting forth to meet the lion scorpion's assault. With calm precision, Qinglong wielded the sword. The lion scorpion, initially aggressive, quickly shifted to a defensive posture, retracting its pincers to seize the red sword. Qinglong remained below, while the lion scorpion towered above. "Observe closely, young master. This technique is called Appos, blazing inferno. Appos, by infusing spiritual energy into the red sword, one can unleash flames that can incinerate all." With that, a surge of azure energy enveloped the sword, momentarily igniting it in a fierce blaze. The red sword emitted a resounding dragon's roar, and flames erupted violently. The scorching heat radiated, even from a distance of several paces. Lu Changxiao could feel the searing intensity surpassing that of the desert itself. The lion scorpion, scorched by the inferno, found its pincers, which had been gripping the red sword, turning bright red from the heat. In agony, it roared and swiftly released the sword, burrowing into the yellow sand, disappearing from sight. Trying to flee? Too late. Qinglong relinquished the sword, pointing it downward as he formed hand seals. A ribbon of white energy began to swirl around the suspended red sword. Suddenly, the flames engulfing the sword shifted to a blinding white, surging higher, radiating heat that eclipsed the previous inferno. Lu Changxiao felt his face scorched by this intense heat and quickly summoned spiritual energy to form a pale blue barrier before him, barely managing to shield himself from the searing waves. Meanwhile, a tumult of emotion surged within him as he could not discern Qinglong's current cultivation level. Yet, the aura emanating from Qinglong's technique bore an oppressive weight reminiscent of encounters with his two illustrious ancestors, the dragon and the serpent. Could it be that Qinglong had reached the tribulation transcendent stage? This thought brought a surge of joy to Lu Changxiao. If Qinglong truly had attained that level, once they exited the Divine Journey mountain range, he could set off to the Forbidden Ruins in search of his master. But then, he recalled Qinglong mentioning that when they fused to become a dragon man, his cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage. If they did not merge, he would be restricted to exhibiting only the prowess of the core formation stage. Thus, Qinglong was indeed at the core formation level. Yet his sword technique surpassed the might of that stage. He resolved that he must learn this technique from Qinglong. Though slightly disappointed, he was still thrilled to acquire such a powerful swordplay. It would grant him an additional means of self-defense, and 5 years hence, he would defeat Zhao Ziqing and ascend the Divine Journey rankings, allowing him to venture to the Forbidden Ruins. At that moment, Qinglong called out, "Go." Lu Changxiao watched as the red sword ablaze with white flames rotated slowly, its speed rapidly increasing until it spun like a whirlwind. With Qinglong's command, the red sword accompanied by the fiery whirlwind, dove into the yellow sand. Wherever it passed, the sand was scorched to ash. Chapter 41. The severed tail and the flung hook. The crimson sword plunged deep into the yellow sands, falling silent. After a while, just as Lu Changxiao was preparing to retract his protective shield while gazing at the scorched sand pit, a piercing scream erupted from beneath the ground. With a thundering sound, the yellow sands beneath the azure dragon sank downwards. Suddenly, white flames shot up from the earth, rising to a height of several dozen feet, swirling up the yellow sands and dissipating into the azure sky. Within that charred sand pit, the white flames blazed fiercely. The flames surged through the azure dragon without inflicting any harm. The crimson sword, restored to its original form, returned to the azure dragon's grasp amidst the erupting flames. In an instant, a shadow cloaked in white flames flew out from the depths of the pit. Lu Changxiao focused his gaze and discovered that the fiery figure was none other than the scorpion lion beast. The might of these white flames was indeed terrifying. The beast's exterior armor was exceptionally hard, impervious to both water and fire, yet it was now being scorched by the white flames emitted by the crimson sword. Once the battle concluded, he resolved to learn these sword techniques from the azure dragon. Lu Changxiao's words rang with sincerity as he gazed earnestly at the azure dragon, pondering whether there were even more formidable sword styles yet to be revealed. Moments ago, he had only heard the first form, the blazing inferno. And in his astonishment at this second form, he had momentarily lost focus and failed to memorize it. As he observed the calm and composed azure dragon in the air and the scorpion lion beast below, which was howling in agony, Lu Changxiao's resolve to grow stronger solidified like never before. Under the relentless assault of the white flames, the scorpion lion beast could not endure for even half a minute before it was reduced to smoldering remnants, leaving only a blood-red demon core behind. Under the blazing sun, it emitted a crimson aura. Watching the slowly descending demon core, Lu Changxiao dismissed his protective shield and advanced, extending a modicum of spiritual energy to draw the core towards him. This was a demon core from the Foundation Establishment realm, a culmination of decades or even a century of the scorpion lion beast cultivation. Its efficacy was vast, making it an excellent choice for cultivation or auction. Just as he concentrated on the demon core within arm's reach, he heard the azure dragon's alarmed voice. "Be cautious behind you, young master." Upon hearing this, a chill raced down his spine. Coupled with the azure dragon's urgent warning, he leapt forward, seizing the demon core, executed a forward somersault, and landed while leaping across to the opposite side of the 6 or 7 meter wide sand pit. Steadying himself, he turned to glance back at his previous position, only to find 8 or 9 scorpion lion beasts standing in a triangular formation. The sight before him compelled him to involuntarily swallow and take a step back. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the scorpion lion beasts before him. This was disastrous. Having drawn the attention of both the young and the old, he feared he had inadvertently disturbed the den of scorpion lions. As he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, the azure dragon's concerned voice echoed in his ears. "Are you unharmed, young master?" Turning to meet the genuine concern reflected in the azure dragon's eyes, warmth surged within him, his expression softening. "Thanks to your warning, I fear I would have met my end here otherwise. There is no need for gratitude. It is my duty as a loyal servant. In the future, there is no need to refer to me as a servant. Here, there are no servants or subordinates, only companions." The azure dragon, taken aback, humbly refused. "I cannot accept such a title. Please do not belittle me, young master." Seeing the azure dragon still maintaining a posture of humility, Lu Changxiao spoke candidly. "If we survive this ordeal, we shall regard each other as brothers, free from the constraints of worldly conventions. Had it not been for you today, I would surely have fallen prey to the scorpion lion beasts, becoming their evening feast." Upon hearing this, he clearly observed a flicker of disbelief in the azure dragon's eyes, which momentarily shimmered with moisture. Recognizing that perhaps he had rushed this matter, he added, "All right, I concede. From now on, you may act as you wish. But I no longer wish to hear the term servant. Thank you, young master." If Lu Changxiao had paid closer attention to the tone of the azure dragon, he would have noticed an unprecedented firmness and tenderness in his words. As he prepared to speak further, the largest scorpion lion beast among the group suddenly emitted a shriek. The other scorpion lion beasts behind it seemed to receive a command, rushing towards them. Seeing this, the azure dragon shot an indignant glare at the leading scorpion lion beast. "How dare you interrupt my discussion with the young master? Leave one alive, eliminate the rest." Lu Changxiao scrutinized the tails of the scorpion lion beasts and discerned that among the 9, apart from the leader, the rest were of a cultivation level comparable to his own, at the 8th layer of chi refinement. Realizing the situation, the azure dragon understood that the young master intended to keep one alive for training to enhance his combat skills. Immediately, he stepped forward with the crimson sword, preparing to unleash the blazing inferno upon the scorpion lion beasts climbing out of the pit. He swung his sword, sending a fiery blade directly at the approaching beasts. In a swift moment, the searing blade collided with the scorpion lion beast, piercing it and detonating at the pit's bottom with a resounding explosion, scattering yellow sands in all directions. Among the 8 scorpion lion beasts, save for one that was slow to climb and thus avoided disaster, all were consumed by the flames. even their demon cores rendered to ashes due to their insufficient cultivation. The Foundation establishment scorpion lion beast across the pit, perhaps sensing the Azure Dragon's might and realizing its impending defeat, immediately burrowed into the sands to escape. Young master, take the sword. The Azure Dragon turned, handing the crimson sword to him before soaring into the air in pursuit of the fleeing leader. Taking the crimson sword, Lu Changxiu's gaze shifted to the paralyzed young scorpion lion beast, which remained frozen in terror, gripping the sword tightly. He recalled the Azure Dragon's every movement during the execution of the blazing inferno. Attempting to channel his spiritual energy into the crimson sword, he envisioned flames igniting the blade. But to no avail. Instead, he felt much of his energy deplete. The scorpion lion beast at the bottom of the pit, regaining its senses, sensed Lu Changxiao's weakened aura and rapidly climbed up, brandishing its pincers menacingly. Alarmed, Lu Changxiao furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of tension. Don't come at me. Ignite, flames. Unfazed, the scorpion lion beast continued its advance, swiftly reaching him and swinging its pincers. As danger loomed, the crimson sword remained unresponsive in his hands. With the pincers poised to strike, he knew he had to act, regardless of the sword's failure to ignite. He forcefully raised it to block the scorpion lion beast's attack. With a resounding clash, Lu Changxiao felt his arm go numb from the impact, the force driving him deep into the sands up to his knees. Gripping tightly, he pushed upwards, slowly lifting the beast's pincers. Suddenly, the scorpion lion beast released its grip, channeling its spiritual energy, and a faint blue light enveloped its pincers, launching a direct strike to his face. In that critical moment, with too short a distance to evade, Lu Changxiao hastily infused the remaining spiritual energy into the crimson sword. A heat surged through his grip as the pincers drew nearer. With little time to spare, he clenched his eyes shut and thrust the crimson sword towards the scorpion lion beast. With a piercing sound, time seemed to freeze. The surroundings fell silent. Moments passed, and as Lu Changxiao cautiously opened his eyes, he found the scorpion lion beast motionless, its chest pierced, flames engulfing the wound. Swallowing hard, he took a few cautious steps back, his heart racing with excitement. I did it. I succeeded. However, he failed to notice the once dull eyes of the scorpion lion beast flickering with a hint of brightness, followed by an unexpected lash of its scorpion tail, striking like an unleashed arrow, piercing Lu Changxiao's arm. Chapter 42. Sword slashing. The celestial being pain radiated from his arm, coursing through to his brain with every breath. He grimaced, his forehead veins bulging, cold sweat beading on his skin. Meanwhile, the scorpion beast, after flicking its tail, collapsed and ignited in flames. Suddenly, the excruciating pain enveloping him dissipated in an instant. At that moment, he felt a heavy fog clouding his mind, his eyelids weighed down, his vision blurred, and his limbs weary. He half-knelt, inserting the crimson sword into the yellow sands, barely managing to support his tilting body. Shaking his head slightly, he struggled to focus his gaze on the nearby sand dune. A sudden thud echoed from behind the dune, followed by a burst of white flames soaring into the sky, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. He realized that the Azure Dragon had vanquished the scorpion beast. Drowsiness washed over him again, and this time he could not resist. He swayed and fell. Young master. As he closed his eyes, he seemed to see the Azure Dragon rushing towards him anxiously. Time passed, and familiar sounds of laughter filled his ears. He slowly opened his eyes to find dappled sunlight filtering through the swaying leaves, casting a warm glow on his face. Where's this? Changxiao, come quickly, look what we caught. We ran a mountain to catch it. It will surely shock you. Can't eat. Eru, is that you? The voice snapped him awake, filled with joy, along with Doding S. Lu Changxiao immediately sat up, turning towards the sound. His friends, Eru, Erden, and Doding, along with 4 others, came into view. Overwhelmed with excitement, he leaped down from the old locust tree's wall, pinching Eru's cheeks and then ruffling the smooth head of Erden, who was a head shorter and had a runny nose. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings, the sturdy old locust tree, Uncle Wang busy at the forge in the distance, and Grandpa Zhang leisurely sunbathing in a recliner. It's still the same. You're all alive. Just as he rejoiced, convinced that everything he had endured was merely a dream, thick dark clouds suddenly emerged in the sky, obscuring the sun. Everyone halted their actions, gazing up in astonishment. Red lightning flickered above the clouds, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Moments later, the clouds above the village began to swirl, and with each roar of red lightning, a massive vortex formed. Lu Changxiao abruptly noticed a pair of enormous red eyes appearing above the clouds, and in the center of the vortex, a colossal hand, measuring 50 feet wide, descended rapidly. Fear gripped him as he saw Eru and the others, their expressions vacant and paralyzed with terror. Run! Run! He shouted desperately. Yet, it seemed they did not hear him, remaining transfixed by the descending hand. Run! You must run! Watching the looming palm and his dazed companions, Lu Changxiao felt an urgent panic. Finally, as if they had heard him, Eru and the others began to flee in a frenzy. Others followed suit, abandoning their belongings and fleeing in every direction. Thinking of his parents still at home, Lu Changxiao sprinted towards his house, calling out loudly, "Father! Mother! Come out!" Looking up, he was astonished to see the giant hand seemingly sensing their escape, accelerating its descent. Turning back, he saw his parents, whom he had only seen in dreams for 5 years, hastily running out of the yard. "Father! Mother! Run!" Despite his desperate cries, they appeared oblivious, merely frowning at the descending hand. Tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking his face. Frantic, Lu Changxiao turned to seek help. But the people who had just fled had all come to a standstill. Time seemed frozen, their expressions still reflecting panic. He glanced back at his parents, who were equally motionless, staring at the gigantic hand. The hand showed no signs of stopping, continuing its descent, mere 10 feet above the village. "I still have the Azure Dragon." In a moment of desperation, he recalled the Azure Dragon from his dreams and shouted, "Azure Dragon, help me." The response was a deafening silence. In a panic, he rushed to stand before his parents, glaring defiantly at the impending giant hand. "Celestial being, I implore you. Spare my parents. I am willing to offer you the Crimson Sword." The colossal hand continued its descent, the taller watchtower in the village being the first to meet its fate. The sounds of splintering wood and stone filled the air. At a height of nearly 2 feet, he felt an overwhelming pressure, yet he did not falter. He spread his arms wide, shielding his parents behind him. "What kind of celestial being are you? To indiscriminately slaughter the innocent?" In that moment, despair washed over him, leaving him powerless. "If I were given 100 years, I would fear none of you exalted celestial beings. Touch my family. There is only one path left, death." The last few words he nearly roared. The giant hand continued its descent, destroying homes, the formidable old locust tree crumbling before it, piece by piece. Locust leaves, splintered wood, stones, and dust flew everywhere. Soon after, the giant hand pressed down, obliterating his home, now within mere 5 feet of them. The most dreaded moment had arrived. The hand ultimately descended upon his parents. No, no. He rushed forward in panic, trying to grasp their hands, but his hands passed through them. No matter how hard he tried, he could not reach them. He could only watch helplessly as they faded away. Kneeling on the ground, his heart wrenched. Tears fell onto the earth, his voice trembling. "No, why must you do this to me?" With a thunderous crash, the giant hand fell without harming him. It crushed the place where he had grown up since childhood, reducing it to ruins. At that moment, the surroundings and the giant hand vanished, plunging him into a desolate world of ink and white. Suddenly, the ink transformed into a series of interconnected floating islands, and majestic palaces rose from the ground, gradually materializing. The tears in his eyes were replaced by the gleam of smooth stone slabs. He lifted his gaze, his teary eyes searching. When he spotted several figures before the palace in the distance, his heart skipped a beat. "Master, is that you?" He saw his master, who had disappeared for 5 years, along with his senior brother, senior sister, and Tianrui. He hurriedly sprang up and ran towards them. Just as he covered 4 to 5 meters, the sky transformed into the same scene as before: dark clouds, lightning, swirling clouds, red eyes, and a giant hand. The colossal hand loomed ominously, and as it descended, the floating islands shattered and fell apart. This time, the giant hand descended with ferocity, shattering layer upon layer of floating islands in an instant. The once impenetrable palace crumbled in a heartbeat. "Master, run." "Why?" he shouted as he ran. But his master and the others, like his parents, could not hear him, merely smiling at him. No, his heart plummeted into despair as the giant hand obliterated everything, leaving nothing but ruins. The hand then faded, while the red eyes in the sky continued to fixate on the chaos. In the midst of his frantic flight, he stumbled and fell, his eyes swollen, bloodshot. The long-lost crimson sword fell from the heavens with a resounding thud, piercing the ground beside him. Why? Once he sought strength for vengeance. Now, he craved it to protect those dear to him, his master, senior brother, senior sister, and Tianrui. With great difficulty, Lu Changxiao rose, staggered, and drew the crimson sword, his hair disheveled, his red eyes filled with unwavering determination as he stared at the celestial being above. His voice boomed with power. "As long as I can wield this sword, no one shall harm them, not even you, celestial being. I will slay you with a single stroke." Lu Changxiao raised his hand and swung the sword fiercely at the red eyes. Crimson flames engulfed the heavens. Chapter 43. Seizing the body and rebirth, the sword light extended 10 zhang, slicing through layers of dense clouds, striking directly at the celestial beings above. The red-eyed figure was cleaved in two, dispersing into a radiant golden glow that vanished into thin air. In an instant, the sky returned to its original state, while the surrounding desolate ruins began to crumble. The world lost its color, leaving behind a stark whiteness. Amidst his rage, Lu Changxiao felt no fear. He had come to realize that he had been struck by the scorpion beast and was now trapped in an illusion. Having endured the profound pain of losing his parents, he had buried this anguish deep within his heart. He understood that sorrow and tears were mere expressions of weakness, the outcries of the powerless. Only by becoming powerful and enhancing his cultivation could he instill fear in the wicked and secure justice for the oppressed. At this moment, he faced merely another illusion, and he had nothing to dread. Suddenly, dark tendrils emerged from the white void, coalescing into indistinct, floating figures. Lu Changxiao's eyes gleamed with determination as he focused on the shadowy forms surrounding him. He brandished his crimson sword and spoke with a cold, commanding tone. "Come forth. You so-called immortals. You are nothing more than a selfish and scrupulous horde, unworthy of the light. Bring as many as you wish. I shall slay them all until you tremble in fear." Silence enveloped the surroundings. After a moment, the hollow eyes of the dark figures ignited with crimson light, and a cacophony of sinister laughter echoed around him. A deep voice rose from the encircling shadows. A mere chi refinement cultivator dares to dream of slaying immortals? Truly the frog at the bottom of the well, ignorant of the vastness above, only aware of a sliver of sky. Such lowly cultivation, yet such grandiose arrogance. Furrowing his brow, Lu Changxiao assumed a defensive stance, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figures. Who are you? You just claimed you could kill as many as you wished. Now, you feign ignorance? The mocking words of the shadowy figure sent a tremor through Lu Changxiao's heart. These figures were indeed immortals, at the 8th level of chi refinement. Even with all his might, he feared he could not withstand a mere finger from them. Yet, this was his illusion, and he need not worry. As long as he remained unafraid, he was invincible within this realm. Immortal he, pray tell, how do you dare to look down upon me in my own illusion? As he spoke, Lu Changxiao advanced toward the nearest shadowy figure. Upon closing the distance, he lunged forward, his crimson sword aimed at its neck. The sword sliced through the neck of 2 figures, yet, to his astonishment, their severed heads remained attached, reconnected by dark strands. His strike had not harmed them in the slightest. The shadows erupted into maniacal laughter once more. This is not an illusion. You cannot kill me. Frowning, Lu Changxiao remained silent, gripping his sword tightly before striking again. The crimson blade severed the shadowy figures once more, but again, they rejoined as before. The figures taunted him. How do you feel now? Do you think you can kill me? If you cannot slay me, then you are equally powerless against me. Are you not? As the figures swirled around him, Lu Changxiao remained vigilant, watching as the shadows approached. Suddenly, a claw shot forth from behind, raking across his back with a ripping sound. His clothing tore, and blood blossomed from the wound. Lu Changxiao staggered forward, pain coursing through him. Steadying himself, he scrutinized the erratic movements of the shadowy forms. Their attacks were effective, while his were futile. This was definitely not an illusion. Could it be the sea of consciousness? Realizing this, he began to move in sync with the shadows. Boy, be wise and cease your resistance. Perhaps I may spare your consciousness. To resist is futile. At these words, Lu Changxiao's brow furrowed deeply, his voice icy. Who are you? And what do you seek? The shadowy figure exuded an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of the pressure he felt when facing the dragon and serpent elders. You need not know. After today, your body will belong to me. I will become you. As the words fell, the figure erupted in its sinister laughter, extending dozens of claws toward him. Lu Changxiao drew a deep breath and swiftly unleashed his blazing inferno. He spun and swung his sword, the crimson flames illuminating the shadows, shattering the dark claws. Observing the retreat of the shadowy figures, he pieced together their intentions from their previous words. Despite his modest cultivation, he had learned many secrets of the cultivation world from old Shen. Many cultivators, when their physical forms were destroyed, could transfer their consciousness into another body to be reborn, an act known as body snatching. He had never anticipated encountering such a scenario himself. You wish to seize my body and be reborn. Not entirely foolish. The shadowy figure lunged at him once more. This time, Lu Changxiao's sword technique was infused with greater power, pushing back the shadowy assault. After several exchanges, he perceived a glimmer of fear in the dark figures toward the flames emitted by his sword. Seizing the moment, he plunged the flaming sword into the ground. The crimson fire rapidly spread, engulfing the shadowy forms, which shrieked in response. Under the searing flames, the once spiraling shadows began to slow, merging into a singular transparent figure. Clad in purple robes, with striking brows and bright eyes, long hair cascading to his shoulders. Upon seeing the figure's attire, Lu Changxiao recognized him. You are a disciple of the Divine Wilderness sect. As the words left his lips, a flicker of surprise flashed across the figure's gaze. Boy, even if you know my identity, it matters not. Your body shall be mine. Before he could finish, he charged at Lu Changxiao. Wait. I am a disciple of the Divine Wilderness sect. In a desperate moment, Lu Changxiao had no choice but to reveal his affiliation. The figure halted. Disbelief etched on his features. Whose disciple are you? Seeing the attack cease, Lu Changxiao respectfully bowed and explained, I am Lu Changxiao, disciple of Gu Haixing from the Moonwatch Peak. Moonwatch Peak Gu Haixing, the figure murmured, lost in thought, before his expression shifted, breaking into his sinister laughter. Had you not been a disciple of Moonwatch, I might have spared you. Alas, alas. With those words, he conjured a dagger and charged at Lu Changxiao, who realized that despite their shared sect, the figure sought to seize his body. This indicated a conflict between them and his master. As the dagger approached, Lu Changxiao swiftly swung his sword. Their weapons clashed with a resounding clang. He immediately invoked the blazing inferno, flames igniting the dagger. In a heartbeat, the flames spread toward the shadowy figure. The figure's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly relinquished the dagger, forming seals with his hands and murmuring incantations. Before Lu Changxiao could react, the figure pointed at him, intoning, freeze. A beam of inky light surged forth and struck him, rendering his body immobile. Ha ha ha, your body now belongs to me. Chapter 44. The soul-extinguishing nail. The figure cloaked in darkness approached with a sinister smile, his steps deliberate. Once I eliminate your consciousness, this exquisite vessel shall belong to me. Who are you, and what enmity do you hold against my master? You two are destined to perish, thus, I shall enlighten you. Gu Haixing bears no grudge against me. It is merely that my master covets the moonlit peak. The dark figure leaned closer, whispering, let me assure you, within 20 years. The entire Divine Desolation sect will be within Tianqian Peak's grasp. Were it not for my confinement in this Tinglong secret realm, the moonlit peak would have already been at my master's command. After a maniacal laugh, the figure morphed into a streak of light and pierced into his brow. Lu Changsha traversed the sea of consciousness. The remnants of the dark soul gazed at the boundless expanse of the sea of awareness, a grin gradually spreading across his face. Unable to contain his joy. Truly, my junior brother possesses extraordinary talent. With such a sea of consciousness, I shall surely shatter my shackles and awaken within a century. Ascending to the tribulation stage. At that time, the Divine Desolation sect shall belong to my master and me. Upon hearing the dark figure's derisive laughter echoing within the sea of consciousness, Lu Changshao's expression darkened. He could only rely on the Azure Dragon now. Yet, despite calling out repeatedly, the Azure Dragon remained unresponsive. It seemed he was destined to meet his end here, in the midst of the dark figure's fantasies. A massive square bronze box above the sea of awareness radiated a brilliant light. The dark figure looked up, the azure brilliance striking directly at his soul. The dark soul trembled, feeling an overwhelming force emanating from the light. What kind of treasure is this? In haste, the dark figure employed his methods. Enveloping himself in a black barrier for respite, peering through the veil, he discerned the form of the treasure, bronze in hue. Adorned with 4 ancient beasts at each corner, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. At that moment, his gaze unexpectedly met the ancient beast, the vermilion bird. With just that glance, his soul quivered. Suddenly, the vermilion bird opened its fiery red eyes and, accompanied by a piercing cry, unleashed 2 beams of crimson light. The force of the crimson light bore down upon the dark figure, rendering him immobile with its immense pressure. Upon contact, a fierce blaze erupted around him, and he screamed in agony. No matter how wildly he cast his spells, he could not extinguish the flames. They clung to him as if they were a part of his very essence. Junior brother, save me. I was wrong. The dark figure pleaded desperately. Since he was within the sea of consciousness, if Lu Changsha chose to spare him, with but a thought, he could extinguish the relentless flames. Lu Changsha ignored the cries for mercy resonating in the sea of consciousness. Since the dark figure was an enemy of his master, how could he show leniency? Were it not for the bronze box bestowed upon him by the Azure Dragon, his soul would have already been extinguished. You deserve to die. Anyone who covets the moonlit peak must perish. Even if this individual possesses unparalleled cultivation, as long as I, Lu Changsha, draw breath, I shall fight him to the death. Even if it leads to my own annihilation. Upon hearing his refusal, the dark figure succumbed to despair. With a twisted expression, he shrieked, Lu Changsha, you shall not die a good death. My master will avenge me. Even in death, I will drag you down with me, enduring the searing pain of the flames. The dark figure raised his right hand high. Heavenly fiend souls, O restless spirits, soul guide, essence scatter, soul extinguishing nail, arise. With a fierce roar, a nail enveloped in dark mist emerged from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the soul extinguishing nail detached from him. As it fully separated, Lu Changshao's heart trembled. Dread coursing through his very being. Even in death, I shall make you suffer the torment of soul devouring. With that, the dark figure erupted into a maniacal laugh, his shadow dissipating with the triumphant sound. Simultaneously, countless skulls emerged from the swirling dark mist surrounding the soul-extinguishing nail. In mere moments, thousands of them arose, emitting eerie sounds that spread in all directions. Lu Changsha felt a sudden pounding in his head. He pressed his hands against his temples and knelt on the ground. A trickle of crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the throbbing pain caused veins to bulge on his forehead, sweat pouring from him. Azure Dragon. With great difficulty, Lu Changsha managed to utter the name of the Azure Dragon. After a prolonged wait, there was still no response. Suddenly, the black mist surrounding the soul-extinguishing nail began to thrash violently as the skulls multiplied. With each wave of mist, his soul would tremble, tearing apart and then reuniting in a relentless cycle. The agony deep within his soul led him to finally lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground with a cry of despair. As Lu Changsha fell into unconsciousness, the illusion surrounding him dissipated. Meanwhile, where the dark figure had been reduced to dust within his sea of consciousness, a piece of ink-colored jade floated, just as the black mist and skulls threatened to engulf the entirety of his sea of consciousness. The ink-colored jade began to emit waves of ink-like energy. Wherever the ink waves passed, the black mist was shattered, and the wandering skulls transformed into wisps of verdant spiritual energy, leaving behind mournful cries. The distant skulls, upon seeing the ink waves, fled in terror as if encountering their nemesis. In an instant, the sea of consciousness was a chaotic spectacle. In less than a quarter of an hour, the ink-colored energy filled the entire sea of consciousness. The ink waves and black waves clashed, transforming into spiritual power. The area around the soul-extinguishing nail remained shrouded in black mist, but could no longer expand. The once agitated nail grew quiet. Thus, Lu Changshao's sea of consciousness was divided into 3 parts, one half ink-colored, the other half black, with a chasm of verdant energy in between. The blazing sun and crescent moon alternated, black and white interchanging. Young master, Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Lu Changxiao, in a daze, heard the anxious voice of the Azure Dragon. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld the familiar visage of the Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon, he croaked. Yes, it is I, young master. Seeing him awaken, the Azure Dragon's words brimmed with joy, concern radiating from his eyes. Lu Changxiao struggled to rise, gently shaking his head before inquiring, how long was I unconscious? You have slept for 2 months and 15 days. Upon hearing the duration of his slumber, Lu Changxiao gasped. How could it be so long? Suddenly, memories of his unconsciousness surged back. Fragments flashed through his mind, and he recalled being struck by the soul-extinguishing nail. His soul tearing apart. Realizing this, he immediately began to examine his sea of consciousness. A mere sweep brought terror to his countenance. His sea of consciousness had been divided into 3. The left half dominated by ink, the right half by black, with a chasm of verdant energy in between. After thorough exploration, he found his soul stable and the sea of consciousness intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Azure Dragon, do you know what has happened in my sea of consciousness? While you were unconscious, I investigated. The peculiar situation in your sea of consciousness is undoubtedly connected to 2 divine artifacts present within. Chapter 45, Celestial Weapons. Upon hearing the term celestial weapons, Lu Changxiao was filled with confusion. While he was familiar with the characters celestial and weapons, he had never encountered this specific term before. Considering the ink-colored jade and the black soul-extinguishing nail within his consciousness, it was not difficult to deduce that it referred to a type of weapon. He had perused numerous texts regarding weapons in the 5 Elements Pavilion atop Longwei Peak, from ordinary items to low-tier magical tools imbued with spiritual energy, progressing through mid-tier, high-tier, earth-tier, and celestial tier, all the way to the sacred tier. There were dozens of styles and grades recorded, yet there was no mention of celestial weapons. Based on the formidable aura emanating from the 2 items in his consciousness, they were at least above the earth tier in terms of magical tools. The presence of the character celestial suggested that at least one of them was celestial tier. To validate his hypothesis, Lu Changxiao inquired, are celestial weapons celestial tier artifacts? Upon his question, he noticed the astonishment and disbelief in the Azure Dragon's eyes. A pang of regret struck him. The dragoness expression clearly indicated that he seemed naive and inexperienced. Young master, you may not be aware that weapons are generally classified into 4 levels: mundane, celestial, sacred, and heavenly. The celestial tier you mentioned actually falls within the lower category of celestial artifacts. Celestial artifacts are considered celestial tier. Thus, what of the 2 artifacts within your consciousness? The Azure Dragon continued, both the ink jade and the soul-extinguishing nail are classified as sacred artifacts. The former is an earth-tier weapon, while the latter is a celestial weapon. The ink jade possesses the ability to nurture and strengthen souls, while the soul-extinguishing nail devours souls and captures malevolent spirits. It harbors 100,000 wicked ghosts, and once struck, the target becomes mere sustenance. Even a formidable being would not survive beyond a month. Upon hearing that he might not live past a month, Lu Changxiao sprang to his feet, exclaiming, doesn't that mean I only have a month to live? Observing the young master's sudden panic, the Azure Dragon felt a deep sense of frustration. He thought to himself, how difficult it is to guide this master. Please remain calm. You have been in slumber for over 2 months, and you appear to be in good health. Allow me to continue. The Azure Dragon's words suddenly brought clarity to Lu Changxiao. Indeed, he had been in a deep sleep for more than 2 months, and his body seemed to be functioning well. If he were truly destined to perish within a month, he would have been nothing more than a soulless, decaying shell by now. How embarrassing. Go on, Lu Changxiao said, feigning seriousness as he returned to his simple bed, signaling the Azure Dragon to continue. The reason you were not harmed by the soul-extinguishing nail is due to the presence of the earth-tier ink jade, the Azure Dragon explained. These 2 sacred artifacts interact in a way that balances their energies. The deadening aura of the soul-extinguishing nail and the life-giving energy of the ink jade transform into spiritual energy. Thus, you have reaped unforeseen benefits. Under the influence of these 2 sacred artifacts, not only were you unharmed, but your cultivation has also surged. A surge in cultivation, Lu Changxiao marveled. Such an extraordinary stroke of luck, to experience an increase in strength without the need for meditation or absorption of energy. He focused on circulating the spiritual energy within him and discovered that his dantian was brimming with power. His cultivation had reached the peak of qi refinement, and he was standing at the threshold of foundation establishment. With a mere thought, he could break through to that realm, bringing him a step closer to vengeance. Filled with excitement, Lu Changxiao called out, Azure Dragon, protect me. He hastily assumed a meditative posture, closing his eyes to channel his energy toward the breakthrough. Observing his eagerness, the Azure Dragon smiled with satisfaction and immediately began to protect him, placing his hand upon Lu Changxiao's head and infusing him with a substantial amount of spiritual energy. As time passed, for hours later, a formidable aura of foundation establishment radiated from the humble abode, signifying Lu Changxiao's successful breakthrough. Inside the dwelling, the Azure Dragon gazed at him with admiration. Young master, how do you feel? My dantian has expanded several-fold, my spiritual energy is abundant, and I feel invigorated. Lu Changxiao replied, raising his hands to appraise himself. Indeed, the restrictions within his meridians posed some hindrances to his advancement. He had previously asked his senior brother about the experience of breaking through to Foundation establishment, to which the brother had simply pointed a finger. At the time, he had not understood its meaning, but upon further inquiry, he learned that with each breakthrough, the difficulty escalated. The transition from chi refinement to Foundation establishment was considered the simplest threshold, marking the beginning of one's journey into the realm of cultivation. Yet, this seemingly simple threshold had thwarted many who fancied themselves as prodigies. Countless individuals had attempted to break through repeatedly, only to exhaust their energy without success. His senior brother had managed to succeed on his first attempt. His brother once remarked that this was directly proportional to one's aptitude. True prodigies could reach the peak of chi refinement and automatically break through to Foundation establishment, a seamless transition without adverse effects. The implication was clear: the better one's aptitude, the easier the breakthrough. Only those with inferior qualities would face limitations in their advancement. Reflecting on this, Lu Changxiao's expression gradually dimmed. The Azure Dragon, having witnessed his young master's earlier joy, now noticed his sudden despondence. With concern, he asked, "Is there something troubling you, young master?" "I was contemplating whether with these two celestial weapons, I could ascend in cultivation without any effort in the future." The Azure Dragon felt warmth in his heart at the young master's concern for him, but he did not wish to burden him with worry. "That is not possible. As your cultivation increases and your realm ascends, the effectiveness of the ink jade will diminish, while the influence of the soul-extinguishing nail will become increasingly pronounced." Upon hearing the Azure Dragon's explanation, Lu Changxiao was greatly astonished. He had initially thought that the interaction between the two artifacts would propel him to unprecedented heights, allowing him to swiftly break through to the nascent soul stage. However, he realized that this was a mere fantasy. At what stage would the ink jade be suppressed by the soul-extinguishing nail? It would be constrained during the later stages of golden core and completely stifled in the initial stage of nascent soul. To break through to nascent soul, he would have to either refine or destroy the soul-extinguishing nail. Refine or destroy. Such a formidable artifact was worth refining, providing him with an additional card for vengeance in the future. How can I refine it? To refine the soul-extinguishing nail, 3 items are required: your heart's blood, 100 Foundation establishment demon cores, and 666 living souls. All 3 are indispensable. Upon hearing the final requirement of 666 living souls, Lu Changxiao immediately dismissed the idea of refining the artifact. He had his heart's blood, and the demon cores could be procured. But 666 vibrant lives were beyond his moral compass, though he now possessed some semblance of immortality in the mortal realm. To commit such an act would render him no different from the celestial beings who had once slaughtered his village. It would betray the very essence of his cultivation journey. Let us discuss how to destroy it instead. If I were to sacrifice 666 lives, what would distinguish me from a beast? Lu Changxiao's response took the Azure Dragon by surprise. It was known that many considered themselves righteous cultivators, yet when faced with such dilemmas, they often failed to embody the young master's compassion. For the sake of power, they regarded human lives as mere fodder. To destroy the soul-extinguishing nail, the young master would need to find 10,000-year-old celestial herbs. Once gathered, he must seek a powerful practitioner at the hidden origin realm to infuse their divine soul into the soul-extinguishing nail. With the overwhelming vitality of the 10 celestial herbs, the formation could be dismantled, thus obliterating the soul-extinguishing nail. Chapter 46. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Beast, Pure Flame, 1000-Year Immortal Herb, Hidden Origin Realm. The unfamiliar phrases plunged Lu Changxiao into deep contemplation. He had encountered references to immortal herbs in books, yet those tomes, 2 fingers thick, contained but a single page devoted to this elusive subject. This speaks volumes of their rarity. As for the formidable beings of the hidden origin realm, it is needless to say that a sect as prestigious as the Divine Wilderness sect has yet to produce a single one. Where, then, could he hope to find such exceptional power? Even if he were to encounter such a transcendent being, he could not guarantee the gathering of 10 immortal herbs, let alone those of the 1000-year caliber. Do not fret, young master. There exists another method to delay the onset of the soul destruction nail. Observing the young master's demeanor, the Azure Dragon felt a pang of guilt. Had he known, he would not have broached such topics prematurely. Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao and Appo's eyes brightened, and he inquired eagerly, "What method? Please extract the celestial vault from your sea of consciousness." "What is the celestial vault?" "It is the bronze box residing within your consciousness." Lu Changxiao's spiritual sense swept through his sea of consciousness and beheld the intricately carved bronze box adorned with the white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. With a mere thought, the box materialized in his grasp. "Is this what you speak of?" "Indeed." The Azure Dragon cautiously accepted the bronze box from his hands. Seeing the Azure Dragon treat the box as a treasure, Lu Changxiao could not help but express his distaste. "What purpose does this box serve?" "The box?" The Azure Dragon nearly burst into laughter at the young master's words. Observing the Azure Dragon's astonishment, Lu Changxiao quickly amended, "On the Celestial Vault. Little do you know. It is called the Celestial Vault, and its internal space is divided into 5 vast regions, each a world unto itself. The grand hall you beheld is my dwelling, one of the 5 regions known as the Azure Dragon Domain. Each statue atop the celestial vault represents a distinct domain. At this, Lu Changxiao interrupted, "Wait. You said each statue signifies a domain, yet there are only 3 statues, while you claim there are 5 domains. How can that be?" "Ah, young master. You are unaware that the celestial vault is composed of the 5 divine beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Shilin. I am one of them, the Azure Dragon. Once a statue is awakened, it will depart from the celestial vault and return to its designated region. If you wish to delay the onset of the soul destruction nail, you must awaken the Vermilion Bird. Her blazing sunfire can suppress the desolation emanating from the soul destruction nail." The Azure Dragon's words evoked a memory of the dark figure that had entered his sea of consciousness, causing the Vermilion Bird statue's eyes to blaze with flames, incinerating the figure into ashes. Could it be that the Vermilion Bird had already awakened? If so, during his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he need not worry about the soul destruction nail's activation. Furthermore, he could rely on the Vermilion Bird's sunfire to suppress the nail, continuously utilizing the cloud ink jade to generate an endless stream of spiritual energy, thereby enhancing his cultivation. This would enable him to swiftly advance to the nascent soul stage and possibly beyond. On that day, when the dark figure invaded my consciousness and prepared to seize control, the Vermilion Bird's eyes erupted with flames, incinerating the figure. Does this not imply she has awakened? Alas, the Vermilion Bird remains in slumber. Is there a method to awaken her once more? Utilizing her primordial power can rouse her, and I happen to possess a fragment. Then what are we waiting for? Awaken her now. With her presence, we can suppress the soul destruction nail. Your words ring true, but the Azure Dragon's hesitance elicited a sense of foreboding in Lu Changxiao. You wouldn't imply that you have already used that primordial essence, would you? Ah, young master, you are astute. That day, when the dark figure possessed the cloud ink jade, which isolates the spirit from probing, I could not enter your sea of consciousness. In your dire moment, I, in desperation, used the last fragment of the Vermilion Bird's primordial fire to awaken her. After she unleashed her sunfire, the remaining essence was insufficient to sustain her awakening. Thus, the Vermilion Bird fell back into slumber. Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao felt his hopes dashed. There is no need for such concern. For aside from the Vermilion Bird's essence, her pure flame essence can also awaken her. But what is it? The pure flame essence required must consist of at least 5 types. 5 types. Do not speak of 4. I have not even heard of a single type of pure flame essence. What is pure flame essence? From its name, I gather it is a type of fire. Yet its true nature eludes me. Pure flame essence is categorized into demonic fire, heavenly fire, human fire, and elemental fire. Demonic fire is the pure fire essence found within demonkind, requiring a core fire deeply rooted within. Heavenly fire is ignited by descending heavenly lightning. Human fire. As the saying goes, humans are born with 3 flames, 2 on the shoulders and 1 in the celestial court, used to ward off malevolence and protect one as fortune. As for elemental fire, it is the rarest of the 4 pure flame essences, exceedingly hard to come by. The Azure Dragon's elucidation left Lu Changxiao in a predicament. Time was of the essence. He was trapped in the abyss of silence and uncertain of his escape. Furthermore, Zhao Ziqing was pursuing him, and now, 2 months later, he could not guarantee that Zhao Ziqing would not be lying in wait outside the abyss of silence. If he were fortunate enough to survive, he would undoubtedly seek out pure flame essence to awaken the Vermilion Bird, striving to break through to the core formation stage and prepare for the upcoming competition 5 years hence. Once we return to the Moonwatch Peak, we shall set forth to seek the pure flame essence. However, Azure Dragon, do you know our exact location within the abyss of silence? Young master, we can say we are within the abyss of silence, or we can say we are not. The Azure Dragon's answer left Lu Changxiao perplexed. What do you mean? Both within and without? Suddenly, he recalled the illusion created by the dark figure. Could it be that they were still ensnared in an illusion? It is not an illusion, but rather a secret realm. A secret realm. Lu Changxiao's expression brightened. If they were indeed within a secret realm, they might uncover Earth spirit liquid, and perhaps even unexpected treasures. His senior brother had mentioned that secret realms were often sought after by cultivators for their abundant resources, which could include countless cultivation materials. With exceptional fortune, one might even stumble upon ancient tombs of cultivators from bygone eras, housing not only numerous elixirs, magical artifacts, and profound techniques but also unparalleled legacies. Observing his young master's delight, the Azure Dragon gently explained, "Indeed, the secret realm we inhabit is a solitary island spanning 200 meters, surrounded by an endless expanse of black water. Fear not, young master. I shall ensure your safe passage out of this secret realm." Lu Changxiao had not anticipated that his astonishment would be misconstrued by the Azure Dragon as alarm. "No, I am merely elated, not frightened. Azure Dragon, have you explored this island?" Alas, young master fell into a deep slumber, and I dared not venture too far. I merely surveyed the surroundings. Very well. Let us venture forth together and discover what this secret realm holds. Chapter 47. The White-Haired Gibbon, Monkey Wine, Black Sea Water, and the Great Green Island. At this moment, within a dense forest on the island, Two handsome young men were patrolling along a path left by the island's wildlife, one in front of the other. They were engaged in a debate as they walked. "Qinglong, you say we just encountered a white-haired gibbon, but to me, it resembled a monkey." Lu Changxiao recalled a black-bodied gibbon with white hair he had encountered not long ago, its lewd gaze sending a shiver down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise. "Young master, the monkey you refer to pales in comparison to the white-haired gibbon. It is the most intelligent among the monkey beasts, and wherever they are found, monkey wine is sure to follow." "Monkey wine? What exactly is that?" "Monkey wine is a spirit brewed by the white-haired gibbon, infused with spiritual energy. A sip can help an ordinary person cleanse their meridians and advance to the second level of qi refining. For cultivators, it can purge residual impurities from their bodies, enhancing their cultivation. It is nearly impossible to obtain outside. It commands a fortune. Enhancing cultivation, a fortune. If they find us, it could mean a rapid breakthrough to mid or even late foundation establishment, perhaps even to core formation." Excitement surged within him as he exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us return to where we saw the white-haired gibbons and see if we can find the monkey wine." "Young master, perhaps you should reconsider. The white-haired gibbons are social beasts. Even if we find them, we cannot procure the monkey wine. Besides, having consumed it since their youth, an adult gibbon can reach the 8th level of qi refining, and their physical strength rivals that of foundation establishment. The one we saw had the cultivation of the 8th level of qi refining. In their group, there are likely at least a dozen or 20 such gibbons. I never expected to encounter white-haired gibbons in this small secret realm." Lu Changxiao felt a sense of numbness. What he thought was an opportunity turned out to be a den of dragons and tigers. This bittersweet realization left him unsatisfied. He had just broken through to foundation establishment, while Qinglong was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Wait, hadn't Adapos, Qinglong mentioned that his recovery was superior at higher realms, implying that his cultivation might have surpassed the late stage of foundation establishment? "Qinglong, I have now broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment. To what level has your cultivation returned?" Thankfully, he had not forgotten this detail. It seemed that the monkey wine would not escape his grasp. Faced with the young master's sudden inquiry, Qinglong had to reveal his cultivation level. As Qinglong manifested his power, Lu Changxiao felt an unprecedented pressure enveloping them. The overwhelming spiritual power stabilized his newly attained early stage of foundation establishment. "You have reached the peak of foundation establishment, the pseudo-core formation realm. Does that mean you are effectively half in the core formation realm?" "Ha!" Lu Changxiao burst into laughter, leaving Qinglong bewildered. His young master seemed to have been stimulated. "It cannot be. You are merely in the pseudo-core formation realm." The young master cannot be disheartened or lose hope. Just as Qinglong was about to voice his confusion, Lu Changxiao excitedly interjected, "You are now at the pseudo-core formation realm. The white-haired gibbons pose little threat to you. Let us seek out the monkey wine." Seeing his young master filled with anticipation and joy, Qinglong could not bear to dampen his spirits. It was time for the young master to hone his skills. As Lu Changxiao prepared to step forward, a series of roars erupted from the surrounding forest. Qinglong furrowed his brow. "I never anticipated that even without seeking them out, they would come to find us first. The white-haired gibbons have arrived? Perfect, it is an opportunity to test my foundation establishment prowess." In his line of sight, gibbon after gibbon emerged, encircling them. A rough count revealed at least 15 or 16. Qinglong, which among them possesses the highest cultivation? The one before the young master holds the highest level. Upon hearing this, Lu Changxiao gazed at the white-haired gibbon roughly 20 meters away, standing before a massive tree. Its physique was twice that of the other gibbons, its black fur dense, and its white beard was also twice as long. The only distinction was that while the other gibbons regarded them with greed, this particular gibbon's gaze was laced with desire. Could it be that it has taken an interest in me?" Qinglong's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. "Young master, you should know, the white-haired gibbons are known for their lasciviousness, and they are indiscriminate in their desires." Stunned, Lu Changxiao stared at Qinglong. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qinglong, feeling awkward, coughed lightly and averted his gaze. He was still a pure-hearted youth. How could he be tainted by such a grotesque species? Just then, a flawless visage came to mind, Fu Tianrui, smiling at him. Why was he thinking of him at a time like this? "I am not a broken sleeve. You seem to be muttering to yourself, young master. Nothing of consequence. What is the cultivation level of this white-haired gibbon?" "Early stage of foundation establishment." "Perfect. I am also at the early stage of foundation establishment. Let me test whether it is stronger or I am. The other gibbons are yours to handle. I shall take on this one." With that, Lu Changxiao drew the crimson sword, leaping several paces to hover above the early stage white-haired gibbon. Raising the crimson sword high, he immediately unleashed the blazing inferno, striking downwards as blue flames surged towards the gibbon. He aimed to vanquish the creature in a single blow. In the blink of an eye, the blue flames reached the gibbon. The gibbon, caught off guard, was enveloped by the searing flames. Lu Changxiao landed, watching as the gibbon howled in agony amidst the flames. The fire seared its flesh, eliciting pained roars as it rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. The blue flame seemed to consume its very essence. No matter how it rolled, extinguishing them proved futile. Finally, the gibbon ceased rolling, pounding its fists against the earth, creating a half-meter deep crater. Lu Changxiao was taken aback. Should that strike have landed on him, he would have been reduced to a pulp. Soon, the blue flames extinguished. A gust of wind sweeping away the ashes of the burned fur, revealing its dark skin. The gibbon glared at him with rage, pounding its chest and letting out a long howl before charging at him. Lu Changxiao's expression shifted dramatically. He was astounded that the blazing inferno had not killed the white-haired gibbon. He recalled how he had slain a lion-scorpion beast using the same technique when they entered the Silent Valley. Yet, here, against the white-haired gibbon, it had merely singed its fur. Even a mid-stage lion-scorpion beast had been reduced to ashes by the blazing inferno, yet the white-haired gibbon, merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment, had withstood the attack. Before he could ponder further, the gibbon leaped high, fist raised, and came crashing down upon him. Seeing the impending strike, he swiftly jumped aside. At the very moment he left the ground, the gibbon's fist slammed into the spot he had just occupied. A thunderous boom reverberated as the residual force sent him hurtling through the air, crashing forcefully against a nearby boulder. Dust and debris erupted around him.